Are you ready to build the ultimate Twitter clone? In this video, I'll be taking you through the step-by-step process of creating an app that has all the features you love on Twitter and more. I'll start by showing you how to install Appwrite and set up the Flutter project with Appwrite. In the next section, we will add user registration and login with email and password, along with the logic of keeping logged in users logged in. Then we'll move on to the fun stuff like tweeting text, images and links, and even identifying and storing hashtags. Next, you learn how to display tweets, like the tweet with the exact Twitter-like animation, retweet it, and even reply to the tweets just like you would on Twitter. After this, we will move to the Explore tab where you will learn how to search for other users, follow them, and even display their followers, following, and recent tweets. With the Notifications tab, we will add the feature to allow our users to be able to stay up to date on all the latest activity, including replies, follows, and likes by others on their tweets. I'll also show you how to edit your own user profile by editing name, bio, or changing profile and banner picture. We will also add the feature of listing all the tweets that have a specific hashtag. And finally, we can also allow the user get the ultimate status symbol, Twitter Blue, by simply clicking a button. With the help of this tutorial, you'll learn all about Appwrite's features like authentication, database, storage, real-time, queries, and indexes. For state management, we will be using Riverpod. Even if you're a beginner with no prior experience with Appwrite or Riverpod, you'll be able to follow along and create a stunning project. Before starting this tutorial, I'd like to request you all to subscribe to the channel. Now let's start with the video. So the first step is to install Appwrite locally in our system. To do that, let's take a look at the docs and click on installation over here. If we scroll down, you'll find that the easiest way to start running the Appwrite server is by running a Docker installer. That means we need to install Docker. To install Docker, we can just go to docker.com website. We can select the appropriate system and download Docker desktop. I'm going to select the Apple chip. And while Docker is being downloaded, I'll tell you what Docker is. Docker is just a way to package software such that it can run on any hardware. In our case, suppose we have Appwrite with some version, so Flutter with Appwrite project works on my PC. But when you try to run the same Flutter project with a different version of Appwrite installed on your PC, it doesn't work, or works but with a different behavior than expected. That's where Docker helps and solves the problem. Now that we have understood what Docker is, and our download for Docker is complete, let's click over here. I'll drag this Docker to Applications folder. After the process has been completed, I'll click on Command Q to exit this. I'll go to the Finder, click on Applications, and then run Docker from here. So this is how the Docker desktop screen looks. We don't have to do anything in here. We can just go back to the installation website and see what are the next steps. The next step is to copy this command and put it in the terminal. So if you're on Linux or Mac, you can use this command, or if you're on Windows, you can use this command. Depending on if you're using CMD or PowerShell, you can run the following commands. Since I'm on Mac, I'll just copy this, open terminal, and paste the command over here. Then I'll click on enter. After it downloads everything, it will ask you for the prompts. So on what port should this Appwrite server run? I'm just going to go ahead with the default options. I'll click on enter, 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 enter. So after Appwrite has successfully installed, you can close the terminal, and in the Docker desktop, you'll see Appwrite is now running with lots of things happening inside. You might see some familiar names like InfluxDB, Redis, MariaDB. All of this is used within Appwrite internally. If you want to know more, it's written in the Appwrite documentation. You can go ahead and take a look at it. After this, we can go to Chrome, open localhost. I already have an account with Appwrite, but so that we are on the same page, I'm going to create a new account and name myself Revan. Enter an email and a password, click on sign up, and here we are on the project screen. So we need to type in our first project name. So we'll type in Twitter clone and then click on create project. So our Appwrite project has now been created. The next step is to start a Flutter project. So we'll again go to the terminal, go to the desktop, create a new project called Flutter create, and call this Twitter clone, and then click on enter. Then we'll migrate to Twitter clone folder and open it in VS Code. Now we can go to the lib folder, and in the main.dart file, let's just try to run an application. So I'm going to open an iOS simulator, click on run, and run without debugging. And while this is running, I just want to mention two important commands related to Appwrite. So we'll again open the terminal, and if you're on Mac, if you just do cd, which is change directory, and go to Appwrite, we can go to the Appwrite folder, which is basically the root folder, and inside of the root folder we have the Appwrite folder. And there you can run multiple commands. Two important commands are for stopping Appwrite container, and another one is starting Appwrite container. To stop Appwrite container, you can just do docker compose stop, and after hitting enter, Appwrite container in the Docker will stop running. So this has 20 on 20 running. It will change to 0 out of 20 and it will stop running. So after you click over here and restart localhost, this will also go away, because localhost is only there as long as our Docker container of Appwrite is running over here. And after stopping the Docker container, if you again want to restart the Docker container, you don't have to run the command that we run earlier again. You don't have to run this command again. This is for the installation. To again run this Appwrite container, you need to run docker compose up -d -- remove -orphans. And after you run this, your Docker container of Appwrite will again start running, but you need to make sure that you are in the Appwrite folder. If you're on Mac, you can just do cd Appwrite from the root and you'll get into there. And if you're on Windows, you can just go to the users folder and check for the Appwrite folder. Our app is also running fine now, so let's go ahead and set up Appwrite for our Flutter project. So we want to add a Flutter platform, so we'll just click over here, and then we need to pass in the name of the Android app. I'll just do Twitter Android, and then we need the package name. So I'm just going to go to the build.gradle in the Android folder in the app subdirectory, copy this application ID and paste it over here. If you're going to build this application for production, or if you want to deploy it on Play Store, you'll have to change this com.example to com.supposerevan, if that's your name. But since I just want to demo this, I'm just going to have com.example over here. Then click on next. Then you need to install this Appwrite dependency, so you can just copy this. Click on Command Shift P, click on .add dependency, paste in Appwrite and install it. It will install the latest version of Appwrite directly in pubspec.yaml file. Then we'll click on next, and these are all the steps that are later required, but for now we can just click on next. And we are done. Now we need to add another platform, which is Flutter app only, but for iOS. So for iOS, I'm just going to have Twitter iOS. And now we need bundle ID. To get bundle ID, you can go to iOS, right click and open it in Xcode. If you're on Windows, you probably won't get the open in Xcode button because you cannot build iOS applications with Windows platform. So you can skip all the iOS related steps that we are doing here. Just follow along for Android. Now to get the bundle ID, you can click on runner, go to signing and capabilities, copy this, close Xcode, paste it over here, click on next. We have already added Appwrite dependency. We can click on next, next, and we are done. So we have configured for Android and iOS. Now if you want to add for web, you can click on Flutter app again. You can click on web and go ahead with this, but we are only building app for Android and iOS, so I won't take you through it. Now that Appwrite configuration is done, let's close all of this, create a new folder here called constants. This constants folder is going to contain all the constants that are in our application. So it can be Appwrite constants, which is the file we are going to create now. Other constants include UI constants, so all the UI related constants that we have, and asset constants. So we have SVG files in our app, so we need to mention their path. Just putting them in a widget will not look good, because if we want to update the SVG file sometime, It will take us a lot of time to go through every single file and change it over there. Just having one single file containing all the constants is always a good thing. So here in the Appwrite constants file, we are going to create a new file. We are now going to create a class called Appwrite constants, and we are going to have a static constant property of database ID. Database ID is necessary for making connection from our Flutter app to this Appwrite console. We can get the database ID by going over here, databases, create a new database. Let's call this Twitter test database. So, and then click on create. Now we have the database ID. We can copy this and paste it over here. Another thing that we need is project ID. So we'll have the project ID, and project ID can be found in the Twitter clone if you click on copy of project ID. And third thing that we need is an endpoint. So we'll have static constant string endpoint, which is equal to http://localhost:80. 80 is whatever port you put in the terminal. If you just click on enter like me with the default options, it's 80. Otherwise, it is what you've mentioned there, /v1. If you want to verify, you can click on command full stop, open it in the browser, and it is the same thing. So we are good to go. These are the Appwrite constants we need for now. There will be other constants that will be required, but we'll get to it as we move forward in the application. Another thing we need is the SVGs file. So for SVGs, we are just going to go to the root folder, create a new folder called assets, and in assets, we are going to have SVGs. Now to get the SVGs, you can just go to this website, github.com/revandana/flutter Twitter clone, go to assets/SVGs, and here install all the SVGs. These are all the SVGs that will be required in our Flutter app. Go ahead and install them. After you've installed them, just click on copy and paste it in the SVGs folder. Now we need to register all of these SVGs, so we'll go to pubspec.yaml file, scroll down. Here in the assets, we'll just have assets/SVGs/. So this will register all the files inside of this SVGs folder. It can only do this because we have put / over here. If you remove this, it will not register any of the files present over here. Now in the constants file, we need to create another file called constants asset constants.dart. Then you need to come to this website, link to it will be mentioned in the description below, and then copy all of this. This is all the parts of the constants file. So it contains like the Twitter logo, home filled icon, home outlined icon, all of those stuff. I don't want to write this and waste your time just writing this. Main thing is to focus on the UI of the application as well as the backend of the application, not all of this boilerplate code that we need to write. So this is all the asset constants with us. Now in the constants folder, we just need to create another file called constants.dart, and this will export all of these files. So it will export Appwrite constants and it will export assets constants. Why is it exporting and why do we need this file? Because this constants will be used in almost every single UI file of ours, and even in the repository files. That means the files that will talk to the server. We don't want multiple import lines to show up over there. So we don't want import Appwrite.dart, Appwrite constants, and we don't want import assets constants.dart to show up every single time. Instead of doing this too, we can just have import constants.dart. So we have lesser import lines with this. And if you want to add more constants later on while we are building this application, as the import lines increase over here, suppose we have these many import lines now, we still have to import this constants.dart file itself. We don't have to continuously import this and increase the file length, Anyways, not to get confused, let's move ahead and add theme to our application. Again, we are just completing all of the boilerplate stuff so that we can directly dive into the logic of the application. This part might be boring, but later on it will be very good for our application. So in the theme, first thing we need is palette.dart file. So we'll go ahead to this link, will be mentioned in the description below. Copy this, paste it, and we have all the colors that are required in our application. The background color is pure black. Blue color is a bit different from the real blue color, like 00255. Instead of that, we have this color extracted from the Twitter website. We have white, gray, and red color. All of this is saved over here because in case we want to change the color of our app, the theming of our app even a little bit, you can just control all of that from one single file and one single class, which is palette. Other thing that we need is app_theme.dart. We are going to copy this from here, so we can copy and paste this over here. We have to resolve this error of palette, so we'll just click on command full stop, import this palette.dart, and this is it. This contains the theming of our application. So like what theme is there? So we have theme data.dark, so it has all the properties of dark which is given to us by Flutter itself, and we are going to copy that and make certain changes. For example, the scaffold background color will be pure black instead of grayish, which is the original background color that Flutter gives us. So if you want to see a demo, we can go to the main.dart file. We'll remove the theme from here and add our own theme, which is present in apptheme.theme. Now, if you restart the application, you can see this is pure black. But if I again go to app theme, comment this line out, which is scaffold background color, and restart the application, you'll see this is how Flutter's background color in dark mode looks like. But we want this since we are copying Twitter. This also contains app bar theme. So every time the app bar is going to be of the black color with no elevation at all. And the floating action button is going to be of blue color. Now that all of this is complete, we'll go to the theme folder and add theme.dart so that we can export these two files. So these two files are ./apptheme.dart and export./palette.dart. Now we can save this, close it, and in the import here, we can just import theme.dart. So all the boilerplate code for now is done. I don't think we'll be needing any more things. Now is the time to start designing our application. And the first thing that we need to do is design the login screen. But even before doing that, let's understand the architecture plan for this project. So for the folder structure, we are going to be using a feature first approach. That means in the folder, lib folder, we are going to create another folder called features. In this features, we are going to have multiple features of our app. For example, authentication, home screen, so the home feature, the notifications feature, the tweet feature, the user profile feature, all of those. So I can just create an auth feature for now. And this auth folder is now going to have three separate folders called view, controller, and widgets. View is basically the login view, the sign up view, all the UI related screens. Controller is basically the connection between view and the database files. What are the database files? Well, we create them outside of the features folder. In the lib folder, we are going to create a new folder called as APIs. This APIs folder is going to contain all the backend related code. It's not going to have anything else. So since we are using Riverpod, we are not going to have any Riverpod package in APIs. We are just going to have the backend related code, nothing else. Even the model conversion. So basically we'll get our data in a map format. We need to convert it in a model or a class based format. Even then, we are going to do that in the controller folder, not in the APIs. I'll give you a diagrammatic representation so that you understand what we are talking about. But for now, I'll just create a new file called loginview.dart. And we are going to import material.dart. We are going to create a stateless widget. Actually, we'll need a stateful widget because we are going to have text editing controllers. Whenever there's a text editing controller in the field, it's better to make it stateful widget because it provides us with a dispose method. So we need to dispose of the controllers or the text editing controllers that we have, right? So for now, we'll just create a login view. And this will return a scaffold. And just so that we can see what we are developing, I'll copy this, go to the main.dart file and remove all of this boilerplate code. We don't need this counter application. And instead of this, we are just going to have constant logins view. I'll save it and we should see a blank screen. And here we are. After having login view in place, let me show you a diagrammatic representation. So suppose this is our UI file. This UI file is directly going to talk to the controller, and this controller is directly going to talk to the repository files. This repository file is basically the files that we are going to create in APIs. So it's going to be the tweet API, there's going to be user API and authentication API. So these are the repository files, all the backend related code. But with this architecture, this might seem very simple. UI is talking to controller, controller talks to repository. But here's a catch, UI cannot directly talk to repository and repository directly cannot talk to UI. So in our login view, for example, we cannot have any API file being imported. That's the best way to understand this. If you're going to have auth API here, you're not going to have the import of auth API over here because we're never going to use auth API in our login view. We are going to use all of that in controller, and controller will directly talk to the login view. So you can have import of auth controller but not auth API. So UI cannot directly talk to repository and repository will never talk to UI and make changes in it. But yes, UI can talk to controller, controller can talk to repository. So let's put a cross over here because it's not allowed. Now you might ask, what is the point of this controller? Why can't we directly have UI talking to repository? As I said, repository is going to contain all the backend related code and it's going to have nothing extra. So it's just going to contain Appwrite server calls. Appwrite might give something to us. We need to send it across to controller. Controller will do all the processes that are required, like model conversion, talking with other APIs so that we can create one function. For example, if you want to edit the user profile, you'll send a user model that needs to be updated to Appwrite, which means we are going to send a user model to repository files. The repository files will make some changes and send it back to controller. But controller doesn't have to stop there because edit profile also includes editing the user image and the banner picture. So the controller will also talk to the storage API, which is a different API than user API. And then the controller will make changes to UI, maybe pop off the screen. So this is the point of controller. It is going to make some important changes to our function. And another question you might have is, why is API not in features folder, right? Why is controller inside of authentication feature, but why is API not in the auth feature? Like, it should be there, right? And I partly agree with you, but the problem is, suppose we have tweet API and user API. They're both very interconnected. So some function or some functionality in our app might require user API and tweet API both in the controller. And the logic of feature first approach is that if you don't want any feature, you just have to delete that feature and the app should still work fine for you. That's the logic of feature first approach. If you don't like anything, if you don't like a certain feature, so suppose you don't want tweet related features, you can just delete that feature entirely by just deleting the folder. So if we delete this folder and suppose user API or tweet API is required in some other feature, that will be a problem because we have deleted the APIs folder along with it, right? That's why APIs folder is created in the lib folder. If you don't understand it till now, don't worry, when we get into the real code, you'll understand. This is all theoretical. Practical approach will give you a better insight. So let's go ahead and design the login view now. So this is what we are trying to develop. Now let's break it down and see what all components are needed. First is this component, which seems like an app bar with a Twitter icon over it. Okay, we have the Twitter icon already installed or downloaded. You can see that in assets SVGs. We just had the Twitter logo SVG over here. So we don't need to worry about the logo part. The next thing is a lot of space over here. So we need to put some spacing. And then we have two text fields that look identical. That's the main thing. They both look identical. So we need to create one widget for them because they're identical. If they're identical, we don't have to write the same code again and again. So we can just create one widget for it and keep reusing it, right? Because this is just for the login screen. Even in the sign up screen, we are going to require the same auth fields. Then we have a done button, which is kind of circular in shape. And then we have a text with some part in white color and some part in blue color. Okay, now let's start developing it. So in the app bar, we're going to have the app bar. But again, app bar is going to be reusable because the login view has it, the sign up view has it, even the home screen has it. So let's create a separate widget for it. So if we try to create another widget for an app bar, let's see what we get. So we are just going to have a stateless widget and we are going to call this reusable app bar. And then we are going to return an app bar. So in the lib folder, we are going to create another folder called common. And in this common folder, we are going to have all the common widgets that are required in the app. So the first one is the reusable app bar. Now we'll import material dart. Then we are going to create a stateless widget and call this reusable app bar. Then we are going to return an app bar. And in the app bar, we are going to have a title. Why a title? Because the Twitter icon logo is right in the center. And now we want to display an SVG. To display an SVG, we can't do image.asset or something. We'll have to use a new plugin for it, and that is called SVG Flutter SVG. And now to use it, we'll do SVG picture.asset, and now we'll mention the asset name. We won't directly mention like this, assets/svgs/Twitter logo.png. No, we're not going to do that because we have already created an assets constants file. Here we have it. So we can just do assets constants.Twitter logo. Alright? This is another benefit of having a constants file. If you have to use it everywhere, you can just type this without the scope of making any error. Because we know whatever we have put there is correct. And if you want to change, of course, you can add another logo, change the path over here, and it will change everywhere you've used it. You've just used it right now in your reusable app bar, but if you have a splash screen or something, you can use it there as well. Now we can just take this app bar, put it in the login view, and now you can see we are getting this error. Because app bar cannot be of the type reusable app bar, which is a widget. It needs something known as a preferred size widget. That's why we cannot put app bar in a stateless widget. What we need to do for it is go to the constants, have UI underscore constants.dart file created. We are going to have class of UI constants, and we are going to return a static app bar. And now we can return the app bar from this function because it is of the type app bar. So we can call this function and it will still work because it's of the type app bar, and app bar implements the preferred size widget that's needed in this app bar type, right? So we can copy content from this app bar, delete this file, go to the UI constants and return the app bar here. Now we can import SVG picture, import assets constants. So make sure you import constants.dart and done. Now we can do this. So we can just call UI constants dot app bar. We are not creating an object of UI constants. Instead, we are just doing UI constants dot app bar because it is a static property. If you want, you can make this a non-static property and create an object of UI constants and then call app bar. But I just think this way is better. We can remove this URI which doesn't exist and restart the app. And nothing shows up. So let's see why. One reason is that app bar is of the black color because we have mentioned that in the app theme right here. The app bar theme background color is black and elevation is 0. So if we go to the main.dart file, app theme is this theme that is present over here. So the app bar is black in color. So we cannot see anything. Plus, the logo here is black. We need to change it to blue. So we can just do color palette dot blue color, save it, and now the Twitter icon shows up. But it's quite small, so we need to increase its height. So we can just do height 30. Save it, and here the Twitter icon shows up. It looks exactly like this, but there's one problem. If you open this on an Android emulator, this title will go to the left. We need to keep it centered every time on any platform. So we need to pass in a property of center title true over here. It should be outside of the title property, center title true. Now there's no changes, but we are sure that this will work on Android as well. We'll open the Android emulator when we are working on the tweet feature, but for now let's just develop on iOS, sorry. Another thing that I have problem with is anytime the login view is calling setState, or when we are using Riverpod, you'll see that whenever the loading indicators are showing up, app bar will keep running, and that's not what we want. We want it to not rebuild even during the loading indicator. So what can we do? Well, we could have created widget for it, but we tried and it didn't work for an app bar. That's why we are just going to have final app bar, which is equal to UI constants dot app bar. We are going to create an instance over here so that every time there's a rebuild, it doesn't call this function again, because we are just having the instance of app bar with us, which we have called right here. So every time the build function is recalled, app bar is not built now. And if you save it, it works the same thing, but it's just a little bit of optimization. Now we need a body, and in the body we are going to have a single child scroll view, because we have two text fields. When we click on either of the text field, we can get a render flow error by the keyboard. So whenever you click on this text field, a keyboard appears and it might minimize the screen and give you a render flow error. We want to avoid that, so we are having a single child scroll view. And then we are going to have a child, add a little bit of padding, because padding is needed for all of these fields. You can see the done button has a bit of padding. Both the text fields have padding. So we need the padding. And padding is going to be edge insets dot symmetric. Why symmetric? Because we want it from the left and the right side. So horizontal 20. And now we need child, and the child is going to be column, because we need 4 different type of widgets. 2 text fields. So we are going to have text field 1, text field 2, button, text span. You'll understand why we are having text span here. Well, just to say it simply, because we have 2 different type of colors used and we want them in the same line. You can of course use a row widget for it along with 2 text fields, but a text span widget is better because we have to write lesser code for that. So for the text field 1, we are going to create a separate widget because it's going to be reused, and we are going to call this auth_field.dart. We're not creating this inside the common widget or common folder. Why? Because auth field is only used in login view and sign up view, nothing outside of the auth feature. We'll need different type of fields later on. For example, in edit profile, we are going to have a different kind of field, but not this kind of text field. So let's import material dart. We are going to add a stateless widget and call this auth field. Now we need to return something known as a text form field. You can even use text field, doesn't matter in this case. And then we are going to have a controller. So we'll get the controller from this constructor. Why are we getting it from the constructor? Because if you use auth field like this over here, we need to reuse it, right? So we can again call auth field. And if we use one single text field, both of these will have the same text passed in. So if I write something over here in this text field, it will automatically type it in this field because they both have the same controller. We don't want this to happen. So we are asking them to provide us with the text editing controller themselves so that we don't have this problem. So we'll import this controller and pass it in. Now we need to add a little bit of decoration. So what is the decoration we need? Well, there should be a border, and whenever the text field is clicked on, it should have a blue highlight. And of course some padding in between the hint text like email address and the increase in font size, because the initial or the default one is quite less. So we can do all of that by having decoration, input decoration, focus border with outline input border. This focus border is basically whenever you click on this text field, what color should show up. So whenever you click on the text field, you want the blue color to show up and it should be an outline. So we are having an outline input border. Then we want the border radius to be not exactly a rectangle, but there should be a little bit of curve. So we can have border radius dot circular 5. Then we are going to have a border side of constant border side with color as palette dot blue color. So let's save this, pass in and create controllers first of all. So we are going to have final email controller is equal to text editing controller. And then we are going to have final password controller is equal to text editing controller. Now we just need to dispose this off. And then we are going to have email controller.dispose, password controller.dispose, pass all of this to the auth field. So we'll have controller, email controller, password controller. And if you want to see what I said, if we have both as the same controller, they'll have the same text. Let's try it out. So I'll just say AAA and you can see both have the same text. And if I change this to password controller, both will have different text now. But you can see our focus border is now perfectly working. Whenever we put a focus, it has a blue line, but it's not thick enough. So we need to make it thick. And of course, there's a little bit of less padding here. So we need to add the padding as well. So the width is going to be 3 over here. Save it. And you can see this is much thicker. Now this might not look exactly like this one, but when we increase the padding, so let's do that. So here we are going to have content padding, which should be constant edge insets dot all 22. This is a tried and tested value. I kept on increasing the value and saw what fit the best. So if you have anything else, you can try it on your own. And this has a little bit of more padding. Now I just need a hint text. So the hint text is going to be whatever the login view provides. I cannot just say this is email or this is password, because it will show up for both the text fields. I don't want that. So I'm just going to import that from here. So we have hint text required this dot hint text. Take this hint text and pass it in. We'll pass in the hint text over here, which is email, and this is password. Of course, this is a named argument, so we'll pass that in. Save it. Let's put the warning aside by putting a const. And here we have the password and email showing up. Now we just need a focused border. Now that we have focused border, we want the border that shows up even when we are not focused. So we can add that by having enabled border. So we can just copy this, paste it, replace this with enabled border. So this will show up even when we are not focusing on the text field. And this should be of the gray color. We can save it and see there's too much width. So we can remove the width part. And now we can see this looks cool, but it's not quite there. We need to put it in the center. So we can go to the login view, wrap the single child scroll view with something known as the center widget. And if you're wondering how I got this option, I just clicked over here, Command Shift R, which is a refactoring tool. If you don't have this, you can just do right click, refactor, and then click on the center widget. Now you can save this, and here it is right in the center. Now both of them are very attached to each other, so we want to give it a bit of height. So we can just have constant size box of height 25. So now both of them have some space in between. Now you might think that yeah, the text fields are very down below, but as we add more widgets, this will keep going up. So for example, if I just take this text field, size box, and add a height of 40, here we are. Even when we click over here, this works well. But you can see the text field still feels small. The reason for that is because of the font size. You can see the font size is quite small, not as quite big as this. So we can just go to the auth field, and what do we want to do? We want to increase the font size of this hint text. So we can find something like hint style, and then we can use text style on it, pass in the font size, which is 18, and put a constant over here. And here it is. Now this looks proper. Now we can go to the login view again, and the next thing we need is this button, the done button. So we can create that in the common folder. This is because we are going to need this rounded button later on in some other part of the application. So I'm just going to create it, and I'm going to call this rounded small button dot. Of course you can name it in a better way, but this is what I'm naming it. I'm going to import material dot. I'm going to create a stateless widget and call this rounded small button. And here we are going to have a final void callback of onTap. And this is needed because we want to require this dot onTap from the widget we are going to use this widget in. Similar to what we had done in the auth field. We imported all of this. We are going to require all of this as well. And we are sure, since this is a button, this is going to have different onTap. Now there are different ways of creating this rounded small button, but the way I'm going to use is I'm just going to have a chip widget. I'm not going to really have any button. We're going to have a chip widget label. And this text is again going to come from the constructor. So we can have final string label, require this dot label, and pass it in. Now I can save this, use this rounded small button in login view. So I can replace this. I'm going to pass in the onTap as empty function for now, and the label is done. Save it, and let's see what we get. This is the button. Looks quite similar, but there are a few things that have to be changed. The background color, for example, should be white, and the font color in there should be black. So for the label, or more like, first we'll configure the background color. The background color should be the color here, and we're going to take this from the constructor as well. If you're wondering why, this is because if you're wondering why can I not directly use palette.black color? This is because this rounded small button is going to be used in some other widget, and they might need some other background color, some other font color. So we cannot directly mention it over here. So we can have final color, background color, and since we are here, we can create another one, which is font color or the text color. Now we can copy this, have required this dot background color, required this dot text color. Now we can pass in the background color here, and that label or the text color is style, text style, color is text color, and this should be it. So we can go to the login view, pass in the background color as palette.background color, and font color or the text color, that is going to be palette.white color, right? As we had decided. We're just putting it here so that when we have to use this rounded small button somewhere else, that won't be a problem. And if you want to minimize the code, what you can do instead is just remove both of this, go to the rounded small button and say this is not a required field. Whenever the user wants to change this background color, they can just do that by having it mentioned explicitly. Otherwise, it will just be palette.background color or palette.white color. So if this is used in some other widget and this widget needs some other color, then they can explicitly mention that the background color should be palette.blue suppose, and the font color should be white only. So we have minimized the code that we need to write over here. So let's restart it and see. Here is our button and it's quite the opposite of what we wanted. So let's just replace them. We want the text color to be black and background color to be white. Sorry about that. So this is what we wanted. Now we have this button. Now we just need to increase the font size, and there's a bit of less padding, so we need to increase that. So the font size should be increased, so I'll just put it 16. Again, this is a tried and tested value. And there should be label padding. So we can just have label padding constant edge insets dot symmetric. From the horizontal direction I need 20. I'll save it. Now this looks very absurd. I want an increase in the vertical padding as well. So I can just do vertical 5. Save it. And here you can see both of them look similar. But this button is in the center. I want it in the right hand side. So for that, I can go to the login view again, wrap this rounded small button in a widget known as align. This align widget will help us align this rounded small button. So it will help its child widget to get aligned. And we want to align it to alignment.topRight. Save it. And here we have it. Looks good. Now we need to leave some space and add our text spans. So I can copy the size box, remove this comment, and now we are going to have rich text. Why are we having rich text? Because text span is not really a widget, it is a span. And in this rich text, we can add multiple spans. For example, if you look at this, this requires inline span. This is where our text span is going to be there. So we can just have text span. And in the text span, the text is going to be don't have an account. So let's see what we get with just this much. Yep, we have this. We had been referring to the sign up screen all that time, but this is going to have don't have an account because we are on the login screen. If we are on the login screen and if you're going to go to the sign up screen, we don't have an account. So don't have an account. Then we are going to have in the children a text span. And in the text span, we are going to have a text called sign up with a space over here. The space should be mentioned over here because there is a bit of spacing here. If we don't add space, both of these texts will be stuck together. So we have sign up. Let's save this much. Here we have it. We just need to change the color of this text span. So we can just have style, text style, and text style should have a color of palette.blue color, and font size should be increased to 16. And the same thing should happen above as well. The font size for this text span should also increase. So you can just put it over here that the color is the normal color what you're showing, but the font size should be 16. And both of these font sizes should match because they're on the same line. One having a bigger text and another having a smaller text would look very absurd. And here we have it. Looks good. Now we are getting all of this warning, so we can just add a const, but we cannot add a const because this requires a recognizer. So whenever the sign up over here is clicked, we need to navigate to the sign up screen. That's why we are going to have a recognizer, and this is going to be tap gesture recognizer ... on tap. This is the syntax, tap gesture recognizer ... on tap, and whenever the on tap is made, we need to call this function. This function will be called, and whatever you want to do, we want to navigate from this screen to the sign up screen, so we can add that when we create the sign up view. Now we can just put constant over here and save it. So the login view looks correct. Similar thing will be needed for the sign up view. So let's quickly do that. So we'll have sign up _view ... import material create a stateless widget, actually stateful widget of sign up view. Save it. Now we'll copy all of this. We're going to import the constants, so we can just import constants.dart. And I think constants doesn't export UI constants, so we can do that. So we can export ./UI constants.dart, and we can fix this in the login view as well. We want to import constants.dart. Again, coming back to the signup view, we need to return stuff. So we can just return the scaffold, import the palette. So we are going to import theme.dart. We're going to import Flutter gestures package so that we have tap gesture recognizer. We're going to import the rounded small button. And actually, instead of directly importing it, we are going to create a common.dart file over here as well. So we are going to export ./rounded small button for now. So we can come over here, import this, and import common.dart, so that we'll import less of other features. So if anything else is needed in this screen, we just have to import them there, because the common.dart is already present. It will import all of the things that have been exported from here. Now we'll also import auth field. So let's import it. And this looks good. Now just to see this on main.dart, let's change this to signup view. And let's go to the signup view and see what changes need to be made. Well, email and password are both the fields that are needed. Done is also there. Now we just have to change this to already have an account. So we already have an account and we want it to be login. So we can just pass in log in. And here we have it. Now whenever the user comes first time to this application, we either want to show the home screen if the user is logged in, or the sign up screen because it's the first time they're entering the application. So this sign up view is going to be the screen that will show up in the main.dart for now. When we have the home screen, we'll put the logic of adding the home screen over there. Now what we want to do is whenever we click on this button, we want to go to the login view. So we can create that right now. So here in the sign up view, whenever this is clicked, the on tap, we are just going to have navigator dot push, and we'll pass in the context, then material page route, then we are going to have context, and then we are going to return the login view. And this is going to be a constant. Now this is a lot of code to write, the material page route. So what we are going to do is just copy this or cut this, go to the login view, create something like static route for this, and return a material page route, right? So now what we have to do is just login view dot route. So we don't have to use this long boilerplate code every time we need to navigate from sign up to login, or suppose we are logging out. So we don't have to do this in the home screen or the other screen as well, wherever the logout operation takes place. We just have to do login view dot route and it works fine. Now the same thing is needed for the sign up view when we move from login to sign up view. So in the on tab, we are just going to have this, and then we are going to go to the sign up view. Actually, let me just copy this route, put this in the sign up view, and just return a sign up view over here. Now we can go down and pass in sign up view dot route. Now when I click over here, nothing happens. So let's restart the app. If I click over here, I go to the login view. How do I know that? Because your sign up shows up. And if I go over here, the sign up button shows up. That's pretty cool. Now that both of these things work, the next part is making the authentication part work. So whenever we enter the email address and password and then click on done, we need to create a user and then send them to the login screen, and then the user should be able to log in with the same credential. And if it's a different credential, we should show them an error. But before doing all of that, we need to install the main package that will drive our entire app, which is the Flutter Riverpod package, because all of the connections, everything is going to be made through Riverpod, and it's going to be very easy, and I'll explain every step that needs to be taken and why we are doing what we are doing. So let's get started with it right now. So let's install the Flutter Riverpod package. So I'll just add Flutter Riverpod. Make sure you have Flutter_Riverpod, not just Riverpod. Riverpod package is for Dart packages and Dart code, but Flutter Riverpod is mainly for Flutter SDK. So make sure you install that. And now in the APIs, we are going to create our first API, which is the auth API.dart. And first of all, we are going to create an abstract class. And this abstract class is going to be called auth API, sorry. And what is this abstract class for? Well, this abstract class is going to contain all the functions that are going to be present in our main class, which is the auth API class, which we are going to implement. So we are going to have this. So whatever function we pass in here, the class is going to have its implementation present over here. Why is abstract class needed? Because for many reasons. Two main reasons I create an abstract class are because abstract class contains all the functions related to a particular API. So example, the auth API will contain all the function signatures that are required. So for example, if I want to sign in, I'll have suppose a void signup function, right? Now I get an error over here. I can just do command full stop, create the missing override that's needed because I'm implementing auth API, and then I can do my signup process here. This is required so that in case I want to change my backend from Appwrite to suppose Firebase or Node.js, I can just delete this auth API class entirely so that there's no Firebase implementation, and I can just have class auth API again implementing auth API, right? Now I will get all the missing signatures or the missing implementations. I will create them and write my code from scratch. I still have all the functions that are required for my application, but the implementation will be different, so I can easily change my backend from Appwrite to some other database. This is very useful. Another place where it's mainly used is in testing. So if you want to test a bunch of functions and you don't want to forget which function to test out, you can use this abstract class and implement it. And if you're wondering why this is prefixed with I, this is basically interface. This is an interface for the auth API class. So this is why we have the abstract class. It's very handy, and you'll understand its main purpose when you shift the backend if you want to. Anyways, let's just delete all of that. We are not going to have this function signature. We are going to have it a bit differently. What is the difference? Well, this auth API is just containing Appwrite code. There's nothing else going to be present. So we don't know if it's going to be a success or a failure. And even if we know that, we want to send it to the controller that, yeah, this is the success. So if it's a success, this is the data. And if it's a failure, what is the error message? So for that, we need to return two data types. As of now, Dart doesn't support returning two data types. It's a work in progress. I'll mention a Medium article where it shows that it should be out in the mid of 2023. But as of now, it's not possible. So what can we do? Well, we can install a package known as fp.dart. And if we install that fp.dart package, we'll be able to return two types of data types. So if it's a success, we are going to send that. If it's a failure, we are going to send another thing. And that will help us a lot. And it also provides us a bunch of functions to handle those success and error messages. So if it's a success, it will give us a very useful API that we can use and bypass the boilerplate code that we need to write again and again. If you don't understand, don't worry. I'll explain it to you right now. So suppose we want to return a success and a failure, right? So if it's a success, I want to return the account of the user. So whatever data is present, like the current account of the user, this is something Appwrite gives us. And if it's a failure, I just want to return a string. So I can do that by having either. This is something given by fp dot. And then if it's success, I want to return account. And if it's a failure, then I want to return string. So it will either return account or it will return string. That's the main purpose. And then we can have the sign up process. So we will have sign up, and obviously we need to require the email and the password of the user so that we can sign up the user. So we'll have required string email, required string password, and there we are. But this is obviously not going to be either. This is going to be future either, because Appwrite is going to connect with our backend. So Appwrite client that we have the package, it will connect us with the Appwrite server. So it will take some time. That's why it's a future. So we will have future either account string, because we are going to use async in there, right? This is a pretty big thing to write. And this will be happening even in login function and several other functions. We don't want to continuously write such a big type definition. It's a time and resource waste. So what we can do instead is create a new folder in lib called core. And this core folder is going to contain all the essential things. For example, we're going to have something known as type definitions over here. Type defs dot. And this is going to contain all the type definitions for our app. So the first type definition, we can create type definition like this. Type definition is basically creating our own type, like future, either, like them. So we have future either, which is equal to future, and we'll pass in either just like we did before. But this time I made a mistake previously. When it's a failure, we'll return string, and if it's a success, we are going to return account. This is for the failure and this is for the success, not the other way around. Then we'll import the fp package, and then we are going to return failure. And in case of success, we want success. But what are these failure and success classes? So we are going to create failure class first of all. So we have failure dot. So we'll have class failure, final string message, and final string, not string, stack trace, so that the failure contains the message, what message needs to be displayed, and the stack trace. And even you can even have the hash codes and whatever, but we are just going to have two of them, and we don't need the named constructor. We are just going to have positional constructors over here, and we can mark this as a constant. Great. So we can go to the type definition, import failure package from core, but again in the core, we are going to have something known as core dot. We are going to export failure dot. We are going to export type definitions dot. That's it. And now we'll import failure. So let's import failure. We are not importing core over here because we are in the same folder as of now. And for the success, it really depends. If it's a success, here you can see we had to return an account, but somewhere else we'll have to return, suppose, a map or some other data or some other data type Appwrite has to offer. So this really depends on where we are using it. So we can just do this. We can pass in a generic type T over here, and then we can pass T over here. Now if you don't understand this, no problem. I'll show it to you over here. Now if we use future either, you can see we have this. Now the signup function has a type of future either failure dynamic. This is exactly what we had written over here. Future either failure, but this is now dynamic. Why? Because we have not mentioned anything over here. Now if I mention string over here, the success type over here is now string. Since it continuously varies, I've mentioned the success type over here. So somewhere it can return account, somewhere it can return map, somewhere it can return string. And this function will have the appropriate data type return. Correct? Now let's create a few more type definitions. Another type definition is future either void, which is equal to future either void. What does this mean? The success data type is void. Basically, if it's a success, we don't want to return anything. We just want to let the controller know that yeah, it's a success, you can move forward. And another data type that we can have is type definition future void. Not future either void, just future void, which is equal to future void. This is basically eliminating the usage of future generic type. But if you want, you can keep this. Otherwise, you can just remove this. Doesn't matter. So we can remove fp dot from here. We don't need that because we are importing type definition. And we can even import core.dart now since we have exported type definition from core.dart package. Cool? If you didn't understand, I'll again brief you through it. Basically, we have core.dart, we have exported type definition and failure.dart. Now failure has this class which has a string message and a stack trace, so that if we want to debug, we can just do failure.stack trace and it will give us the correct stack trace. And then we have the type definition where we have mentioned two types, and in case of success we have taken it basically from wherever we are calling it. Now we have returned for success as account over here. But there's one thing to note in Appwrite. There are two accounts over here. One is the account from models. So if we just remove this and go to the account model, this is the account model, and this is basically a simple model, the user account class, which requires have from map to map functions, just like we're going to create our models. And it implements a model, right? Another one is from the service class. This allows us to authenticate and manage a user account. So this is a service, and this service will help us to call sign up, login functions. So we have get function over here, which will help us get the user account. It will get us the create method, which will help us to create an account, and update email and all of those. So this is related to service. But the other one was basically a model that was returned to us in case we want to get the user name, the user email, and all of those stuff. You can see that in the get function. It is returning to us models.account. Models.account is basically this model, right? So this was a difference, and this is very important to note because sometimes you'll by mistake import the models and the service both, and you'll be confused as to why we are not getting any autocomplete features or error. So if you just import models, you can see it gives you an error because it is defined in both of those places. It's the same account, but one is from service and other is a model. What do we need in this case? When we sign up, we should be getting the model of the user, right? When we want to sign up the user, we'll be using the account service. Let me just simplify it. When you want to sign up or you want to get the user account, you'll be using model.account. And when you want to, you'll be using account, which is coming from appwrite.dart or service account. You can just call it that. And when you want to access the user data, then you'll be using model.account. So we can prefix this as model so that there's no confusion. And now we can have model.account over here because we are signing up the user. After signing up, after signing up the user, that means after creating the user account, it will give us a model account and we can return that to the controller. But when we want to sign up or create the user, then we'll be using account. If it's not clear, don't worry, we'll see this in code right now. So I'll again have class auth API, which will implement auth API, and we are going to create one missing override. It has everything in it. We'll call this asynchronous. And now let me demonstrate the difference to you exactly in terms of code. So we are going to have final account over here, which is a private variable, because whenever we do auth API, we should not be able to access account like this, right? That's why we are having a private variable. Now we'll create a constructor for this, which will be required account, and we'll set this account variable to account that's received from the constructor. Basically, this is a private variable. We are requiring this account, which is a new variable, which is not private, because in named constructor, you cannot have required this dot underscore account. It will give you an error. So you have this, and you're finally assigning the private account variable to the account variable that's coming from the constructor. I hope that makes sense. The whole point of all of this is just so that your class has this as a private variable and its instance is not available outside of the class. Now, to demonstrate the difference to you between account model and account service, we can just have underscore account, which is the service one, dot, and it will give you a bunch of options. Create anonymous session. This means account service is related to creating and managing the data in the server side in the Appwrite dashboard. But on the other hand, if we have model.account, let me have model.account. You can see if we create an instance of this, we get email verification. These are all the user related data. And that's what I said above. If you want to sign up or want to get user account, you can use simply account, which is service account. And if you want to access user related data, there's model.account. I hope it's clear now. If you're not, just play around with it a little bit and you'll get a great understanding of it. Now we are just going to have try catch, because there's a scope of error we don't know. It's not really an error, it's an exception. So we are putting this in a try catch block. And now we'll catch account dot create. And then we have three fields to pass in: email, password, which has already been passed in, and the user ID. Do we have the user ID? Well, no. The user ID is a randomly generated unique ID. So we cannot have that. So for Appwrite to create it uniquely, what I can do is put a string and have unique typed in over here. If I do this much, Appwrite will generate a unique ID for this account. If there's another syntax for it called id.unique, and this does the same thing. If you just click command full stop, you can see it just returns the same string we entered over here before. So you can use either of these. I'll just go ahead with this because there's less scope of error, even if there is a little bit of error scope. And if you see over here, it's returning to us an account, and this account is model.account. We need to return this to the controller. So we can just have final account, which is equal to await account.create. Now we have account in our hand. We can just do return account, right? No. This is because the return data type of this function is future, either failure or account. In case of success, we have to do something like this. We have to return right and then pass in an account variable inside of it. This is something given by fp.dart itself. So if it's success, we let them know that this is the success variable and this is the data you're getting when it's success. If you try to pass in something like a string, it will give you an error because argument type string cannot be assigned to the parameter type account. So you need to pass in an account variable over here. Now in case of failure, we'll just do return left. Because it's a failure, we'll return left. And then we can pass in right? No, because in case of failure, we have to return failure class. and then we'll pass in message as e.toString, and stack trace, which we get from catch function here, we'll pass in the stack trace as well. So this is it. This is the function to create a user account in Appwrite dashboard. But there's one other thing you can do to improve the exception handling over here, which is catching on Appwrite exception. So we have on Appwrite catch e stack trace, and then we are going to return left over here as well. But this time, since it's an Appwrite exception, this is of the type Appwrite exception, not object. So we can access some methods given to us like e.message and return that. But it's giving us an error because e.message gives us a string, and failure has an acceptance of just string. So we can just have something like this done, where we say some unexpected error occurred. And the stack trace is as it is. So if it is null, we are going to return some unexpected error occurred. Otherwise, we are just going to have e.message passed in. So this is the entire function. I hope you understood the difference between account and model.account. If you didn't, you can rewind it. I've spent a lot of time on it already. I wouldn't like to spend more on it. Anyways, we are done with this. Now let's use the provider package to provide this class. Now let's use the Riverpod package to provide this class. So we can just have final auth API provider, which is equal to provider. This provider class is given to us by Riverpod itself. And Riverpod gives us access to ref. So what is this thing? Provider lets us provide a single instance which is immutable. So if you try to change the value of this auth API provider later on in the future, it will give you an error. There are multiple types of providers in Riverpod, like provider, this one, future provider, stream provider, state provider, and state notifier provider. There are two other types as well, notifier and async notifier, but we're not going to use that in this tutorial. So what is the difference between provider, state provider, and all of them? Provider basically provides a read-only value. You won't be able to change its state anytime. So if you return this auth API class from here and pass in the account, which we will do, you cannot change the value to return something else later on in the app. It will just be a read-only value. State provider and state notifier provider help us to change the value later on in the app. We are going to take a look at them, but for now, let's concentrate at provider. Another two types that I mentioned, future provider and stream provider, we are going to use them extensively in this application because Appwrite is all about futures and streams. Other question that you might have is, why are we using provider here? Why can't we just use auth API class like this everywhere, right? Now, I will agree with you, you can use that, but with provider, it becomes better in bigger application because you don't have to create an instance. So suppose you have to instance auth API class over here. So if you use this in some place, you'll have to also import account provider. And now if you have to create account like this, then you'll have to also pass in the client. And for the client, you'll again have to pass in client like this. There's a lot of things to do. And even in the client, you'll have to pass in, suppose like the endpoint if you want it differently, or self-signed if you want it differently. There's a lot of work to do. So instead of doing all of that, we are going to create separate providers for each one of them, including auth API provider. You don't want to include this auth API class every single time you use it, right? It is a lot of code to write. Provider will minimize that differently. Also, provider caches all of this. So it won't create a new instance of this auth API every single time. It will just cache it and give it to us. So that helps in memory efficiency as well. So now that you've understood this, we can go in the core and create something known as providers.dart. This is going to contain all the Appwrite related providers or any other provider in our application that is not related to a class. For example, this Auth API provider is related to this Auth API class. So if we want to delete Auth API at a certain point, we can just delete this file and everything related to Auth API goes away. So we are not going to have Auth API provider in providers.dart. We are going to have common kind of providers, which is final Appwrite client provider, which is equal to provider ref should be small. This ref is basically provider ref. It will help us to interact with other providers. You'll see an example of it in just a minute. Let me just first complete this. Now we are going to create client variable. So we have client equal to client. This Appwrite client provider will be used in suppose account provider, in database provider, in real-time provider, all of the functionalities that Appwrite has to offer. So it's important for it to be created as a provider. Then we can just return client dot set endpoint, and we already have the endpoint with us. Don't forget, we have Appwrite constants. So we can just return its endpoint. So we have Appwrite constants dot endpoint dot set project, and we need to pass in the project ID over here so that it can make the connection with Appwrite dashboard. So what is the project ID? We have stored that. So we have Appwrite constants dot project ID dot set self signed status, of which should be true. This is for the self signed certificate and will be used only for development. This code can be found on their documentation, or when you complete the platform part, we had all of this written. So you can copy it from there. I just wanted to demonstrate what every function means, so I just rewrote it. Now we will create final Appwrite account provider. So we have account provider, which is equal to provider ref, and now we will return account, right? And this account should be from Appwrite.dart, not the model one. Remember that. I've explained to you why. Now we need to pass in the client, so we need this. So what we can do now is final client is equal to ref.watch Appwrite client provider. So this is where ref helps us. I said it can help you to interact with other provider. So this ref is helping me to interact with other provider in the Appwrite account provider. I'll repeat that. This ref will help me to interact with other providers using ref.watch or ref.read. The difference between ref.watch is that it continuously watches for any changes in provider, and ref.read is just a single time thing. So it will just read it once the first time and then it will stop keeping track on it. I'm keeping watch because in case I want to change any of the dependencies here, and if I click on save, it will automatically show that on the screen. With ref.read, that's not possible. We'll have to restart the entire app from here. But you can use any of them. It really doesn't matter unless you don't want the hot reload feature or the hot restart feature. So this is the Appwrite account provider. We'll go back here. Now we need to get account. So we can just do ref again and again dot read or dot watch. I'm going to do watch and I'm going to watch the Appwrite account provider. If you do Appwrite client provider, it will throw an error because it gives the type of client. We don't want client, we want Appwrite account provider. So just to minimize the complexity, if I just cut this, paste it over here. So we have final account is equal to ref.watch, and check this, this has the type of account. So watching this will give us the type of account. Now we can take this account and paste it over here. So we have the auth API ready with us. And that is why we are using providers. It minimizes the work to be done by a lot. So anyways, let's get started with the controller part. We have created the API. We are just having Appwrite calls over here. Now in the auth controller.dart, I'll call this function and print the name and the email of the user so that we know that yeah, whatever was done was correct. And then later on, we'll check in the Appwrite dashboard as well. And after that, we can test this on Android emulator as well, because there is a certain problem in Android which you'll face. So the auth controller over here is going to be called auth controller, but this is not all it. This Appwrite controller is going to extend something known as a state notifier. As I already mentioned, Riverpod has multiple providers. The second one is state notifier provider. Provider was used when you wanted to provide an instance of the class, or you wanted to provide a read-only value, a value which cannot be updated. But with this state notifier, we will expose a value which can be updated and which can also be read. So this is an upgrade over the normal provider. And here we are getting an error because we have extended state notifier. So I'll press command full stop, create a constructor to call super. I'll remove this because super should be called over here. And what is all of this super and stuff? So here in the state notifier, you might see that we need to mention a type, a generic type. What is the value that will be changed? And for us, it is a Boolean value. Why? Because we want to add something known as is loading. So if our app is loading, so suppose we click on the sign up button and the data is being stored to Appwrite server, the loading indicator should show up in that time. And that's why we have the Boolean value of is loading. So initially the is loading part is going to be false. This Boolean value indicates is loading variable for us. Initially it should be false. Now, whenever the user creates an account, so we'll have void sign up, and this controller is going to require string name, string email, not name, sorry, it will require a password. So we can have email, password, and also build context. Why build context? Because in case of error, we want to show a snack bar, and the syntax for snack bar is scaffold messenger dot of context. It uses build context. So we need the build context. But note that we can use build context and everything inside of a controller because we don't want to test it. But we cannot use this inside auth API because this class is what we want to test. Of course, I'm not including that in this tutorial, but controllers are not tested in this application. Only auth APIs are, or anything related to APIs are. So that's why I can use build context here. However, if you want to test the controller as well, you'll have to remove the build context call. Anyways, since I'm not testing this, I can have build context over here. And now what I'll do is state equal to true. What does state equal to true? Well, state is basically of the type Boolean, and it is Boolean because I mentioned over here Boolean. State is basically is loading value. You can consider state as is loading. It's just named as state because this is what Riverpod has to offer. But this is basically our is loading variable. So right now, when the user clicks on sign up button, this function will get triggered. And when this function gets triggered, is loading becomes true. So we start to show the loading indicator and then we start a process. What is the process? Well, we just call final response is equal to await. So we need async. Why are we awaiting it? Because we have something known as auth API. This thing exactly. We need to call this so that we can create a user account. So here I'm just going to have an instance of auth API and it's going to be similar a private variable just like this one, and we are going to require this as a named argument. So we have required auth API, and underscore auth API will be equal to auth API. We have known this already. Now we can just use underscore auth API dot sign up. After we do sign up, we have to pass an email and password. We have already passed that because we are getting this from the function parameters. Now if you hover over this res, it is of the type either failure account. Now how do we get, if it's failure value, how do we get the value? If it's success value, how do we get the success value? Well, for that, we can call response.fold. This is one good method FP provides us so that we can efficiently handle a failure and a success. L is basically the left value and R is the right value. So our left value is a failure class and right value is the account variable or the account model. So in case of success, in failure, we want to display a snack bar. In case of success, right now I just want to print r.name, r.email, whatever. And in case of failure, what do I have to do? Well, I want to have a snack bar. So I can just have scaffold messenger dot of snack bar and all of those stuff. But it's a lot of code to write. So I'm just going to create one function for it so that I can reuse it every single time. So you can go to the core folder, create a file called utils.dart, and here have your first function, which is chino snack bar. It is going to have multiple utility functions as well, like other functions, pick images, pick image, all of those functions, but we'll create them as and when we need them. So for the show snack bar, we are going to require two things. One is the build context and another is the content. And here we are going to have scaffold messenger dot of context dot show snack bar. And here we'll pass in the snack bar all the code that's required to create a snack bar. This is all that we need. Now I can take this. I've not created a class for this because it's a normal utility file. I just want to call this function without calling the class. That's why I've created this as a global function. Now I can just call show snack bar over here, pass in the build context right here, and the content, which is the text, and the text is l.message. Since it's a failure class, I can access the message property on it. But of course, if there's some problem, we can also print l.stacktrace and it will give us the entire trace of where the error is happening and all of those stuff. Now I'll create a provider for this auth controller class. But just creating a provider is useless because we are extending it from a state notifier. So we have something known as a state notifier provider. Let's create that. But before creating that, you might think that it's a lot of boilerplate code to write even with Riverpod. To minimize that, you can go to the extensions tab in VS Code and search for Riverpod snippets. And you can go over here and install the one by Robert Brunig. After you install that, you can go to the auth controller. Just type state notifier provider and it will give you the snippet for the code. Now you can type the name. So the name of the provider is auth controller provider. Now you have to mention the type over here because earlier it could auto detect the type. If you hover over this, it auto detected that this is of the type auth API. With state notifier provider, it cannot do that. It can detect one type, but we have to pass in two things. First is the type of the class that we are returning from the state notifier provider. We are going to return the auth controller class from the state notifier provider. And another is the type that we have mentioned over here, which is Boolean. So we have Boolean. And now we can return auth controller. And that's it. Now we need to get instance of the auth API class, and I hope you know how to do that. You can just do ref.watch auth API provider and we are done. We have created a system of efficient techniques so that we can just do some simple lines and it will work for us. So we created a state notifier provider because we had extended it from state notifier. We typed in the class, the auth controller class, and then we passed in the boolean data type because that's what we had passed in over here. If you remove this boolean, it gives you an error over here because you'll have to remove that, and you'll have to pass in dynamic over here because if you don't mention anything, it's dynamic. But we want it to be boolean so that we get nice autocomplete features later on. What is this later on? Well, it's in the login view itself. So if I go to the signup view, and call a function, so we'll have void on signup, and we'll have ref, but we cannot use ref over here. Why? Because there's nothing like ref variable or anything here. So what we have to do is come over here, press command over here, come over here, press option if you're on Mac, and select all of these three things, stateful widget, state, and pass consumer to it. Now click on command full stop and import the Flutter Riverpod library. We have converted the stateful widget to a consumer stateful widget. This consumer stateful widget will give us access to widget ref. What is widget ref? Well, we saw provider ref. Provider ref helps us to interact provider with the provider, but widget ref helps us from widget to a provider. So now I have again access to ref. Why do I have access to ref over here? Because consumer state gives us access to something known as ref. If you just come over here, you can see it has something known as widget ref. So I can use that and call read method on it. Whenever we want to call a function from a provider, we'll always use read. You can get a more description over here. Reads a provider without listening to it. Avoid calling read inside build if the value is only used for events. Event is what I said. When you read it, you only have to call functions on it. If you use this if you use ref inside of build function, not in any functions. If you use this inside of build function, you need to use ref.watch. If you're using it in any of the functions like over here, you have to use ref.read. Now what do I want to read? I want to read auth controller provider. Don't do auth API provider because I said you cannot have auth API files inside of a UI file. So we have auth controller provider dot notifier. When you use notifier, you get access to the class instance, and then you can use the signup function. However, if you don't use notifier, you won't get access to any of the methods. Why? Let's see the difference. If we use final res is equal to this and hover over this, this is of the type boolean. Why? When we did this with provider, it gave us the instance of auth controller provider or the auth controller class, right? But when using res, it gives us boolean. Well, that's because of the difference between provider and state notifier provider. In auth controller, we have used state notifier provider. When we just do ref.read or ref.watch auth controller provider, it gives us a boolean value, which is the isLoading value. But when we want to get instance of the class, we have to use ref.read auth controller provider dot notifier. I know it's a bit overwhelming, but as and when we build more functions and use more of these Riverpod techniques, you'll understand why we are doing what we are doing. And you'll get an intuition of when to use what. So as of now, we'll just use .notifier because we want to get instance of the class. If you hover over this, this is of the type auth controller now. And now I can call sign up on this method. Now we have to pass an email, so I'll pass an email controller.text. Password will be password controller.text. And the build context. Build context is provided in the consumer state itself. It's like the state property, but it has context as well as widget ref with it. Now I can take this on sign up function, go down and put it in the done button. So whenever the done button is clicked, I want this to run and it should create something for us. Now before running the app, there's one last thing we need to do. Go to the main.dart file and wrap my app widget with provider scope. Provider scope is another widget provided by Flutter Riverpod package. This provider scope keeps track of all the providers that are declared. Because these providers are declared globally in our applications, you can see that it's declared outside of the class. This provider scope will keep track of each one of them. And if you're afraid of global variables, like they can be updated from anywhere in our app and there are a lot of concerns with global variables, don't worry about it because these providers are immutable. So now I can take this const and put it beside provider scope and remove the unused import of login view. If you don't put this provider scope, it will give you an error in the debug console. Now let's restart the app and see what we are getting. So I'll just sign up the user. So I'll pass in the test123@gmail.com, pass in the password as test123, click on done, and it doesn't work. The reason for that is in the rounded small button, we have taken the void callback on tap, but we have not added that anywhere. So we need to wrap this chip with a widget known as Inkwell. You can also use gesture detector instead, but Inkwell will give the nice splash effect that I need. And then I have on tap, and in the on tap, instead of passing an empty function, I'll just pass in on tap, which is from the constructor. Now I'll restart the entire application, come over here and start. So I've test@gmail.com, pass in test123, click on done, and still nothing happens. Here you can see it's giving us an error, missing plugin exception. No implementation found for all of this. Whenever you get this error, this is probably because you've added a new package, a new dependency to perspec.yaml file, but you have not restarted the entire app. So you need to restart it without debugging. And now after this is done, let's try it again. Alright, so our app is now complete. Let's come over here, pass in the email, which is test@gmail.com, password test123, click on done, and you can see invalid password. Password must at least be 8 characters. So I'll just pass in 4, which makes it 8 characters, and then click on done. No error. And here you can see it's giving us nothing. Well, that's because if we go to the auth controller, we have printed the name, but there's no user name. There's user email. So you have to print in the email. And now let's see. If I try to do it again, it should give me an error because the user already has been created. So if I click on done, a user with the same email already exists in your project. So I'll just have a different email and then click on done. And here you can see we get the correct email. Now if we go to the Appwrite dashboard as well, then click over here, go to Authentication tab. We have 2 users created, test@gmail.com and test1@gmail.com. If you maximize the screen, you can see the status, the email is not verified. There's no name, there's email, there's no phone number. You can enter the new password from the dashboard, the user preferences, the key and the value you can have. The objective for this is written over here. You can read it and you can delete the user as well. The user ID is also over here, and this is a uniquely generated user ID. I told you it will generate uniquely if I just mention unique in the auth API right here. And if you just paste it, you can see this is a different user ID, a randomly generated one. And this will differ from the test@gmail.com, so we can be sure about it. Alright, now that the user has been created and everything works, the next step is to log in the user with the same email and password if the user exists. So we have to create a function for login. But even before that, there's one thing. If I click on done, there's no indication of loading indicators. Even though in the auth API we have said, in the auth controller, we have said state is equal to true. Is loading is true. So why is it not showing? Well, because we have not watched it. So in the signup view, we have to go here, get the is loading value. How are we going to get this? We have already seen that. We have ref.watch auth controller provider. Now if you hover over this, this is of the type boolean because it's the is loading value. So if the data is being loaded, what do we want to do? We want to show a loading indicator. To do that, we are going to create a new widget in common called as loading underscore page dart. We're going to import material dart. We're going to have a stateless widget called loader, which is going to return a center child circular progress indicator. And this is going to be a constant. And this is the loader widget we are going to use. But why have I named this loading page? This is because we are going to create another stateless widget called loading page. We're going to extend the stateless widget, but this time we are going to wrap it with a scaffold. And in the body, we are going to have a loader. And this is going to be a const scaffold. This loading page will be required in main.dart file when we want to show the loading page. This is just a loader which can be used in some other pages, but we want our own page of loading to show up, we'll use this. So here we can just have loader like this. So if it is loading, we'll get a constant loader. Otherwise, we have all of this. And now you can see we are getting the loading indicator continuously. Why are we getting this loading indicator? Well, that's because we had clicked the button, the is loading state has started. So in the controller, we have state is equal to true, but we have not put state is equal to false anywhere. That's why it continuously keeps on loading. So here we have to have state is equal to false. Now if we restart the app, pass in test@gmail.com, test1234, click on done. It gives a loading indicator, but as soon as there's no error or there is an error, it will stop the loading indicator. So I hope you have understood the entire process. We have state notifier provider, we have state notifier, we create an account using auth API, we start the state. So is loading is set to true. If is loading is set to true and we are on the signup view, we are constantly listening to it using ref.watch. If you just do ref.read, it will not work for you. You have to do ref.watch. Ref.read is strictly prohibited while using Riverpod in the build context or the build function. Now whenever is loading values changes, we'll check is loading. If the variable is loading, then show a loader. Otherwise, the entire widget tree. I hope this process was understood. If it's not, I would recommend you to watch this entire thing or analyze this code, because this is the very foundations that we are going to use in literally every single file. If you're overwhelmed by all of this, don't worry. When we create more files, when we create more functions, you'll get a hang of when to use what. And I'll be sharing my thoughts on the same every single time. So anyways, now that this loading part is also done, we are going to create the login function, which is very similar to the signup function. So in the IOAuth API, we are going to create a login function now. So similar to the signup function, we are going to create the login function here. But here, it's not going to return account. It's going to return something known as session. Whenever you log in, you get a session, and whenever you sign up, you get the user account. That's how Appwrite works. So here, let's create the missing implementation. And actually, I'm just going to copy something from the signup function here. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing because everything is very similar. I would recommend you to write this so that you get a practice. I've already written it before, so I don't find the need to practice more. But anyways, we have the create here, but this is for sign up. To sign in, you have to do create session, and create email session, you have to pass in the email and a password. That's all. Here, you could have passed in the name attribute as well, so that when you do r.name in the auth controller here, you don't get blank space. But we're just having email and password. Name is going to be saved in the database. This is the authentication console. Nothing is getting saved in the database. If you just come to the Appwrite console, this is the database part, and nothing is being stored over here. Everything is being stored in the authentication tab as of now. So here we have created the email session. This gives us a session. So let's call this session, and we will return that session. So when we do create, it will sign up for us. It will just create an account in the Appwrite console, but it will not log you in. To log you in, you have to do create email session. And that's all that's needed for login function. Pretty similar. Now we can go to the auth controller and declare this. So I'll just have void login, and it's going to be very similar to this. So let's just copy this, paste it in here. This is going to be async. Then we are going to have all of this stuff as well. So let's just paste it right here. But this is going to be called login. The state will be true, but we are going to call auth API.login. We'll pass in the email, we'll pass in the password, set state to false, show snack bar in case of error. But here you can see we are getting a session. So we can't use r.email. Let's see what properties it has to give us. If we do this, you can see there are lots of things, but none of that will be useful for us except the user ID. So let's see if user ID is correct or not. So I'm just going to go ahead, restart the app. Oh, actually, before doing that, we have to go to the login view, create something similar to what we had done for the sign up view, right? We can just copy all of this function stuff, go to the login view, paste it in, and then we have on login. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we also need to convert all of this to a stateful widget, or a consumer stateful widget, sorry. So we can paste that in, import Flutter Riverpod library, import auth controller provider, and then call .login. Now I'll copy this function, go down below and add it to OnTap, and also have the isLoading variable, just like we had before. So if it's loading, then we'll have ref.watch, auth controller provider, and that's pretty much it. If we do notifier, remember we get the instance of the class. We don't want instance of the class, we want the boolean value, which is the state value. But if you want to do .notifier, you can do .notifier.state, which will give you the exact same thing. Now I'll copy this as loading, put it in the body, and if it's loading, then I can have constant loader. Otherwise, my widget tree is just fine. Now I'll restart it and see if it's working. So I'll go to the login view. I'll first try an email that I haven't registered, rivan@gmail.com, test123, and click on done. Invalid password. Password must be at least 48, whatever that is. Then we'll click on done. Invalid credentials. Please check email and password. That means it's working. Now we can have test@gmail.com. Click on done. Here we have the user ID. Let's see if it matches by opening the Appwrite console, going to test@gmail.com, copying the user ID, and seeing it over here. 5B is there. That means it's the same thing. That means our login is also working. So we completed login very quickly. We just have to understand how signup works, and login is very simple. So now the next thing is, whenever the user logs in, we have to navigate them to the home screen. So we can close all the folders. In the features, create another feature called home. Create a new folder called view, and create the first view, which is the home view.dart file. We'll import material dart, import a stateless consumer widget called home view, import Flutter Riverpod library, put in a scaffold, and see what we get. So we can go to the auth controller here. So whenever we log in, actually let's come here. Whenever the user signs up, we cannot directly send them to the home screen, because if we do that, and when we try to persist the state won't be persisted, because state persistence will be done by something like this: account.get is not equal to null. So whatever we do, this account.get, if it's not equal to null, then we'll show the sign up screen, otherwise the login screen, the home screen. So here we'll have home screen, otherwise the login screen. But account.get will only have the account when the user creates an email session. So we have created an email session over here, only then the account.get has some value in it. If we just do .create, account doesn't have any value in it. It's just created it in the Appwrite dashboard. But account variable doesn't hold any value. Only after doing email session create, the account has some value in it. So what can we do? Well, after signing up the user, what I want to do, if it's a success, then I'll just push them to login screen.route. So we have login view.route, but in case of failure, we are going to show the snack bar, and also over here we are going to show a snack bar that account has been created. Please log in. The same thing will happen in login view as well. Whenever the user creates an email session, now we have account has some value in it. So I'll just say navigator.push home view.route. So here I'm just going to create static route and just copy all of the material page thing from sign up view. So we can copy all of this from here. Now we can have home view passed in, and we're done. Here we'll just pass in home view as well. Now this looks cool. So whenever we log in, we go back to the home screen. So let's try. Right now we are in the login screen. I'll pass in the email and password, then click on done, and I shift to the home screen. But here's the catch. If I try to restart the application, we are back to the sign up screen. That's because in the main.dart file, we have decided that the first screen that should show up is the sign up view. But what I want to do is, if the account is not null, then I want to show up the login screen. And how can I do that? Well, as I said, in the auth API, we are going to create current user account. So account.get. So we can just have future model.account, which can be null, current user account. I'll create a missing implementation for it. I'll take this and put it at the top. Now, if you're wondering why I haven't used future either, I've used future directly. That's because we are going to put this in a future provider, and future provider can handle the errors for us. You'll see that later on. But the point is, since we are using future provider, we have not used future either. Just keep that in mind for now. Later on, when we add future provider, you'll get to know more. And for now, we are also going to have all of this try and catch block. But we'll remove all of this. This is not needed. The point over here is just having a try and a catch block. So we want to return await account.get. And we'll also put asynchronous function here. So basically, we'll do account.get. It will give us the future account, which is the model.account. We'll await it and return it. If you don't want to await it, it's still fine. It will still work. So you can do this as well, because we are returning future account at the end of the day. But in case of error, we are not going to have any stack trace. So let's remove that. In case of any error, we are going to return null. So we can return null over here and return null here as well. That's why this is nullable. Basically, if account.get does not have any value, that means that the user is not logged in. Maybe they've just signed up. Even then, it will have no value, but this doesn't return a nullable return data type. So it will throw an Appwrite exception that the user has not logged in. And that's when we will send out null. And later on, we can just check if current user account is not null. If it is not null, that means account.get has some value. If it has some value, we can show them the home view. Otherwise, we can just show them sign up view. So now we can go to the auth controller. I can go at the top, remove everything from here and have future model.account. Obviously, we need to import that account model. So I can have Appwrite models.dart and import them as model. And then we have future model.account current user, and we'll return auth API.current user account. Not current user account. And this has to be nullable. Don't forget that. And now we will create future provider with the help of the snippet code that I made you install in the extensions tab, Riverpod snippets. We can just do future provider and then have current user account provider. We don't have to mention the type in future provider as well. We can remove the async and just have final auth controller, since we want to call the auth controller. So we'll have auth controller, and you know what will be here. Ref.watch auth controller provider dot notifier. Don't forget the notifier, otherwise it will give you the is loading value, right? And now you can just do return auth controller dot current user. And since this is of the future model, future account type, it will work fine. Now if you hover over this, this is of the type future provider account, which is nullable. Now that we have this done, we can go to the main.dart file, and in the home, we want to use ref. Now, how do I convert stateless widget to something that can give me widget ref? We did that for the stateful widget. We just added consumer before it, right? Consumer stateful widget. But here we have to use consumer widget, not consumer stateless widget. So we can have consumer widget. We have already imported Riverpod because of provider scope. And here we will have widget ref. It's not there in the state here because there is no state class here. In stateful widget, we had state present. We had consumer state present. But here we have nothing like that. So widget ref is provided to us in the build functions parameters. Now I can just do ref.watch current user account provider dot when, and when there's a data, there will be user. So we'll do something, we'll return based on that. Then we'll have error and stack trace. So I'll just prefix this with an ST. And we have to return, suppose, an error page. So we'll have to create an error page. And we already have loading. So I can use loader. But if we use loader in material app, it will be a problem. Why? Because we don't have scaffold yet. It will give you a very ugly solution of loading bar. What I want to use instead is a const loading page, because we have already added a scaffold to it. So it will show up the loader in a nice page. We'll also remove the sign up view, and let's see what we have to work on. We have to create an error page. So I can go to the common, have error underscore page dot dart. Also, you have to make sure that in common we export loading page, we export error page. Yep. And in the error page, now I'll import material dart. I'll create a stateless widget called error text. Return a center child text, and we need error for that. So we can just have final string error, and we'll require this through the constructor. This is all basic concept that we have seen earlier. Since error text is going to be reusable, we need this to have a constructor value, and then we can just pass that in error. Now we also need to create another stateless widget called error page. Similar to the loading page, we are going to have scaffold, body, and then pass in the error text over here. This is basically a wrapper around error text so that it can be scaffolded. Now we also need error again, so we'll pass that in. Have required this dot error. Take this error, pass that in, and it's done. Great. Now we can come to the main dot, return the error page over here, pass in the error, but it's giving us an error. That's quite a thing because we want to use toString over here. This requires a value of string and this is of the type object. Now in the data will be our main logic. So we want to check if the user account is null or not. So if user is not null, if the user is not null, that means that the user has logged in. If the user has logged in, we just want to show the home view. But if the user has not logged in, so we can put else. But since we are using return, we can just do this. Return constant signup view. That means that the user has not logged in. Now if I restart the app, we should be landing in on the home view. And that's because we had logged in once, right? Appwrite remembers that and the user account has some value in it. If you try to print the user value, you'll see that. So we can just do print user, instance of account is there. So we can just pass in the email and we have test@gmail.com. So we can remove this now, restart the app, and state persistence is also completed. But we are not done with authentication part yet, because whenever the user signs up, we just don't want to create a user in the authentication tab. We also want to do that in the databases tab, in the users collection that we have to now create. So basically we want to save the user data to Appwrite database. So let's get started with it right now. So we are going to start off by creating a new API here, which is the user API.dart file. And here, similar to the auth API, we are going to create an abstract class. So we'll have abstract class I user API. Now, why is this different? Because this will contain all the user API related calls. For example, we're going to have save user data, get user data, update user data, getting the latest user profile data, all of those stuff. Those are very different from auth API, because even if there's no authentication and somehow we need to store the user data, this will be handy. It is independent from the auth API. That's the whole concept. If you don't want anything, just delete it and it shouldn't cause problems in any files. Or it should be less work to do in some other file. Now in this case, we are going to have this. So our first thing is future either void save user data. And we are going to have this. Then we are going to create the user API, which is going to implement iUser API. And now we can create its implementation, but before creating the implementation, we have the save user data, but what user data do I have to save? I'm not getting that. So I want to get it from the parameters here, but manually getting required string, email, password, all of that stuff. What I can do instead is create a model for this. So I can just go to the lib folder, create a new folder now called models, and have the first model, which is a user model created. Now this user model is going to have a bunch of properties, and this user model is exactly what we are going to store in Appwrite as well. So let's note down all of the properties that might be required in this user model. First is the email, then is the name. We are not going to store the user's password in this database because it's not going to be encrypted over here. We want the user's password to be encrypted all the time. So I'm not saving password here. Then we need other things, and let's write down all the things that we'll require. We'll require a list of string of followers. Why is it a list of string of followers? Because we are going to store the followers in the form of their UIDs. UIDs is the user's unique ID that we saved earlier and we saw earlier in the Appwrite console as well. So we're going to store that as the followers. So we'll be able to get the list, length, and all of those stuff with this. And another thing we need is following, similar to the followers one. It's going to contain a list of UIDs of the user following. Then we are going to have a final string of profile picture. So what is the profile picture going to look like? Then we also have the banner picture, right? That will show up in the user profile just above the profile picture. Then we need to store the UID of the user. Then we have the bio of the user. Bio is the description. And finally, we have a boolean of is Twitter blue. So if they've subscribed to Twitter blue or not. So this will decide if they should have a blue tick mark or not beside their name. And now I want to create a constructor, a toMap, fromMap functions for this. So I can just click over here and create a data class, generate data class. How am I getting this option? If you go to the extensions tab and type dart data class generator, you'll get the extension on this. So install them or install one of them and just click over here and generate a data class, and it will generate it correctly for you. Now we can remove dart convert. Let's remove this, go down, remove the from JSON to JSON function. We don't need that because we are not making API calls. We already have Appwrite API. We are going to use that Appwrite client to save data to database. So we don't need to encode and decode and do all of that stuff. In the toMap, now let's go through the functions that it creates. First is the constructor, and since all of the fields are final, I can put this as a constant and mark the class as immutable. So it creates a constructor where every field is required. That's good. Now we want to copy with. Now we have the copy with function. This copy with function will be used whenever we want to copy the class fields with another field. So example, we have some user model, and that user model is something like this. So user model, user is equal to user model. And there are a bunch of fields like name is present, like Revan and all of those stuff. Right? Now I want to update the name of the user. So I can just do user.copy with, ignore the case sensitivity, and then I can just do name as a new name. So I can just have Revan like this. So what's happening over here is basically all the other fields remain the same, but the name we are trying to change can be changed to this function. We need copy with function because all of the fields over here are final. If they're final, that means they're immutable. The values cannot be changed once they are made. So I cannot do user.name is equal to Revan like this. It will give an error, and that's why we need this copy with function. Then we have toMap function. Basically, whenever we have user model created and we call user.toMap, it will convert all the fields into a map format. We have a map over here, and we just do result.addAll, and it will add email, name like this. Then we have from map. Now in toMap, there's one change to be made. We have to remove this field because we don't have to store the UID of the user on Appwrite, because Appwrite automatically creates a unique ID for us. So we don't have to create another one. We can just have it present in from map. And in from map, we are basically getting the map and we're converting it into a model. And over here, you see we have map at UID, but we don't have any field like map at UID over here, right? We have removed the call because Appwrite automatically creates the ID. So to fix that, I can just have $ID. Why? Because when Appwrite automatically creates the ID, it is stored with the name as $ID. And if we just do $ID, you can see it gives us an error. It thinks this is a variable which is trying to get stored, and there is no variable named ID. But if we put slash, it will get to know that we need to ignore this string interpolation and just use $ID over here. Basically, this will retrieve the automatically generated ID Appwrite gives us. And we're going to do this for literally every user model that we create. And then we have the toString function. So while debugging, if you want to check the user model, if we put user model.toString, it will give us in the print command in the terminal something like instance of user model. But I want to get to see what user model is there, what fields are there. So I can just override the toString method so that I can show everything else. And then we have the identity property. So basically we won't be using this at all in our application. So you can remove this, but basically what it does is check if two user models are the same thing or not. And it does this by checking each and every field and seeing if their properties are equal or not. So this was the user model. Now in save user data function, I'm going to have this user model created. Now I can create one missing override for this. And now to create something in database, we always have to have a try and on Appwrite exception catch block with E and ST catch EST. We have already looked at all of this before. And now how do I create Appwrites? Now how do I create a new document in Appwrite's database? So to do that, I have to import something known as databases, which is a private variable DB. Now I'm just going to have user API required databases DB and set underscore DB equal to DB, right? Now I can take this underscore DB, put it in the try block and have DB dot create document. You can see it's very intuitive. We want to create a document. It gives us a create document function. Now we need to pass in the database ID. Do we have the database ID stored in Appwrite constants? Yep, we do. So we can just have Appwrite constants dot database ID. Now collection ID. Collection ID can be users, right? No. This is not how Appwrite works. It shouldn't have collection ID as the name of the collection. There is a collection ID given to it. So for that, we'll have to go to the database we are in, click on create a collection and pass in users. Now I can click on create, copy the collection ID, go to Appwrite constants and create static constant string users collection equal to this thing right here. So I can come to the user API, just pass in Appwrite constants dot users collection. Then we want to pass in the document ID, which can be id dot unique, right? We don't know the document ID. And this document ID is also going to be the ID of the user. Now, finally, we need to pass in data, and data is user model dot toMap. We had created toMap function in the user model, and that's what we are using. Now we can await this, store it. So we have final document is equal to this. We can also put async over here and then return write null. So everything goes fine. Yep. We don't have to return anything. So we can also remove this final document equal to because we don't have to store it. In case of failure though, we have to return left failure. We'll pass in e.message, otherwise some unexpected error occurred. And stack trace will be st. We can put the same thing for the catch block as well, but here e.toString, and this part is not required. Great. Now save user data function is also created. Let's create a provider for this. I'll let you try this on your own. Pause the video and try it on your own so that you start developing the confidence to do it on your own. If you're able to do it, great. We just have to create a provider like user API provider. Then we can have provider and we'll return this user API class. Now we need to pass in the database. To get the database, of course, we'll have to create a new provider in providers.dart, which is final Appwrite database provider. We created one for account, we created one for client. Now it's the time for database. So if you get confused on when to create provider, if I have to create a provider or not, You just have to ask yourself, is this a dependency? If it's a dependency, you have to create a provider, as it will help you in testing. So yeah, Appwrite databases is a new dependency. And that's why it's being stored over here. We are not creating an instance for this. We're directly injecting this in our class. So here we can just have return databases. Now we need to pass in the client. So we can get the client like this, pass in the client, and we are done. And in the DB, we'll pass in ref.watch Appwrite database provider. That's it. User API is now created. Now I have to go to the auth controller, import the user API here. So we have user API underscore user API. We'll require this. So we'll have required user API. And then we'll have underscore user API equal to user API. Just what we have done before. Here it gives us an error because user API is required. What do you think will come here? Exactly. Ref.watch user API provider. Now we can scroll down and let's think what we want to do. Whenever the user signs up, we want to store their data in the database. But when the user logs in, do we want to store the data? No, because the user just has to log in. He has no data that we have to store. We have already stored that in the sign up process. So we just have to do it over here. So what we'll do is create a user model here. I said user model is not going to be created in user API, or any of the conversions are not going to take place. It's purely for Appwrite. So that's why we are creating the user model here. So user model is equal to user model. Now we'll pass in the email. Now we have to get the name. The name in the sign up process is going to be extracted from the email only. So we can go to the utilities.dart, create a function that will return to us a string of get name from email. We'll pass in the name, and now we'll just do return. Actually, we'll get an email here, right? We'll get email, and we'll just do email.split by @ and take the first element of the list. Basically, what we are trying to do is, if I get Rivan Ranawat @gmail.com, I'm just going to split this email by @. So we'll get a list which is something like this. It will have Rivan Ranawat at first and @gmail.com as the second element. So after we get this list by doing split by @, we'll take the first element, which is Rivan Ranawat, because that's the name of the user, right? So we get the first element and we return that. So we get a string. Now I can just put here get name from email, pass in the email. Followers in the initial part are going to be empty list. Even following is going to be empty list. Profile picture is going to be empty. Banner pic is going to be empty. UID is going to be empty because it doesn't really matter, because we are not doing .toMap UID. We have removed toMap UID property. Bio is also going to be empty, and is Twitter blue false? Obviously, when the user signs up, why will we give them Twitter blue? And of course, we'll put both of them as constants. Now I can take this user model and pass it to user API.saveUserData. Pass in the user model. Now let's see what we get. We get future either and all of those stuff. So I can just have final res is equal to await save user data. But we're getting this error because this function is not asynchronous. So make this function asynchronous. We get result. Now we can again do result.fold, but not to get confused with the previous result, we can name this final result2, and we can do result2.fold. If it's a failure, then we want to show a snack bar with l.message, and if it's a success, we can copy this, go to the right value and paste this in. R doesn't return to us anything, so we can mark this as underscore. But basically what we did was created a user model so that we could store all of this data in the database. Then we can have user API.save user data, which saves it to Appwrite. And then we check if it's a failure, if any error occurred. If any error occurred, show that in a snack bar. Otherwise, we can just go to the login view and say that the account has been created, try to log in. Easy. Now we can restart the entire app and it will work. Now this is the beauty of separating your code into separate layers. You see, we didn't have to go to the view file at all. We had all the work related to the database and user creation, user model creation. All of that was done between controller and repository. We didn't even have to touch the UI file. This is what makes the code more robust. If you have a work in certain file, you only do that in one file. It doesn't affect other files at all. Now understanding this, let's try to restart. We are still on the home screen because we have put the logic like that and we don't have a sign out button as of now. So let's try to ignore this logic as of now. We'll put this back in, but just so that we need sign up view so that we can see the data is being stored or not, we can create a user. So I can just have test123@gmail.com, test1234. Click on done and you can see the current user is not authorized to perform the action. Now that's because we have to make some configurations in Appwrite console as well. In settings, you have to go down and you see update permissions. You have to add a role so that someone can create a user, update a user or anything. So I'll click on add a role, and anyone can create a user and I'll update that. I'm not giving them read, update or delete properties. Why is that? Because when the user is not a user, you can see the role has all users, all guests, select users. When the user is not really a user, that means that the user has not logged in or signed up or anything. They can just create a user so that, we can put that in the document. Right now, the user is a guest. Right now, the user is anyone. It's not really a user. So he can create the user document, but he cannot read, update or delete. That would be a wastage of calls. They can just create. So this allows us to restrict certain people from using certain features of our application. Now, if I try to do done, a user with same email already exists. So we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, click on done. And you can see invalid document structure, unknown attribute. That means the role part is now completed. We are getting a different error message, and that's because in the attributes, we need to add all the attributes a user can have. That means all the properties a user document has. So in the create attribute, we have to pass in basically everything that's mentioned in the user model except UID. So basically everything that's mentioned in toMap. So let's pass in and create those attributes. So the first attribute is email, which is of the type string. The size you can mention, which is a required field. I'll just pass in 255 and put it as required. So this is the email attribute. Now we need the name attribute. So I'll pass in the name, string, 255 is the size. I'll click on create. And I'll do that for all of the fields. For example, for followers, I can pass in followers, which will be an attribute type of string. Size will be 255, or you can just extend this because a user can have more than 255 followers. Let's just put 1000, 10,000, anything. I'll put 1000 and I'll say that this is not required. This is an array. Then click on create. I'll create another attribute for following. So I'll copy this, paste it here, click on string, array, create. The next attribute is profile picture, which is a string. So I'll have string, but this is not an array. This is a required field. So the size can be 255 or 1000 again, because the URL can be long. But since we are going to store the profile pic in Appwrite storage itself, the link value will not exceed 255. So we can just put that. Then we need the banner picture as well. So I'll pass it in string and required. That's it. Then I have bio. I'll pass in the bio, which will be a string, but the size can be longer than 255. So we can put 1000 as the value. And last thing we have is Twitter blue. So if it's Twitter blue, the value is Boolean. The default value, it is a required value, so we don't have to pass in a default value. And then we can click on create, and now all the attributes are there. All of the attributes need to be mentioned before you make the call to the database for the users collection. Later on, we'll have tweets and notifications collection. Even that time, you'll have to manually add all of these attributes. Now this attribute feature is quite good because in case you roll out your app to certain users and later on you decide that you want to have more attributes in your application. For example, you try to add one more field like a link attribute to the user. So you can add link, select string and just click on create and it will add it to the attributes. Now this is helpful because it will also add the link attribute to the already existing user documents. This is an improvement over Firebase. Firebase doesn't allow all of this. Firebase gives us a merge property, but it's very hidden in the docs. Many people don't know about it. With this attributes feature, it's quite good because it will add it to all the documents, all the users present in your application. So there's less possibility of your app breaking. Anyways, now that we have this done, let's minimize this and click on done. User with email exists, so we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on done. Account created. So I'll just try to refresh. And here it is test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And name is test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This function, which is present in the utils.dart get name from email, works fine for us because it's given us the correct name. So we have followers, following, profile pic, banner, bio, and if it's Twitter blue, it gives us a check mark. So we can set it to true or false. Pretty neat. Now I'll try to log in from this same user's account. So we have test12345@gmail.com, test12345. Click on done. Actually, the password is just test1234. And now I'll add this logic again. Restart the app and we are still on the home screen. Now our entire authentication process is completed. Of course, let's just change this to Twitter clone now. Too late for this, but let's change it. And now what I want to do is run the same app on Android emulator. I know many of you might be coming to this timestamp right now. I'm just going to run Android emulator and show how to fix the problem you'll face while using Android emulator. Sorry to not do this before, it just skipped out of my mind. So let's do this. I'll close this iOS emulator for now. Run the Android emulator and I'll see you when the app loads. So our app has started on the Android emulator. If you see here, it tells you to upgrade the compile SDK version, which is just a warning but might not work later on. So you can go to build.gradle Android app. In the compile SDK version, you just have to change this to 33 and the error will go away. Now another thing is if we restart the app, you can see Appwrite exception null connection refused. And this error occurs because Android emulator doesn't know what localhost is. So if you just go to Appwrite constants, you can see it doesn't know that localhost is there and is unable to get resources from there. So to fix that, you can come here and change it to your IP address. So you have to pass in your IP address like this. So if your IP address is like 191.2.3.4, anything like that, just put it here and it should work. Another solution is just to type in the command ADB reverse TCP:80 TCP:80. And after you press enter, it should fix the error for you. I'm more comfortable putting my IP address, so I'm just going to put it here and see you after I put it and restart the app. After you followed either of those steps, let's restart the application. And you can see Appwrite exception, general, unauthorized scope, user, role, guest, missing scope, account. And now we are getting this error. The reason for this error is basically if we go to the auth_API and see this, here actually we don't need the catch, so let's remove that. And another thing that you might notice is when we do current user account, we do need to put await. Earlier I said that you cannot put await, and if it's fine if you don't put await, but it's actually needed because you need to await it so that you get the account, and then you want to return that account. Doing this and this is not the same thing. So after you do this, restart the app, and here you can see this works fine now. So if you got this error, that was my mistake. I said you cannot put this, but you should put this. Anyways, now that our app is working, let's try and create a user. So I'm just going to call this user namanrivan@gmail.com, test1234. Click on done. Account has been created. So let's log in. So we have test1234 again and click on done. And now we are signed in. Everything seems to be working. If I restart the app, this works now. So there were two changes to be made. One is this one, return await account.get, not just return account.get. And other thing was Appwrite constants, either using the terminal ADB command, I'll mention it in the description below, or you can just use your IP address and put that in. Now that we have both of these things done and our app is working on Android and iOS as expected, the next thing we can do is design the home screen with bottom navigation bar down below, a feed screen, a search screen, and the notification screen. So let's get started with the bottom app bar and see what other things that are needed there. So for this, we will go to the lib folder, and again in the home view, we are going to create our scaffold. Now, what all things are required? We need an app bar, and the app bar is going to be the same app bar that we have in UI constants. So we are just going to use this. And even before doing all of this, there's one thing, we have to convert all of this into a stateful widget. So we have home view here. Now we need to return a scaffold here, as well as take the route from home view consumer widget and put it in home view stateful widget. Now we can remove this. We have done this because we need access to set state, because we are going to have a bottom navigation bar here, and whenever a icon on bottom navigation bar is clicked on, we need to change the page that is being displayed. So now again, we are going to have final app bar is equal to UI constants dot app bar. Now we can take this app bar and put it right here. Next thing is a body, but we'll figure out body later on. But before that, we need bottom navigation bar, and bottom navigation bar is Cupertino bar. Now we have that. You can also use you can also use bottom navigation bar, not just Cupertino tab bar. I just prefer this style of Cupertino tab bar. Now I need items. An item will be a list of bottom navigation bar item. So I can just have bottom navigation bar item, pass in the icon, and icon is going to be svg picture dot asset, and pass in assets constants dot home filled icon. Correct? Now if I want to see this on the screen, we are getting this error. So let's restart the application, and we are getting another error. The reason for that is there are not two bottom navigation bar items, which is the bare minimum. So I can just put another one, and this one is going to be search icon. Now I can save it, and here we have it. This looks good, but there are many changes to be made. For example, the color of this bottom navigation bar item should change. We can do that over here by having active color and inactive color, but since these icons are svg picture asset, we can pass that color here. So we can have palette dot white color, and the same thing can be passed in over here. Now this looks good. The third bottom navigation bar item that we need is notification icon. So we have notification filled icon and we can pass that in. Okay. Now we also need to change the color of this so that it matches with our scaffold color. So we can have background color as palette.background color. You can also change this in the theme of the application. So you can go to the app theme and add this. It works either way. And now this looks good. Now we want this toggle to happen, and based on the toggle we want to show the icon. So if we are on the search icon, we don't want to show the home filled icon and notification filled icon. We want to show their outlined icon. So to make that happen, we are going to have int underscore page equal to 0, and this is going to contain the page index we are going to be on. So I can copy this and pass this as the current index of the Cupertino tab bar. And on tab, I can have a function created which is void on tab on page change. Let's call it that. This will give us some index, which will be the index the user clicked on, and then we can set state so that the build function rebuilds and have underscore page equal to index. Now I'll take this and pass it in. I can directly pass this in because the function signature that onTap requires, function integer in parameters, is exactly what void on page change is. And now based on this page, I want to show the item. So if we are on page 0, then I want to show filled icon. Otherwise, I want to show assets constants dot home outlined icon. The similar logic will go over here. So if we are on page 1, then we want search icon. Otherwise, it's normal search icon because search icon is not bolded. But this logic will come over here as well. So if page is 2, we want notification filled icon. Otherwise, assets constant dot notification outlined icon. Now we can paste this in and this works. You see this? This is outlined. Now if I click over here, this is outlined, not filled. And this is also outlined. If I click over here, this is filled and both of them are outlined. So that means this is working. Now we want to display the appropriate body. So to display the appropriate body, we are just going to have body and pass in index tag. Why are we using index tag instead of a page view or another widget like that? That's because index tag helps us maintain the state. So example, if some tweets are shown here and we scroll down and then we decide to go to the search screen so that we can search something and come back, this will not rebuild the entire widget. This will keep its state maintained and will be on the same screen or the same tweet we were earlier watching. So it maintains the state. You'll see that in action when we get to that part. I'll highlight it to you. But for now, this is what it does. So now the index is the page and children, we have to pass in a list of bottom tab bar pages. So I can go to the UI constant so that I can create this constant and create static widget, actually list of widget, and call this bottom tab bar pages. And this will be equal to, let's say the first one is a text widget, and the text widget is going to say feed screen because we should see feed screen over here. Feed screen is basically a screen that shows us the latest tweets. Then the next screen is the search screen. And the third one is the notification screen. Now I can come here and have UI constants dot bottom tab bar pages, restart the entire app, and here we have it. Feed screen is showing up if I go here search and notification screen. Now the last thing we need on home view widget is a floating action button. So we can have floating action button, and in the on press right now we are having nothing, but basically it will navigate us to the create tweet screen, and in the child I'm going to have constant icon icons dot add. Now if I do this much, you can see we are getting this. This blue color is because in the app theme we have specified the floating action button theme to be palette.blue color. exactly like Twitter. But we want the color to be changed, so I can just pass in here the color as palette.white color. This looks good. Another thing that I need is its font size to be increased. So I can increase its size by, let's say, 28. And this looks good. Now what I want is whenever I click over here, it should open a create tweet screen. So I'm going to close the home feature as well. Create a new feature here called tweet. And this is going to contain all the tweet related features like create tweet screen, tweet list, which is basically the feed screen, all the repository, all the controller files related to it, and of course the repository or the API files are going to be mentioned here. So coming back to the tweet, we want views, and in the views we are going to have create tweet view dot. So I'll import material dot, and then we are also going to import Flutter Riverpod package. And after that, we are going to use the stateful consumer widget and call create tweet screen. This consumer stateful widget snippet is provided to us by Flutter Riverpod snippets extension on VS Code. This is a stateful widget because we are going to have a text editing controller. We are going to have the ability to share images. So we need all of this. So now let's start by designing this screen. So we have scaffold, and let's see how we want the create tweet view to look like. So this is what we are trying to build. We have a close button here. We have our small rounded button here. Then we have this long text field and a bottom bar beneath. Also here we have some space for our profile picture, which is right now empty, but if there is no picture, then we want to show some default picture. So let's start designing it. The first thing we need is an app bar, and in the app bar, the leading icon is icon button, where on pressed is required, and icon is required, and icon is icons dot close. And the size should be bigger than normal, so we'll pass in the size as 30. We're not really getting anything because we have to click on this and to go to the create tweet screen. So first of all, let's create a route for this. So we can go to the home view, copy this route line, paste it over here, and pass in create tweet screen. You can also name this create tweet view, whatever you like. Then in the home view, you should have on create tweet. So whenever the on create tweet button is clicked, so we just want to do navigator dot push, and we need to go to the create tweet screen dot route. Now we can copy this and paste it in the on pressed offloading action button. Let's restart the application, and if we click over here, we have the button showing up. That's good. Now I need the tweet button to show up. So I'll just pass in the actions property to the app bar and have rounded small button, where on tap is going to be empty and label is going to be tweet. I'll save it, and you can see this button shows up. But I want the color to be blue and the font to be white. So to do that, I'm going to have background color property, which is not a required field, remember? And then we can pass in palette.blue color. If we save this much, it looks good. Now we just need to change the font color. So the font color or the text color is palette.white color. And there we have it. Looks good. Now in the body, let's get out of the app bar, and in the body we are going to have safe area widget, and then pass in a child. The child is going to be single child scroll view, and in that we'll pass in a child of column, pass in children, and the first child that I want is a row. To make you understand why we need column is basically we have this entire thing. So this is in a row format, the profile picture and the text field. But this line is also included, right? This line is below this row. That's why we need a column. so that we can paste this divider in. But even before that, we need a row. So we'll pass in a row as children, and the first child is circle avatar. We'll pass in the background image, and background image will be network image. And network image, the image that we want to show here is basically the user's own profile picture. So to get that, we have already created a provider for that, which is final user, which is equal to ref.watch. Now to get the user data, we'll have to go to the user API and create a new function for it. So we'll go to the user API and create a function called future document. Now we have called this future document, not future either document, is because we are going to use this in the future provider so that it becomes easier for us to get and display the data. So we can have get user data and then pass in the UID. So we need the UID of the user, and based on that we can get the user data. This get user data is basically the data that's stored over here in the database. It's not the authentication data. We have already created a provider for that, which is get user account data provider or something like that. Now we need to get the database data, right? So now let's import document. So for document, we are going to have model.document, and we'll import Appwrite with models.dart. And obviously import this as model. So we have model.document. Now I can create one missing override. I can copy this function for the try and catch block. Actually, we don't need the try and catch block. Future provider will do that for us. In case of any error, it will give that to us. So now I just want to return db.getDocument. We need to get one particular document, right? To get one particular document, we have to pass in the document ID. And we are very sure that this user is only going to have one document because they have a particular UID, and this UID is automatically generated and is only present once in the Appwrite dashboard. So I can just pass that in as the document ID confidently. And for the database ID, we have Appwrite constants.database ID, and collection ID is Appwrite constants dot users collection. So it will give us the document. You can see that document, and it has the correct collection ID and the document ID, which is the UID of the user. Now I can go to the auth controller because that's where we are going to need it later on. And we are going to create a function called future user model. So whatever data we get here, the get user data function, it's going to return a document. Now we need to convert this document in the form of a user model. I said all the model conversions should take place in the controller, not in the user API. So that's why we are creating this function over here, and we have get user data string UID async, and we have final document is equal to await underscore user API dot get user data, and we'll pass in the UID. We are basically calling this get user data function that was defined in the user API class. Now we can just have final updated user is equal to user model dot from map and pass in document. But this is document. I want it in the form of a map, right? So I can just see if it has anything, and yep, there's data. So you can just have dot data passed in, which is in the map format, and it will give you the output. Now I can just return this updated user. Again, we have not put try catch here because now we are going to use this in the future provider. So we are going to have future provider user details provider. It's not going to be asynchronous. It's just going to have auth controller. And then we are going to return auth controller dot get user data. Now to get data, we don't know what is the UID of the user right now. because this is just user details provider, not current user details provider. Basically, this future provider will be used even in future when we want to view the user's profile. Suppose there's some other user, I'm user number A, there's user number B showing up when we search up the user or we click on the profile of a user when their tweet is shown. We want to be able to see their profile, right? This is when get user data is going to help us. This is a reusable provider. So I want the UID to come from the UI file. So to do that, I'm just going to have .family after this future provider. And now I can have string UID taken from here. Now whenever I call this user details provider, I need to pass in this UID like a function. I'll show you a demo right now. We are going to create another future provider called current user details provider. This is for the current user. This is the provider we are looking for in the create tweet view. This provider is going to be used inside of this provider. So now I'll not have family over here. I'll just remove the async call. I'll have final user details, which is equal to ref.watch current user details provider. I'll pass in the UID, and to get the UID of the user, not current user, sorry, we want user details provider, don't get confused. And here you can see it looks for a UID. And we need to treat this as a function when we use family. Now I want to get the current user's UID. To get that, we can do final current user ID is equal to ref.watch current user account provider, which is this account. As I said, this account only exposes one useful API for us, which is the UID. So we can access that by doing .asData. Now we have to do all of this because this is of the type future provider. When we hover over this, this is giving us async value of account. So to remove async value from us and get the value of account, we need to do .value, and this cannot be null because it's the current user ID. It cannot be null. .id, which is $ID, and that's why in our user model, if you see, we had passed in this because $ID is basically what the value of this account is, $ID. Now I can pass this current user ID over here and return user details .value. Now we'll go to the create tweet view, and in the build function we are going to have current user, which is equal to ref.watch current user details provider .value. Again, we cannot do just this much because current user is again async value, because current user details provider is also a future provider, and we just now saw how to handle the value of a future provider, which was the current user account provider. This might get a bit tricky, so try to understand the code and move forward. Or you can just rewind the video and watch it again. So now that we have current user with us, we can get its value and then check if the current user is null or not. So if the current user is null, then we want to show a loader. So we'll have constant loader, otherwise the safe area widget. And here background image is going to be current user dot profile pic. And now we're getting this loading indicator. The reason for this loading indicator is because we have made a big bug in our application. That's because if we go back to our auth controller, you'll see that the UID is empty. I told you that UID is not being used in ToMap, but when we try to save the user data, the ID should not be unique. It should be the same as the account ID. So right now, if you see, I tried to print the current UID of the user account, and the same account in the database is having a different ID. They both shouldn't have the different ID. The reason for that, quite simple, because when we try to retrieve the user ID, we are passing in the account ID. That's the only account ID that we have access to. We have nothing else to get data. And that's why both of them should not be different. So to correct the changes, what I'm going to do is in the UID, I'm going to pass R, which is account.id, and then in the save user data function, the document ID is not going to be anything unique. It's going to be user model.uid. So that was a mistake I made. Now I'm going to erase everything, all the data from the database and even the auth console so that we can have a fresh start and see if we are not making any other errors or not. I'll see you when I stop finishing the delete process. So I've deleted everything. Now let's try to sign up the user. So we have test@gmail.com. I can reuse this because we don't have any user now. And then test1234, the user has been created. Test1234@gmail.com. Test1234. Done. I put in the invalid. I just have to get done. And here we are. Now I'll just restart the app. Go to the screen. And there is no error except this. So that means everything else is working fine. Now I'll explain this error to you, but before that, let me just remove the print statement that I had put for my own debugging. If you want to make sure, you can check that the ID in the user's collection right now and the ID in the Appwrite Auth console is the exact same thing. Please do not forget that. And now talking about this error, we got this error because our banner pic is empty and still we are trying to show that. So it's not able to show an empty URL image, right? So to fix that, what I'm going to do is temporarily just add a profile pic over here by searching for one over here. So I've copied an image address, I pasted it over here, clicked on update. And now if I try to refresh the application, go back to the create tweet screen, our image now shows up. That's pretty good. Now after resolving all of these bugs, which I apologize for, if it's not clear why we did what we did, please let me know in the comment section. It's an important concept. Now in the circle avatar, I'm just going to put a radius and the radius is going to be 30. So here we have this image. Now I'm going to leave some space. So a size box, but this time a width of, let's say, 15. And then we are going to have a text field. And in that text field, I want to pass in a controller, which is going to be tweet controller. So we have final tweet text controller. We are naming this tweet text controller and not tweet controller because tweet controller is going to be the name of the controller we create for tweet over here. Tweet text controller is the text editing controller. Now I can take this, dispose it off, and pass that tweet text controller over here. Now I want the style, so we have constant text style of font size 22 and the decoration of constant input decoration where we mention hint text, which is what's happening. Right? Now we are not able to see the text, so what I'm going to do is pass in a hint style, and the hint style is going to be text style with a color of palette dot gray color. And we weren't able to see it, in fact, because the text field and circle avatar are in a row, and text field has a tendency of occupying all the maximum width it can get. But since it's in a row and circle avatar is also there, it's not getting the maximum space. Therefore, we are getting this error. So to resolve this, I can just wrap this widget with an expanded widget. After I do this, you can see we are getting this. Expanded gives us the maximum available space in the screen. So expanded gets all the remaining space. Now I also want to increase the font size to, let's say, 22 and the font weight so that it looks a bit bolded as fontweight.w600. And this is looking good. Now the last thing I want to do is basically give it n number of lines and also remove this border. So to remove the border, this is going to be quite simple. border is input border dot none. We don't want any border. And then we want max lines to be null, because if we don't do this, you can see I'll try to type, and it keeps on moving in the horizontal direction. When I overflow this line, basically I want to go to the next line. So to do that, I'm going to pass max lines, which is outside this decoration, max lines as null. Once we pass in null, it gets unlimited lines. So if I try to do anything, you can see I have n number of lines. So this is it. Now at last, what I want is a divider to be there, so that I can start showing my bottom navigation bar, which contains a list of icons. So if you want to add image, you can add image, emoji, GIF, GIF. So in the bottom navigation bar, we are going to have bottom navigation bar, and this is not necessarily going to be a bottom navigation bar. In fact, it's going to be a row where we'll pass in the children. The first child is svg picture dot asset, and I'll pass in assets constants dot gallery icon. And now if we see over here, there is an icon, we can see that, but there is one problem, and that's because we haven't added any padding. So to add a padding, we are going to wrap this with a padding widget so that it has 8. Now this looks good, but other thing that I want is this to be padded from the left and right direction. So I want it to be having padding of 8 from all the sides, and copy width, I want left padding 15 and right padding 15. So from all the sides it's 8 except left and right it's 15. So we have the icon showing up here, and we want left and right because we are going to have other 2 icons which are also going to be left and right 15. So there's going to be GIF icon and there's going to be emoji icon. All of this mentioned in assets constant, and here there is. Look great, but now what I want is a line to be present over here. So to put a line, I can do 2 things. I can pass in the column a divider right here, but other thing I can do is wrap this row with a widget known as container, and this container will give us decoration of constant box decoration border, and border should be border from the top as border side, and pass in the color, which is palette dot gray color. And now if we see, here is the border, but it's quite thick, so I want it to reduce the width, so it will be 0.3, and this looks decent enough. Last thing I want is it to have a margin from below. So what I can do is add a padding property of constant edge insets dot only from bottom 10. Now save it, and here we have it. The icons are raised from the bottom by 10. Now all of them are visible. The next thing is, now whenever I click on this, this should pop off, the screen should pop off, and whenever I click over here, I should get the ability to add images. So now what I can do is just have navigator.pop so that it pops off the screen and goes to the home screen. So if I click over here, I'm back to the home screen. If I come back, we are back over here. Now whenever I click over here, I want to pick images. So to do that, we are going to add a plugin known as image picker, and then it will give us a list of images we can select from, and we will get the images over here displaying in the form of carousel, and then we should be able to tweet that. So this is the plugin we'll be using for image picker plugin. So I'll just add that dependency, and another dependency that we need is carousel slider. I'll install both of them together. Basically, carousel slider will help us with displaying the images in a carousel format, and image picker, as the name suggests, is in image picking. Now there are certain installation steps to be required for iOS. If you're on Android, you can skip through this part. For iOS, what we need to do is add this key to info.plist file. So let's go to iOS/runner and add the info.plist and add this key. So there are 2 keys. NS photo library usage description and NS camera usage description. You can also add the third key, which is the NS microphone, but you won't be needing this because this isn't related to camera. This is for video recording. And you also need to mention the description of this, but since I'm not uploading this to App Store, I don't want to waste time writing something and making something up. But if you're deploying on App Store, it's very important. Otherwise, your app will get rejected. Anyways, coming back to this, I think the whole process of installation is done. I can restart it. On Android, nothing else is required. The compile SDK version should be 33, and we've already changed that to version 33. And while that is happening, let's go to utils.dart. We'll close all the other files. And here we are going to create a function for future list file so that we can pick an image. So we have pick images function. We are also going to create a separate function for picking one single image. And this will be required when we'll be using profile picture and banner image. We just want one image that time, but right now we can pick multiple images. So you'll get a knowledge of having both. You can either pick one single image or multiple images. Now here, to pick multiple images, what we need is a list of file. We'll call this images and will be an empty list for now. And then we'll instantiate the image picker plugin, which is equal to image picker. Now I'll take this picker, pick images, and you can see we have option to pick image and pick multi-image. We're going to go ahead with pick multi-image and save this to a final variable called image files. And now we'll check if image files is not equal to null, and it's never equal to null. So you want to check if image files dot is not, and actually we need to await this before we can do anything else. And now we want to check if image files is not empty. Then what we need to do is for final image in image files. So we are running a for in loop. Basically, we'll go through the image files and we'll get an element from this list called image, and we'll add that to our images list that we created over here. So we can have images.add file image.path. So this is in an X file format. We basically get its path, convert it into a file and add it to the images. And now we can just return this images. So this is the entire pick images function. Now I'm going to go ahead and bind this to our create tweet screen. So I'll scroll down and find a bottom navigation bar item, the gallery icon. I'm just going to wrap the SVG picture with a gesture detector. So we have gesture detector and we'll pass in the on tag. And just to mention, this gesture detector is wrapped over here instead of the padding, because if we wrap it over the padding, whenever we click over here, not on the icon over here, it will still get selected. I don't want that. I only want it to get selected when I click on this icon. That's why I've wrapped it around SVG picture, not the padding. And now on the top, I'm just going to create an image a function for it. So we have void on pick images. And here we are going to call our pick images function from util.dart file. This is going to be asynchronous. We'll await this, and then we are going to have a global variable. Basically, we want to be able to show these images live on the screen. To show them on the screen, we are going to have list of file images, which is equal to an empty list. And now I want to import .io. And now what I want to do is set images equal to await this and set state. I'm not doing set state, like this, because I'll have to make set state asynchronous function. Instead of doing that, I'm just doing this above set state and then calling set state so that the build function rebuilds. And then I'll be able to show an image. So to show an image, actually let's just link this onPickImages function right here and see if we are able to select images. So if I click over here, select photos, I'll select this image, and this image, click on done. And I think it should show up. So now what I want to do is, if the image list is not empty, initially it's empty. If the user doesn't select anything, it's empty. If it's not empty, then I want to display the carousel over here. That's why we have added the carousel as well. So now what I want to do is, in the column, we are going to have if images dot is not empty. So if the image is not empty, I want carousel slider to be present. And what are the items of this carousel? Images, right? But this items requires a list of widgets. So we need to map this. Why are we mapping image? Because the items are based on images, and we will map each image so that we can return a network image. Not really a network image.file. The reason for that is, here we have selected images from our memory, created that in the file format, and now we want to display them in the file format. So now instead of E, we can name this file and pass in file to this over here. And so that the error goes away, we can convert this to a list. Next thing I need is options, and option is going to be carousel options height 400 and enable infinite scroll false. So you cannot continuously keep scrolling infinitely. Like, even if the last image gets over, the first image will show up after that. We don't want that. If there's the last image, we won't be able to scroll further. So we have image.file return, but there are some modifications to be made. So let's convert this in a block. And we'll return image.file from here and have this. Now let's just see what we have till now. So I'll just select an image. Here we have a list of images. They look good, but there are certain modifications to be made. For example, we want them to occupy the entire screen width. We want them to have a margin from the side. So we can wrap this with a container widget. The width will be media query dot of context dot size dot width. Media query width is basically the entire screen width, and then we need the margin, and the margin is constant edge insets dot symmetric horizontal 5. So we are having a margin of 5 from left and the right side so that the images don't stick together, and this looks pretty neat. So we have the carousel and this looks good. We're not going to add any more thing over here. This can be more beautified later on, but you can do that by yourself. The main point now is, whenever we click on the tweet option, we should be able to tweet depending on if the image is present, not present, if the text is present, not present, anything. So to do that, we'll have to do multiple things. Let's close all of the features. Here in the tweet, we'll need a controller, which will be tweet controller.dart. And even here, we'll need something like a tweet API. But first, let's figure out how the tweet controller will work. I'll explain it to you how the tweet controller will work. We'll write the boilerplate code for tweet controller, and then we'll get to the tweet API, which is a very simple function. But we have to write all the boilerplate code over there as well. So let's get into it. So let's create the basic state notifier and state notifier provider. So we have state notifier. So this creates the whole code for us. Now we can just type tweet controller, remove the notifier from here. So let's remove this, and we have state notifier. Now what is the type going to be? Well, it's going to be Boolean again, nothing different. And this is going to be false. We have a lot to import over here, but we'll import that later. Now what I want to show over here is basically what are the functions that we are going to have over here. Now the first function we are going to have is share tweet function. Pretty simple. And you might think that this is the only function that's required, but no, controller is doing the heavy lifting here. Tweet API is also going to have just one function, the shared tweet function. It's just going to receive a tweet model that we are going to create in function. And based on that, it will be able to convert it to map and upload it to Appwrite. That's all Tweet API will do. But in our case, the tweet controller is going to do a lot of tasks. First, it has to determine whether the tweet has an image or it's just text. And it will also determine other things like hashtags, link, so that we can display them appropriately. So this is a share tweet function. It's going to require many things. So let's require them. First thing that's required is a list of file of images. We will check here if the images are empty. If the image is empty, that means we are sharing only a text-based tweet. Otherwise, it's an image-based tweet. So we are also going to require text. Text is always needed. We also require build context so that if case of any error, we can just display them. We also need, I think for now, this is all that's needed. When we come to the reply section, we are going to need much more than this. Now inside of this, as I said, we are going to have some functions. For example, first we have to check if text is empty. So if text is empty, we will not be able to move forward. We can just say show snack bar, please enter text. So the user should be able to enter text. And then we'll return from the function. Then we'll check if images dot is not empty. So the images file or the images list is not empty. Then we want to share a function, or we want to create a function called share image tweet. And here we are again going to require many things. So let's just copy these two, paste it in here. And when we come to the reply section, again, we'll need many stuff. I also forgot the build context. So let's put build context here. And then we can call share image tweet. And we'll pass in images, text, and build context. Now, if the image is not empty, or the images dot is not empty is false, that means that the image is empty, then we want to share a text-based tweet. So we can just create another function called share text tweet. And we can paste that in similar to the share image tweet. So we have share text tweet, but this time we'll not have images here because it's a text-based tweet. Why do we need images? Now notice that we have made both of these functions private. This is because they shouldn't be used outside of the controller. Only share tweet should be pushed outside of the controller. That's because we want to do heavy lifting in controller. We don't want to expose all of this logic like share image tweet, is if images is not empty, if image is empty. All of that we don't want in the UI file. Let the UI file be clean. We want the controller to be present, and controller can do all the weird tasks that are there, right? Now, either it is image tweet or text-based tweet, we want two things to happen. We want to get hashtags from a text, and we want to get link from a text. So we'll create the functions right now. So we have the first function, which is string get link from text. So we have a text over here, and we want to get link based on it. So now, first of all, we are going to get the words in the sentences. So we have list of string words in sentence, which is equal to text dot split. So we are finding the words and putting them in a list format. So suppose the sentence is Rivan Ranawat YouTube. Okay. So it will convert this in a list format like this. Rivan, of course with a string like a inverted comma like this, but just for demonstration, Rivan Ranawat YouTube. Okay. So we have this in words in sentences. Now what I want to do is check that if each word starts with HTTPS or www. So I'll just do for, just like we did earlier, string word in words in sentences, and then check if word dot starts with https:// or word dot starts with www dot, then it's a link, right? So none of these are links, but if I add www.rivanranawat.com or www.youtube.com/@rivanranawat, it identifies it because we got this word in the list. It looped through it and checked, yeah, it starts with www dot, correct? So now we can just say link is equal to word. And where is the link? Well, I can just create a link variable right here. And then we can return the link. So this is the get link from text, and this is also private because this shouldn't be outside the tweet controller. We'll use this function inside share image tweet and share text tweet. Now other thing that we need is getting hashtag, and this is going to have a similar logic like get link. So we can just have get hashtags from text, then we are going to have a string text, and then we are going to have similar logic. So I'll just copy paste this, but instead of string, this is going to be list of string hashtags, which is equal to an empty list as of now. Now we get the words in sentences, and then we just check if the word starts with a hashtag. So if the word starts with hashtag, we are just going to have hashtags.add word. And then we are going to return hashtags. So let me give you an example. So if I have something like this, but this time we have Rivan, hashtag Ranawat, hashtag Rivan as well. Now this is in a list format. Okay. Now we loop through it and then check. Does the word start with hashtag? Yes, hashtag Rivan does. We'll add it to hashtags. Does hashtag Ranawat have? Yep, it has. Let's add it. YouTube has? Nope. www has? Nope. So we are just going to have two hashtag words. So they are in the list right now, and we'll return the list. And this is also a private function, shouldn't be outside the controller. Great. Now after having both of these things done, let's create a tweet model. So we have tweet underscore model dot, and now we are going to create this tweet model. And then we can jump into this function and call all of this and interact with the tweet API. So now we can have class tweet, and let's decide what all properties should be there. Final string text, final list of string hashtags, final string link, final list of string image IDs. This image IDs are not image IDs, they are image links, sorry. These image links will basically be the links that we receive after storing our images in the storage facility of Appwrite, basically in this section, storage. So we get a file over here, we take all of these files, upload it to storage, get their URL, and then we upload it in our tweet model. And based on this tweet, we can check if it's empty. If it's not empty, then we can display them on the feed screen when we have to display the tweet. Then we have final string user ID, so the person who created the tweet. And then we also need the tweet type. So we can go in the core, create a new folder called enums. And in here, create a first enum, which is tweet type enum dot. This enum will basically help us decide which tweet to be used, right? I mean, which tweet type it is, so that we can easily display the tweet onto the screen. So it can either be text, so we have text, or we have image, so we have image here. And then we are going to have final string type, constant tweet type, this dot type. So here we basically have tweet type, tweet type, right? So it can either be text, image, and if you later on decide to add some more options like GIF sharing, and just emojis or whatever, you can add them. Then we also need final date time created at. So what time the tweet was created, or we can just name this tweeted at. Then we need a final list of string of likes. Then we need a final list of string of comment IDs. So whoever comments on this tweet, their IDs, a final string ID. So this is the ID of the tweet, not the ID of the user. The user ID is this. So basically the user who tweets this will have this UID, and ID is basically the tweet ID. And this is final int reshare count. We don't want to keep track of who reshared it and stuff. We just want to keep a track of number of how many people have reshared it. Then we have other things needed when we get to the replying part, but let's just ignore it for now. Now we can generate a data class. We can remove .convert. We can pass in @immutable and pass in constant over here. Now we can scroll down, and here you can see when we want to convert tweet type to a map format, like we want to upload it to database, we have toMap, but it's giving us an error because there is no toMap. So you want to do tweet type dot type, and this will give the correct type because that's what we have mentioned in the enum. Text and image, this is the type of this enum. Then we have tweet type dot from map kind of message. So for that we'll have to create an extension on this enum. This was using enhanced enums, and now we are just going to create an extension on this enum, call this convert tweet, and this is an extension on string. This will return a tweet type to enum, and we are just going to have switch this. So when we are having this, so whenever toEnum is called on a string, that string is text, then we want to return tweet type dot text. If it's image, so if it's case of an image, we want to return tweet type dot image, and if it's none of these, there's default, and then we want to return tweet type dot text. So it's either a typo mistake or anything, then we just want to return a text type. So basically, if we have something like text mentioned in a string format and then we call toEnum function on it, this will return to us a tweet type dot text. Easy. So now we can go to the tweet model, remove all of this, it's not needed. We'll take map of tweet type as string because it should be a string, and convert it to an enum. Or you can specify it more efficiently by saying to tweet type enum, because in case you have other enums on the string format later on in app, you don't want to mess things up. And then obviously we'll remove the to JSON and from JSON, similar to our user model. Now we can come to the tweet controller, and first thing we are going to have a look at share text tweet. So here we'll set state equal to true, that means is loading has started. Then I want to get a list of hashtags, so final hashtags equal to get hashtags from text, and we'll pass in the text that we get from here. Then we also want to get the link, so link is equal to get link from text, and we'll pass in the text. Then we are going to create a tweet model, so we have tweet equal to tweet, and now we'll pass in text, hashtags, links. Now we need to pass image links. Image links is going to be empty for here. Then we need UID, the UID of the user. So we need to get the current user's ID. So we'll have to do that. Tweet type here is going to be tweet type dot text because we are in a share text tweet function. So obviously it's a text. Tweeted at is going to be datetime dot now. You can either use datetime dot now or you can use the one that's given by Appwrite itself. Then we have likes. Likes is initially going to be empty. Comment IDs. Comment IDs is going to be initially empty. ID. So the ID is going to be empty for now, because we are not adding that to toMap, and of course we need to remove that before we forget. So in our tweet model, we'll go and remove map of ID. We don't need that. Actually in toMap, not from map. So we'll remove from here. We don't want this line. And over here, we are just going to have map/$ID. This is the same thing that we did with user model. We don't want the from map to have just ID. It's going to be /$ID. And this is not going to have a map returning ID. Okay. So we can go to the tweet controller. Again, now the ID is empty and the reshare count should be 0. One thing that's needed is the UID. So to get the UID, we are just going to have final user is equal to, now we need access to ref. How am I going to get ref inside of this state notifier? So to do that, I'm just going to ask it from here. I'm just going to ask it from the constructor that, yeah, please give me ref. I don't mind it being a widget ref, a provider ref, or just ref. So I'll just ask it. So we have required ref, and then we have underscore ref equal to ref. Now I can take this underscore ref, put it over here and have ref.read current user details provider dot value. And then we'll pass in user.uid. So we get the user's ID and we pass that as a UID because only the current user can tweet from your account. I hope that makes sense. Now we have the tweet model ready and everything good to go. Only thing that's required is to create the tweet API so that we can send it to the database. So again, let's come to our APIs and create tweet underscore API.dart. We're going to create an abstract class for iTweet API. And this is going to be future either document share tweet. And we are just going to get tweet model. And based on that tweet model, we are just going to convert it to map and send it across. Pretty simple. This is actually very similar to the user API. We did that for save user data. We got the user model. We created a document. The data was user model.toMap and we returned right. That's it. And that's exactly what we are going to do here. We're just going to have class tweet API implements iTweet API, create one missing override. This is the share tweet function. So I'll have async, and now I need a try and a catch block. We have added future either here because this is not going to be in a future provider. Obviously, we are just sharing a tweet, which is a normal future return data type. We obviously don't want to encapsulate everything that has a future with future provider. It really depends on the use case. If you want to get some data and display it on the screen, only then would I use a future provider. Otherwise, state notifier provider is always good. So here what I want to do is a try and catch block. So I'm just going to go ahead, copy all of this. I would recommend you type so that you have a good practice, but I've already had a lot of practice with this before creating this video. Now I'll just have final databases underscore DB so that, I can inject it through my provider. We've already talked about it. We're just repeating the logic. I hope you're getting the hang of it. So we're requiring this, and then we're going to have underscore DB equal to DB. I'm going a bit fast over here because this is already the logic we have covered. Anyways, after creating the document, let's import this Appwrite constants, but this time it's not users collection. We need tweets collection. So we'll name this tweets collection and then pass in the appropriate tweet collection ID. So let's go ahead, create a new collection called tweets. Copy the collection ID, don't forget it, and paste it over here. And now I want to get started with creating the attributes over here so that we don't get the error. So the attribute here is going to be everything that's mentioned over here. So I can just take text, pass it in, select the attribute type as string, 255 required, and go ahead and create. Now you can do this for everything. I'll just fasten this process really quick. While creating the attribute, one thing is the tweet type. The tweet type here should be of the string format, because when we are converting it to map, you can see over here, we're having tweet type dot type, and this is a string. This tweet type is basically what we had mentioned over here. Okay. And another thing is the attribute key of tweeted at. This tweeted at should be an integer. Why? Because if you see over here in the toMap function, we have tweeted at dot milliseconds since epoch, and this returns an integer. So you want an integer to be present over here. We can mark this as required and click on create, and make sure to not add ID property to this tweet model or this attributes. Don't add the ID property. You can add UID, but don't add ID, because this is a tweet ID that is being automatically generated. And this tweet UID is basically what we are passing in, the current user's ID when they tweet. Now in the tweet API, what I want is database ID, correct. Collection ID should be tweets collection, and the document ID should be tweet dot ID, right? No. Why? Because if you come to the tweet controller, you'll see that the ID over here is empty. We don't want an empty document ID. So this is not going to be tweet.id, just like we had for user.id for our user model where we made a mistake. This should actually be id.unique, because every tweet should have a different ID so that they don't merge with each other, right? And finally, tweet.toMap should be the data. Now, of course, we'll return right, so import fp.library, and here we have to return a document. So we can just save this. So yeah, final document is equal to this, and we can return this document. So this is our function. That's all that was needed. Now I'll just create a provider out of this. So we have final tweet API provider. We don't have to mention the type. Riverpod is very smart to identify that. And then we can return tweet API and pass in the database, which is ref.watch Appwrite database provider. I hope you're understanding what we're doing. We're continuously repeating the same things, and that's what the whole tutorial will consist. Just many repetition of things. One or two unique concepts are left about real-time and storage. Otherwise, it's just about creating, reading, updating, and deleting every single place. You just need to have the correct logic and understand what to do when. Now we can go to the tweet controller, except from the constructor, a tweet API. So we have final tweet API underscore tweet API, required tweet API, and underscore tweet API should be equal to tweet API. Now I can take this underscore tweet API and use it here. So we have underscore tweet API dot share tweet. We'll pass in the tweet model. It will give us some response. So we have final response is equal to await this. And we also need async. So we'll async this. Now we have a response. Now you know how to handle failures and success, right? We have done this in the past in the auth controller. We just have to do res.fold. We'll either have left or right. In case it's left, we'll show a snack bar with l.message. And if it's right, nothing as of now. Later on when we add reply part, things will change. Also, to ignore the warnings, let's put a const at the places it's required. So this is the text-based tweet. Let's see if it's working just based on text tweet. So I'm not going to enter any image here. I'll just say, hey, and actually I have to bind this function. I forgot it. So we need state notifier provider, tweet controller provider. We'll pass in tweet controller and a boolean value. So tweet controller is the class name, Boolean is what we are returning over here. And now we need to return tweet controller. We'll pass in ref and then we need tweet API. Tweet API is ref.watch tweet API provider, and that's it. There's no .notifier on provider. There's .notifier on state notifier provider and state provider. State provider is a simplified version of state notifier provider, but we're not going to use that because it's hardly ever needed because it's so simple. Like the value it consists and its use cases are so simple that it's not needed. Ours is a more complex topic. I know I've been rushing through, so if you're feeling underconfident, I would recommend you to watch it again or code it on your own. Don't just watch it because this is a bit complex. Now what I want to do is just go to the create tweet view. We'll create a function for share tweet. So we have void share tweet, and then we are going to have ref.read tweet controller provider because we want to get access to this tweet controller, right? Once we get access to this instance of the class, we can call the share tweet function, which will later on check if it's image or text. We are just going to text for now, and then it will upload it to the database. So we have tweet controller provider dot notifier dot share tweet. Now we need to pass in images. We have passed that in. Text is basically tweet text controller dot text and the build context, and we are done. Now we'll also check if it's loading or not. So we have final is loading is equal to ref.watch tweet controller provider. Now if it's loading, so I want to show a loader. So if it's loading or the current user is null, then I want to show a loader, otherwise the widget tree. And now if I click on tweet, nothing happens. So I'll just restart. Also, I'll bind the share tweet function to the done button right in the app bar. Since the function signatures match, you can see I can put that in correctly. So I'll come over here, I'll say hello and then click on tweet. The current user is not authorized to perform the requested action, and there's a continuous loading. There are two things to be fixed. So I'll go to the settings of the tweets collection. I'll scroll down and add a role where all the users can create, read, update, and not delete, because Twitter doesn't allow deleting, I hope. As far as I've seen, I don't get the option to delete. So we can either create or read. There's no updating the tweet or reading the tweet. And also we have to set state is equal to false. I can remove the comments. These are basically useless comments now. I'll set state is equal to false now. And then restart the application. Come back here. I'll say hello and click on tweet. You can see invalid document structure, unknown attribute, hashtags. So I think I forgot to put the hashtags list. I'll put that in. And the size of the hashtag list is going to be 100 or 50 or whatever you want. We'll click on create. Now we'll click on tweet and the tweet has been uploaded. So if we go to the documents, refresh, there's one document with the text of tweet, the correct UID of the user, tweet type is text, that's right, tweeted at is also correct. There's likes, comment IDs and image links, reshare count, and there's no hashtag. Now I'll try to add hashtag Revan, hashtag Branawat, and also a link. So I'll just write www.youtube.com/@Revan Ranawat. And now I'll click on tweet. So it got updated. Now I'll come back. Here we have it. Here's the text. Here's the hashtags, correct hashtags, Revan Ranawat. And the link is also correct. That means everything is working fine in the tweet type text format. Now I want the same thing to happen in image, but things might change a bit differently in share image tweet. Why? Because we have a list of file images to be uploaded to storage. We'll have to create a separate API for that. So I'm just going to go ahead, copy everything from here, paste it in, and definitely make some changes. First, make this asynchronous. Share tweet is going to remain same. Tweet type is now image. We have a list of image links to be put in. I'll do that, and nothing else is needed. So now I need to go to the storage API folder and create a new API called storage API. We cannot do that with the tweet API because it might congest a lot, and also this storage API is not just going to be used in tweet, right? It's also going to be used in user profiles when the user wants to update their bio, profile picture, and all of that stuff. They will be able to access storage API again. So let's create storage API. I'm not even going to create an abstract class for it. There's just one function. So we have final storage underscore storage, and we have storage API required storage, and underscore storage should be equal to storage. Simple. Now we want to upload future list of strings. Why list of string? Because we are going to get a list of files. We are going to upload that to storage. It will give us a download URL. Not really give us a download URL. It will give us image IDs of that URL. We can convert them in the form of links. I'll show you how, and send them out. So that's why it's going to be a list of string. And then we want to upload images, and we have list of files, right? So we have list of files. This is going to be asynchronous. I'll get file, import the .io library. And now I'm just going to have list of string of file IDs or file image links. Let's just call it image links, which is equal to an empty list. Then we'll run a for in loop again. So we have for final file in files. Then we want to upload it to the storage. So we have final uploaded image equal to await underscore storage dot create file. This is the API of Appwrite. It gives us a method known as create file, get file, all of those stuff. We just need create file. So if the user creates a file, then we need their bucket ID, file. So we know file ID is going to be unique. So we can have unique like this, or we can just have ID dot unique. Then we need the file. The file is going to be of the type input file. So how do I get input file? Well, you can just do input file and pass in the path. Path is going to be file.path. Simple. Basically, we are looping through all the files in this list. We get this file. We are converting it into an input file using its path. And now we just add file to the image links. So we have image links.add uploaded image, which is a file, but this is not the file from .io. You see this? This is not a file from .io that we are using over here. This is a file model that's created by Appwrite itself. So if you do dot on this, you'll see a list of different properties because this is a different class altogether. This is not the file coming from .io. It's coming from Appwrite /models.dart, the same place we got account and session classes. So here we have $ID. We can add that. And then we just want to return the image links from this function. Easy. Now to get the bucket ID, what we need to do is go to the Appwrite console, go to the storage, create a new bucket. Let's call this images. Copy this bucket ID, go to Appwrite constants and register it. So we are just going to call the static constant string images bucket, which is equal to this. And now we can pass in Appwrite constants dot images bucket. Easy enough. Now we will just create a provider for this and call this storage API provider, and we'll return storage API, but we need to pass in the storage, and for that we'll have to create another provider because we don't have anything for storage yet. So we can go to the providers.dart, create another provider and call this Appwrite storage provider. We'll pass in storage over here, and it will also require a client. That's it. All the Appwrite dependencies are similar to each other. That's a plus point. And now in the storage, we can just pass in ref.watch Appwrite storage provider. Now you might ask one thing. If we are returning the file ID, how is this a link? And you're totally right, this is not a link. So we need to convert this in the form of a link. So basically, if you try to upload any file, I'll just select a file. I just uploaded a file from here, and you can copy this. You'll get a file URL, right? Now you can see this, but the point is the URL is not exposed over here. So if you try to do .url or something, try to find something, it's not really there. So what I'm going to do is just examine this URL. I'll copy this, go to the Appwrite constants and create a static function for this. So we have static string image URL. It will return, this function will return a string of image URL by taking image ID as a parameter and return this. If I want to make it work on Android, I'll have to pass in my IP address over here. So I'm replacing all of this with $endpoint/storage because my endpoint doesn't have a slash at the end. So we have $endpoint/storage/buckets. Then there's the bucket ID. So I can just have $images bucket, which is this one, /files/$image ID view ?project, and then we'll pass in the project ID, and mode is equal to admin. So this is how we are able to retrieve and see the image URLs. Pretty cool. Now I can go to the storage API. I can add this. So I can just do image links dot add Appwrite constants dot image URL, pass in the image ID, which is uploaded image dot $ID, and with this we have image links added. A proper valid image URL is there. Great. Now I can go to the tweet controller, go to the share image tweet, and here just have final image links is equal to _storage API. So I want to get access to storage API. So I can just have similar to tweet API, storage API, and here I'll have _storage API. And now I can again have this passed in. So required storage API _storage API equal to storage API. Now that I have storage API, I can just have _storage API dot upload image. Then I'll pass in a list of files, and the files are images. I'll await this. I'll take the image links, which is a list of string, and add it over here. Now I think this is all about image tweet. Now I can go up in the storage API. I'll just pass in ref.watch storage API provider, and we're done. Now let's try to run the application. We've already configured the UI file, everything over there. Now I'll select some images. I think these three work well. Now I can just say #Revan. This is so cool. And I can tweet it out. We're getting this error because the current user is not authorized to perform the requested action. And that might be because we are not allowing the user to upload images. So to upload the images, we can go to the settings, add a role. All users can create or read. I don't think reading is also allowed. So let's just allow creating. The users cannot read, update or delete anything. That's for our admins. So I can just restart. Let's just select images again. I'll have hashtag Rivan, this is beautiful, and then click on tweet. Now it says that the attribute has invalid type. Valid string must be more than 10 characters. So basically, in the databases, I'd earlier said that the tweet attribute of hashtag should be 10, but that's not the array value. It is the number of characters in the string. So your hashtags should have a string. They should be a list, but the size of this list can be, 50, 60. This is not the size of the list. This is the size of the characters present in a string. So my hashtag Rivan should not be like 10 characters. It should be like 60, 70, whatever should be the maximum size of the hashtag. Okay. Now I can just click on create. Now I'll try to post. This error is basically, if I scroll down, we have to delete this image links attribute. They cannot be 10. Why? I'll tell you. Because image links should have a string attribute. They should be an array, but their size over here is not the size of the list. It's the size of the characters. So how long is the link? A link cannot be just 10 characters, right? So here they should have, suppose, 255 characters or something like that. You can calculate it, whatever is the size of the link, and put that in. If it's something else, then perhaps something is wrong in your project or Appwrite SDK has changed. I'll just pass in 255 and see what happens. This is the character size of the string of the image links, not the size of the array. Okay. Now I'll click on create. Then I'll click on tweet. And I think the tweet has been made. So I'll just go to the documents. And we have hashtag Rivan. This is beautiful. We also have 3 image links, but they contain my IP, so I'm not showing it to you. So this is working well. Now the next part is after tweeting, image links, correctly identifying all of them and uploading them to database. We have covered a lot of tasks in this section. Now the next part is to display those tweets over here on the screen. And we already have the foundations for it. We have the tweet model, which is going to help us a lot. But we still have to make more functions like getting the tweets and creating a UI card for that tweet so that, it looks good just like the Twitter. So let's get started with it. And we have to start off by creating a new view. Not a new view, it should be a new widget. And that is going to be a tweet list widget. So let's create a folder here named widgets, and now we want to create tweet list. This is a widget name, so we'll have tweet underscore list dot, and now I'll import material dot. I'll create a stateless consumer widget and I'll call this tweet list. Also I'll import the Flutter Riverpod library, and now I'll create a tweets provider. So basically I want to create a future provider that will get me all the tweets from the Appwrite database. So I can go to the tweet API, and now I'll define another abstract class function, which is going to be future either, not future either, since we want it in the form of a Riverpod provider, the future provider. We are going to have future list of document get tweets. Now I'll just do command full stop, create one missing override, and now I'll do asynchronous, and now I want to get all the tweets. Now how do I get a list of documents? So for that I'll just use underscore db dot and see the function for it. Create documents, create the documents, delete, get, list. List documents will give us a list of documents as the name suggests. So I want the database ID. The database ID is Appwrite constants dot database ID. Collection ID is Appwrite constants dot tweets collection. And now I'll just save this in a variable. So I'll have final documents is equal to await db.list documents. Now I can just do return documents, but this is document list, not list of documents. So what I can do is documents.documents, and it will return to us a list of documents. Correct? Now I can go to my tweet controller. So let's go over there. And here I'll create a separate function called future list of tweets. Correct? Because I want to get a list of tweet. Here we are returning the documents in a list format. Here I'll convert all of those documents in a list format. So I'll call this get tweets. This will be asynchronous, and then I'll get final tweet list is equal to await underscore tweet API dot get tweets. Now this tweet list is a list of document, so I'm just going to map through it and convert every single one of them into a tweet. So we can do that by doing tweet list dot map, and this will give us a tweet. Now I'll convert this to a map, so we'll have tweet dot from map. Sorry, I'll convert it to a model from a map. So I can do tweet dot from map. This will convert it from map to a tweet model. And then I can pass in tweet dot data like we've done before for user model, but this time we are just mapping through it and converting everything to a list. So basically we went through all the documents, mapped through each one of them, we got a single document, and we convert it to a model. Now I can return this thing because it's now a list of tweets. And since there's asynchronous, it became future list of tweets. And now I just need to create a future provider out of this. So I'll just have future provider, name this get tweets provider, then remove this, and then I'll have final tweet controller is equal to ref.watch tweet controller provider dot notifier. Now I can return tweet controller dot get tweets, and now this is of the type future provider list of tweet. Why was I insisting on future provider? Now you'll get to know, because future provider gives us a very good thing. So if we come to the tweet list and do return ref.watch, and then we do get tweets provider, you can see we have earlier used dot value to get the value of the list, and then we could use this value. We did this for the user provider. So if we come back to our create tweet view, we can see here we did this. Since this was a future provider, we had dot value. But now what we are going to do is not value, but dot when. I said you can easily transition between the data, error, or the loading state. That's why we never had future either in there, because if there's an error, we'll get to know it over here. So now if there's data, we have to do something. If there's an error, we'll also get a stack trace. We have to do something about it. And in case of loader, we have to do something about it. So first two are very straightforward. We have already created something for them. There's loader for loading. There's error text for error. So we have error text, and we'll pass in error.toString. And for data, we are getting tweets. And this is in a list format. So if there's a list of tweets and we don't know its number, so how many tweets there are going to be, we don't know that. So in that case, we can use list view builder. And now we can mention the item count, which is tweets.length. And now we'll extract each tweet. So this item count is the number of items there are there. So there are tweets.length number of items. Now I want to get access to a single tweet. So I can have tweets at index. This index is provided over here. So I'm getting one single tweet by doing tweets index in the item builder property. And now if I just want to test, I can just have tweet dot, let's say, text passed to it and see if I'm getting the right thing or not. Now I can take this tweet list, go to my UI constants file where I've already created text feed screen. Now I'll just replace this with a normal tweet list. And obviously this has to be constant. Now I can restart And here you can see there are 3 tweets and there are 3 tweets over here as well. That means our tweets are being retrieved successfully. Now I want to create another widget, which is the tweet card. So let's create that. So I want to design how my tweet card is going to look like. So I can do that in a separate class, because it has a lot of stuff going in it. And this is also going to be a stateless consumer. So we have tweet card and we'll import the Flutter Riverpod library. Now I can return this tweet list. From this tweet list I can return this tweet card, but obviously we'll have to pass in the tweet over here. I'll accept it through the constructor over there. So I have final tweet and I'll require this through the constructor. So we have required this dot tweet. So the error goes away. Now let's get to the main thing. What do we want to return? Well, first of all, we want to return a column. And in that column, we are going to have children. And in that children, the first thing is a row. Why a row? Because we want to have a circle avatar. To demonstrate to you, I'll show you. One here is a circle avatar, the profile pic of the user. Then we have the name of the user. Here we are going to have reply. So if there is any reply, we will have that. If there's retweet, it is going to be above the username. And then we are going to have the text of the user. If there are any images, the image of the user. At the last, we are going to have a divider, so that there's a great division between the next tweet as well. So we need a column so that we can accommodate the divider. And then we need a row so that we can have the user avatar or user profile picture along with their name. So now I'm just going to return a row so that I can have a circle avatar. And this circle avatar is the user's image. And we'll pass in the background image. But now we need the image of the user who has tweeted this. We cannot do final current user is equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value. We cannot get their value by doing this. This is not the image of the person who's tweeted it. It's the image of the person who's handling the app right now. So it will vary for every person. We want to get the details of the person who's uploaded the tweet. So to do that, we'll have to create a new provider. And actually, we don't have to create it. We have already created it. And that is ref.watch user details provider. Here we just have to mention the UID of the user. And that is tweet.uid.when. It will give us data, error, and all of those stuff. In case of data, we'll do something. In case of error and loading, we can just go over here, copy both of these things, come to the tweet card and paste it. Now I can copy the column and here return column. Now to get the background image, it's just going to be network image. And let's call this user. So there will be user dot profile picture. Now if I save this much, you can see we are getting these profile pictures. Now they're the same ones as this user because it's the same user. We created the tweet from here and we are viewing it over here. But if you try it on a different device with a different login, you'll see different images. But if you used current user details provider, it would have given you something else on a different device. It would give you the same thing over here, but it would be different on a different device because it would use their profile picture. It wouldn't be the person who tweeted that. Their profile picture won't be available. So you have to do this. It's very important. And don't mess it up because I've messed it up while I was developing this application. Now I just want to increase the radius. So I'll just have radius 35. Save it. And this looks much bigger. That's great. Now I'll just put a margin here. So I can just have a container and put a margin of constant edgeinsets.all 10. So there's a margin of 10 everywhere. And this looks super cool. The next thing we need is a column. We had a column first so that we could put in a divider. Then we add a row, and inside of that row itself, I want to put a column. Why? Because here we are going to have a list of things. There's going to be username, the text of the user, if they're replying to anyone, their reply tag, if they're retweeting to anyone, their retweeting tag, and their images. So it's all going to be in this column. And then we are going to have children, and then there's going to be retweeted thing, but we are not going to focus on retweeted thing right now. We'll focus on that when we add the retweet feature. So we can just put a comment for now that we want retweeted to be there. Next thing is the row. And this row is going to contain the user name with @ and the number of hours it has been since they posted. So it's going to be again row. This is a bit complex design. Then we need a container because we need to put in a margin. So we have margin, edge insets dot only. From right side, we want 5. And this will be constant. And the child will be text user.name because we want to display the name of the user who has posted it. And now if we see, this is test, this is good as well. Now I just want to style it up a bit. So we have constant text style, and then I'll pass in font weight as font weight dot bold and font size as 19. If we save this much and come over here, this looks good. We have put a margin of 5 here because the next thing that we are going to have is the user name with @ as well as the time ago it was posted. So here we are going to have a string, and there is going to be @, but this is going to be interpolated like this. So @ is there, then the user name, that's a variable, and thus we have this. But now we have to change this a little bit. So here the font size should be 17 and color should be palette dot gray color. If we save this much, this looks good. The font weight should go away, and now this looks nice. Now we want to put the time ago it was posted, and to do that we are going to use a package known as time ago. This will calculate the time ago it was posted. So we have tweeted at property, which will give us the time it was posted, and time ago will calculate the time from right now to when it was posted and give it us in a format like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, something like that. Then I have the dot with me, and then I can use $time ago dot format. Now I want to import time ago, so I can just do import time ago dot dart as time ago. Now I can go over here and have time ago dot format tweet dot tweeted at. And if I do this much and see over here, you can see test user was 3 hours ago. Now I just want to reduce this to 3h so that there's not much space taken. So how I can do that is just by adding, which is en_short. So this will shorten it, and now we just have 3h over here, not 3 hours ago. That's a very big thing. Now the next thing in the column, so we'll get out of this column as well. This row, sorry, we'll get out of this row, and then we'll have another thing which is replied to. So if there's any replied to, we want to add that tag, but we will do that later on when we add reply feature. Then we need a text, so we can just have a simple text, right? But we also want to identify hashtags or links in that case. So how can we do that? Well, for that, we are going to create a separate widget called hashtag_text.dart. We are going to import material dart. We are going to create a stateless widget called hashtag text. We are going to have final string text and require it through the constructor. So we have required this dot text. And here since we want some parts colored in white, which is the normal text, and we want some part to be colored in blue. So for that, we'll have to use text span. So we'll have a list of text span over here. So we have text spans, which is equal to an empty list. And then we can do text.split so that we split all the words in the sentence. We've already looked at this logic, and we'll run a for loop on it. You can also run a map for each, whatever you prefer. I'll run a for each loop, and here I'll just check if the value or the element. So if element dot starts with hashtag. So if it starts with hashtag, I want to add a text span to this text spans list. So I can have text spans dot add text span. The text will be there, which will be $element and in a string format, and we leave a space here. Why have we left space? We have left space because we have split the sentences by spaces. So we have a list of words. So if we add Ranawat as a sentence, and then now we have Rivan in a list format with Ranawat. Now we are just adding them. So we have Rivan added together. So we have Rivan and then Ranawat. There's no space between them, right? So we have to leave a space. Then we can have style, which will be constant text style. Color will be palette dot blue color, and font size will be 18, bigger than the normal. And let's also bold it so that it looks a bit different. So we have font weight dot bold. Now else if the value dot not value element dot starts with, let's say, www dot or http. So we have https :// then we will have something similar. So we'll have text spans dot add this. This is also going to be blue color and bold and all of that stuff. Let's just remove bold so that there's some distinguishing factor. And else will be the normal text. So we have text spans dot add. We add the value, but this is just going to have a font size of 18. It's not going to be blue color. It's just going to be the same size as these three or these two. And now what I want to return is a rich text because it requires a widget to be returned. And here I'll pass in the text as text span, and it will have children as text spans. So you have returned a rich text widget with a text span having its children as the text spans that we just created over here. And now I can just have hashtag text, pass in the text, which is tweet.text. And now if we come over here, you can see the UI is totally dismantled, but we are getting our hashtags and links colored. This is great. Now to fix this, what we can do is wrap the column widget over here with expanded widget. Since we are in a row, container takes this much, and then we have text that's overflowing. So we want text to get all the maximum space, and if there's no maximum space, it can just go down. So we'll just wrap this, and if we come back, yep, it looks fine now. But you can see this text is not in the center, is in the center. We want it to start from here. So we can go up here again, wrap the column widget with cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment.start, paste it, and everything starts from the left side. Now the next thing that I need is images to show up. So if tweet.tweetType is equal to tweetType.images. So if we are having an image as the tweet type, then we want to do something. Braces are not allowed while rendering this. This is an if collection. So to have that, we are going to create a separate widget on its own, and that is going to be called carousel image.dart. We can import material dart. We can create a stateful widget because there's a lot of stuff going on here. Basically, we have an options button. So if the user wants to know which image we are on, or if wants to click over there and go to a certain image, they can definitely do that. And this is going to be final list of string image links. We'll require this through the constructor. And now over here we are going to create a variable called int current is equal to 0. This means the current index of the image to be displayed is 0. And now we are going to return a stack, and there is going to be children. Why is it a stack? You'll get to know. Our first child is now column. The column is now having children, and the first child is the carousel slider. The carousel slider is the same thing as what we had in create tweet view. So we can go there, copy the carousel slider mentioned there, and paste it in the children. Now I can import carousel slider. I can map through the image links or widget.image links, then do image.network, where we'll get a link, and based on that link we have to do image.network, and this will have a fit of boxfit.contain. And here the margin is going to be in all the sides, so we are going to have margin.all 10. Now just to see if it's working, we'll have carousel image, we'll paste it over here, pass in the image links, which is tweet.imagelinks, and save it. And when we try to see this over here, we are getting this error. This is because it is not able to fetch the images, and for that we have to give them a proper permission. So in the storage, we'll have to go to the images tab, go to settings, and here add a role for any user that they can create, read, update, delete, and then click on update. Now if you restart the application, you can see all of the images showing up. So the error is now gone. Now let's beautify this further. How can we do that? First of all, in the carousel slider, we want the viewport fraction to be 1. We want to disable the infinite scroll, and this looks much bigger already. That is nice. And in the stack, we want alignment as alignment.center. So it's right in the center. Also the width will be removed here, and the decoration of box decoration, border radius dot circular 25 will be added. Let's save this much, and here we are going to have one more thing on page changed. We'll get index and reason, and then in the set state we are going to set current variable, that is global, equal to index. So whatever index this carousel options give us, we'll set that to the global variable current. Now the next thing after this is row widget, because we want to display a bunch of circles so that we know how many images are there and stuff. So in the children, we are not going to return a list over here. We are instead going to have widget.imagelinks.asMap.entries. So we're going to treat them as map and get the entries and map through each entry and return a gesture detector. We also convert it to a list so that we don't get any error. Right now we are getting error because we are not returning anything, so we have to return a container which has the width as 12, the height as 12, and margin will be edge insets dot symmetric. In the horizontal direction we'll have 4, and this will also be constant. And now we want to create a circular shape, so we are going to have box decoration shape as box shape dot circle, and color will be colors dot white dot with opacity, and the opacity will differ because if it's current, so basically if current is equal to e dot key, e is basically this one. So if the current matches the current index we are on, then we want the opacity to be more, right? So it will be 0.9. Otherwise it will be less opaque. So we'll have 0.4, and here you can see we are getting this thing. Looks good. And this was the entire carousel image. We had carousel slider, and then we had a row depending on where we were. So now if I just try to, go back and forth, you can see we're getting the correct highlight on this. Now in the tweet card, we have to make certain changes again. So we'll go at the top in the row. You can see we have cross-axis alignment. We have to pass in cross-axis alignment.start so that, our circle avatar moves at the top, not in the center. Then we will have another thing, which is if we want to display the link. So if tweet.link, not likes, link dot is not empty. So if tweet.link is not empty, that means we can display a link, and it has identified a link for us to display. Then we will leave some space from the top. So we have constant size box height 4, and then we will install a package called any link preview. This will open up a preview of any link, as the name suggests, of the package. And to use this, we just have to do any link preview. We'll get a link. So we have to pass in the link, which will be https://$tweet.link. Let's import the any link preview package, save it, and here it is. And it's not displaying as of now because we have to restart the application. So let's restart it. And while that is happening, let's get on to the next step, which is the icon buttons to show up below the tweet. So basically like, comment, all of those things. So here we are going to have another feature or another widget called tweet icon button .dart. We will import material dart for it. We're going to create a stateless widget, call it tweet icon button. Then we are going to have final string path name. The path name is the name of the path to the Flutter SVG icon that we are going to use. Then we are going to have final string text. So what is the counter? How many tweets have happened? So how many retweets have happened? How many likes have happened? All of those stuff. And a void callback tap. So we have void callback on tap. Now we just need to generate a constructor for all of this. And now we are going to return a gesture detector. So any of this is click what should happen. And in the on tap, we'll pass in the on tap. And in the child, we are going to have a row. And in that row, we are going to have children of svg picture.asset at first. And what is the path name? Well, that will be decided from the constructor, whatever value is passed through the constructor. Then we need a color, and color will be palette.gray color. Then we need text, and the text will be text that's from the constructor again. And style will be constant text style, font size 16. So it should be smaller than the tweet text that is showed up. And obviously we need some margin, so we can have a container and have margin constant edgeinsets.all 6. Save this much. You can see our links are also showing up, but I don't want my link to show up like this. I want it in another format, which can be changed through display direction, which is UI direction horizontal. And now it's in a different format. I like it in this format. So after this link, we need to pass in our tweet icon button that we just created. And before that, we want a margin from top and right. So we are going to wrap it with a container so that everything doesn't stick together, right? So we have container, then we have margin, and then we are going to have constant edge insets dot only. From the top, I want 10, and from the right, I want 20. And the child will be a row, and the row will have children, and the first child in this is going to be tweet icon button. There's going to be path name, so the path name is going to be assets constants dot view icon. The text is going to be 0 as of now, and the on tap is going to do nothing. let's see how this looks. Here it is looking good. Also, I can have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between, so that when we have more icons, it will look better, not congested. Now also in the text, I just realized the views can be counted like tweet dot comment IDs plus, not plus, comment IDs dot length plus tweet dot reshare count dot length. This doesn't require length because it's just integer, and then tweet dot likes dot length, and convert all of them to a string and display it out. So this has 0 right now. Now the next tweet icon button is of comment. So we have comment icon, and this is just going to have tweet dot comment IDs dot length dot toString. So let's remove this, and this looks good. Now the third icon we need is a retweet icon. So we can have retweet icon, and this will be reshare count dot toString. Great. Now the fourth button that we need is a like button. For now we are going to have this, but like button is going to be a little bit different because of the animation we are going to add to it. And the text is going to be likes dot length dot toString. And the final button we are going to have here is not going to be a tweet icon button. It's actually going to be just an icon button because I didn't find the need to find an icon for it. And it's going to be constant icon icons dot share underscore outline. Now if you see over here, this looks good. You can change its size by having size as 25 and color as palette dot gray color. Now let's just leave a space after this container. So we have constant size box of height 1, and at the end of this column, you see this was a big row. I told you that we added the parent column so that we could add a divider at the end. So I'm just going to have a constant divider over here, and this divider is going to have a color of palette dot gray color. Sweet. And now we have this. This looks superb. If you put this divider over here instead, this will only cover this part of the row. That's why we didn't add it over here. We added it right below the last column. And this looks much more better. And this also concludes the entire UI, right? Now other things like the like animation, replying part, the retweeting part, we'll add them as and when we get to it, right? We just don't want to mess everything up and put everything together. The next focus of this app is going to be making stuff real time. So basically if I try to, tweet here like hello and tweet it out, come over here, you can see hello is not shown. This hello is the previous hello 3 hours ago, not the current one. Only when I restart my app can I see the hello here. So I want this hello to show up real time. So we'll have to use real time that's provided by Appwrite over here, and it's going to be very fun. So let's get into it. But before that, let's see why our UI looks so off with this part right here. We have 3 buttons over here. We have an image, but this looks very weird because it takes a lot more space than expected. One problem is the height it's taking. So if we come back over here, we remove this height and come back, you can see it takes only that much height that it's needed. It doesn't require all the height, correct? And these buttons over here, they are not centered. We want them to be centered, so we can have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. And now they're right in the center, and this looks more compact and better. Now let's get started with real time. So to get started with it, we are going to go to the tweet API, create our abstract class, which is to get latest tweet. So in the abstract class here, we are going to create a stream. This real time gives us a stream, and it will give us a stream of something known as a real time message. And it is going to give us one latest tweet. So let me just type it out, get latest tweet. It's not going to give us, a list of tweets that are new or anything like that. It will give us one single tweet that just came in. Realtime works like socket. So it is just going to give you the latest event that it has and just present it to you so that you can display or do whatever you want to do with that. So now I'm just going to create one missing override, come over here, and now we have to use realtime. Now to use realtime, of course, we'll have to import it from the constructor. So let's have final realtime underscore realtime here. Then we are going to require this. So we have required realtime, and then underscore realtime should be equal to realtime that we are getting from the parameter here. Easy. Now we can go down. Also, let's see why we are getting this error. We have to provide realtime. Now, realtime is provided by Appwrite, and for every single Appwrite dependency, we have created a provider. So let's just go over there and create a last provider, which is the Appwrite realtime provider. You can see how our work is getting reused every single time we use a provider. We don't have to continuously create instances. Only one time we have to create this, and it works well for us in the entire application. Here let's just provide realtime, which is ref.watch realtime Appwrite realtime provider. Now we can come down here and return something. So we need to return whatever will we return. So let's just call realtime and see what it does. So if we do realtime and if we do subscribe, you can see we can subscribe to a list of string of channels. So let's just first have a string and then just see what subscribe method gives us. It gives us a real-time subscription, but here we want to return a stream of real-time message. So over here we have something known as .stream, which will convert this into this format. Now we need to subscribe to a particular channel. Now what are these particular channels? You can find a list of them on the Appwrite documentation. It's present over there. Or otherwise, if you want to understand it logically from the point of view of database, so let's just go over there. We are going to use realtime for databases. So if there is any changes made in the database in a particular collection or in a particular document, we're going to track it through this subscribe method of realtime. But if you want to do the same for storage, so for a particular file or a bucket, you can do that, and the channel name for it is present in the description below. Basically, you'll find the Appwrite documentation where you can find literally everything well written. So let's just go to the database. Now let's understand what we need to track. We need to track the tweets collection and see if any tweet is being created, right? So for that, what are we going to do? To understand that, let's go to the main Appwrite dashboard. So first thing we need to do when we are in our project is go to the databases. So we need to enter a database ID, right? So here we can just have databases dot. So it will go to the databases, and then we want to go to the particular database ID. So now when we go to the particular database ID, we need to enter that as well. And a database ID is present in Appwrite constants dot database ID. Now after databases, where do we want to go? To a collection, and that is the tweets collection. So we can just write dot collections over here, and after that dot dollar Appwrite constants dot which collection? The tweets collection, because we want to see if any tweet is being created. And then we just want to keep track of the documents. We don't want to track any particular document because we want to track if a new tweet is being created or not. So here we are just going to have dot documents, and that's our entire channel. We go to a database and then pass in the database ID. Then we want to go to the collections, pass in the collection ID, and then we keep track of the overall documents, not just one particular document. If you want to do that, you can do document dot dollar Appwrite constants with a particular document ID, but not that for my case, right? Sweet. So our get latest tweet is now done. It will give us the latest tweet that it gets. If it doesn't give any latest tweet, there will be a loading indicator. You'll understand that when we write the code for it in the UI file. But before that, we need to convert. We don't even need to convert it actually. I was going to say that we need to convert this real-time message that it gets in the form of a tweet, but we don't need to do that because in the UI file we need to check some things. We need to check that if the tweet is being created or it is being updated or it is being deleted, whatever. Here we have just told we need to keep track of the documents. Don't forget to put the S over here. We need to keep track of the documents, but we don't know what event is happening on it. It can either be creation, deletion, whatever. So for that, we are going to create a stream provider. And let's just call this get latest tweet provider. We'll remove the async star. We are going to get an instance of the tweet API directly. We're not going to get an instance of tweet controller, what we have been doing till now, because we are not going to register this function in the tweet controller because we don't have any job for it. So now we can just have final tweet API is equal to ref.watch tweet API provider. And now we can return tweet API dot get latest tweet. Of course, you can put this function get latest tweet in the tweet controller as well and just call underscore tweet API dot get latest tweet and then use the controller over here. But why do we have to do so much when there's literally nothing happening in the controller for it? So we just have this. Now, of course, if you want, you can add auto dispose. Auto dispose will auto dispose your provider, and it's always a good thing to add beside every provider. I've forgotten to do that. So go ahead, add auto dispose everywhere. It will be mentioned in my GitHub repository. So if you're referring to that, I'm sure you'll find auto dispose over there. It's similar to .family. So these are two modifiers on providers. You'll get them on stream future providers. You'll also get it on the normal provider. Anyways, now let's go to our create tweet view. Not create tweet view, sorry, the tweet list. And here we are also going to watch for getting the latest tweet. So right now we are just watching the get tweets provider, which is a future provider. Now we want to do it real time. And if there is any changes in real time, we're going to display it in the UI. If you don't understand this, I'll explain it to you through a diagram. So we have our device over here, a very slim device, and we have a list of tweets that are showing up. Okay. Now these tweets are powered by future provider as of now. They're not real time. They basically build only once when the app is loaded. And since we are using stack, even if we go here and come back, it's not going to change. What I mean by this is since we have used index stack, and if we scroll down, it will process the state and it will come back to where we had scrolled. Basically, it's not rebuilding this entire project. So the future provider is not going to get rebuilt anytime. But now what we want is our app look real time. Now to make it look real time, we had added real time, which is something provided by Appwrite, and no external configurations are required for it. So after we get those latest tweets, we are just checking if another tweet is being created or not. If it is being created, we can get it from the real time. So here, instead of returning list view builder directly, what we are going to say is have basically another real-time provider here. It constantly listens to any changes in our mentioned channel. The channel what we had mentioned over here. So it continuously listens, and if there is any change, so if there's create, update, it will directly affect in our application. That's how we are going to create it. So the data from future provider shows up, but the data real-time provider gives us will be added to our data to be rendered on the screen. If you don't understand this, let's write the code, and I hope you'll understand after that. So right now what I want to return here is not a list view builder. I'll just comment it out. I want to return ref.watch get latest tweet provider dot when, and when we have data, when we have error along with stack trace, and when we have loading, we have to handle all of these states. So this is what we want to return. Now in case of error and loading, we have this. But in case of data, what do we want to show? Well, that's the point. We are getting a real-time message here. So let's see what real-time message gives us. It gives us channels. So the channels we subscribe to. Events. So what events are happening. Payload. So what data is there inside of the real-time message. So basically, what exactly is the data that got modified? That will be mentioned. The timestamp. So what time was it updated or created, whatever. So we have all of this. Now what matters to us is first we want to check if the data was created or it was updated. So if it was created, then we want to insert it into our array, and our array is tweets.length. We want to insert it into it. But if it was being modified, then we want to send the modified data inside of this tweets array. So let's write the code for this. We're just going to check if data dot events. So what was the event? Was it being created or updated? So this gives us a list. So we want to check if data dot events contains some event. So what is the event we are looking for? Well, it's very similar to this. Let's go to our tweet API. So we have this, and then we pass that in. So we have if database.events.contains databases, and here we are going to have .star, that means anything, any database, and the collection should be appwrite.tweets collection. So let's have that. .documents .any document .create. Now I'll explain this code to you, but let me just format this a little bit. So what just happened here? So if data events contains this part, so the data that we got right now, if it was being created, then what do we want to do? So to check if it was being created, we went to databases.star. So it can be any database. I've done this any because right now we just have a testing database. That means a debugging database. If you release this app on production, you'll create a new database. How will you do that? If you go to the Appwrite console, go to your Twitter clone application. In the databases tab, you can create a new database. You can see that. So I did .star so that it works everywhere. .collections, and then the Appwrite tweet collection. .documents .star. So we want to check for any document, not just one document, any document. And if create is there, then what do we want to do? We want to update the tweets, because that is being returned in the list view builder, correct? So let's just take this and put it right here, outside of the if condition, inside this get latest tweet provider. So if it is being created, what do I want to do? I just want to show it up in the list. So we have tweets that is being used to display the tweets over here, right? So I can just have tweet.insert. Now we can do tweets.add or we can do tweets.insert. We are using tweets.insert, not tweets.add, because tweets.add will add the tweet at the last of the list. We don't want to add it in the last of the list. We want to add it at the top. So here we are just going to have tweets.insert 0. So if we do it at 0, it will come right at the top of the list. And then we want to specify the element, right? Don't worry, using insert will not replace any element. All the other elements will shift, and insert will just add the latest tweet to the start. And now we can just have tweet.fromMap, and then we'll pass in data.payload. I told you payload contains the data, the actual data. So we can just use payload. So every time this happens, we are going to insert 0, data.payload, and this is cool. So let's restart our application. And here you can see we're continuously getting the loading indicator. Now if you want to check which loading indicator is this one or this one, you can go ahead and print it, but I know that this is coming from this loading because earlier this worked fine. Now why are we getting this loading? Now how Realtime with Appwrite works is it keeps on loading until we get a trigger. So basically until an event gets created, so until this create or update or anything happens, we keep on getting the loading indicator. And if you don't use Riverpod, you won't even get to know that it is being loaded. You won't get anything in the terminal, you won't see anything on the screen. But inside of it, it's not actually loading. It's just saying that it doesn't really have any data right now. So it just keeps on loading over here. Because data loading is the state where there's no error and there's no data, right? So how can we fix this problem? Well, my solution to this was just returning a list view builder over here. So the exact same list view builder that we are having over here can be passed in the loading indicator. And now if we restart, we get the tweet showing up. Correct? And now if you want to test our logic over here, we can go ahead, create a tweet. So I'll just say, hello, what's up? And I can click on tweet. Now if I go back, you can see in real time, hello, what's up shows up. If I remove this line, these two logics, and try to rerun the application, you'll see that real time doesn't work. We'll have to reload the entire application. But with real time, everything works well real time. Now, if you're still not clear about the loading indicator and how this entire process works, let me brief you through it. If you've understood, make sure to skip forward to the next part. So basically what we're trying to do here is just getting the tweets provider first. So we have a list of tweets with us. After we get the list of tweets with us, we are continuously checking if we are getting any latest tweet provider or we are not getting any latest tweet. So once we get the latest tweet, we are going to get a data, and here we are checking if the create is being triggered on a document. If the create is triggered on a document, we just convert it to a tweet model using the data.payload, which consists of the tweet's data, and insert it to the top of the list. And since this has changed, our list view builder will also change and it will rerun this part. But what about the loading part? What did I mention there? Well, you saw continuously the loading indicator was being run. That was because there was neither any data nor was there any error. Because real-time gives us data only when a certain event is triggered. So if a create function is triggered, update, delete, any of this is called, only then will data have some value. Otherwise, it will have no value, it will have no error, it will just keep on loading. So to fix that, what I did was add a list view builder here. So as long as it's loading, just show a list view builder. But anytime we get some data over here, which is a stream provider, right? So it can continuously listen. So as soon as we get some data, this will get triggered and this entire function will run. So we'll come over here. Now, if you still don't understand, I would recommend you to print the loading over here and print data over here and see how it's working by restarting the application. That will give you a sense of what's happening. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to work on is, if you see, when we restart the application, our hello what's up goes down. I want my latest tweets to show up right at the top. So what I can do is go to my tweet API. In my get tweets function, I'll add something known as queries. Queries will allow me to add queries to my application through which I can make many changes. To add queries, you can just do query dot and you can see a ton of options it gives you. Cursor after, cursor before, these two are used for pagination and they're very efficient. There's limit, also used with pagination. Offset, also used for pagination. Their uses can be seen in the Appwrite documentation, or if you want, I can create a separate tutorial on it. I'm not going to cover pagination in this tutorial. Then we have order ascending or order descending. So basically, in what order do we want to arrange our tweets? Well, for us, order descending. Order ascending is what is showing up here. The last tweets or the older tweets show up first. But we want it in an opposite order, order descending. And what is the attribute? So what is the property according to which we should put it in the descending order? Well, it's because of the time. So we'll just have tweeted at. So based on tweeting at, I want my documents to be listed. Other queries here are equal to, greater than, search. We are going to use some of them later on in the application when we go to the searching users part. But for now, let's restart our application. And here you can see we are getting this error. We are getting this error because whenever we create an attribute or a query, we need to register it in our database. So here you can see whenever we have a new property to add, we can add it over here. But whenever we have some index to be added, this is all index. So whenever we add indexes to add, we need to click over here, create index. So what is this index going to be called? Tweet descending. Then the type of this index is key. The attribute here is tweeted at, and the order should be descending. Now I'll click on create and our index is now created. Now if I try to run my application, you can see this works. 6 minutes first shows up, then 17 hours, 20 hours, 21 hours. Now if I again try to create a tweet, let's say hello with many exclamation marks. But other thing is whenever I click on tweet, I don't pop off the screen. So to pop off the screen, I have to go back to the create tweet view, where we have created on sharing tweet. We just have to call navigator.pop. We're not adding pop in the share tweet over here, right after here. We're not adding it over here. The reason for that is this share tweet will be reused in another feature, which is replying to tweets. Anyways, now let's try to tweet it out and our screen is popped off. And if we just go up, you can see hello with many exclamation marks showing up. Our app is now real time. Now the next thing we need is this like button. We want this like to work. So the first thing we are going to do is animate the like button. To animate the like button, we have to go to the tweet card. And here, first of all, I'll just add a dependency of like_button. This button gives us the nice animation of Twitter. And here, we want to scroll down and we want to replace the like outlined icon with this like button. So we have like button over here. Let's have that. And now we'll give it a size of 25 so that it matches with every other icon. Then we have to have a like builder. So basically, if it is liked, what do we have to build? And based on this like, so I'll have is liked. So if it is liked, let me just have this. So if it is liked, then I want to return. So I'll just have return is liked. And if it is liked, then I want to return svg picture dot asset and I want like filled icon. So I can just copy this and just have like filled icon. And obviously, if it is not, then I'll have this thing but with like outlined icon. Okay, now I just need to mention the color and stuff. So if it is filled, we are obviously going to get the red color. So I'll have color palette dot red color. And if it is not, then I want color to be palette dot gray color. Alright, now let's see. If I try to click over here, nothing really happens. Let me just remove this. And now if I try to do this, you can see we are getting the nice effect. Now after this, we also want to show the like count. So we'll have like count, and like count is basically tweet.likes.length. We'll save it, and here we see the counter. But now I also want to change the color of this counter. So now how can I do that? I can just have count builder passed in. It will give me these three properties like count, is liked, and text. So here I can just pass in text. So I'll return text and pass in the text with a style, and the style is going to be text style, and it really depends what should be the color. So the color can be red if the tweet is liked, and if it's not liked, then it should be white. So we can have, if it is liked, so is liked. So if it is liked, then I want to have palette dot red color, otherwise palette dot gray color, and obviously mention your color. I also need the font size, so we can have font size and pass in 16 over there, because right now it feels very small. Now I can save this much, go where it still looks out of place because this should be white color. Now after having this, it matches with the rest of the things. But still, let's just add a little bit of padding from left. So I can just have a padding widget, and from the left I want 2 to be present. I'll save it, and this matches with other things now. So if I click over here, the counter increases, and if it's not, then it doesn't. Now we want to get into the actual liking part. So I'll go to the tweet API, and here we are going to create our next function in our abstract class, which is going to be liking the tweet. So we are going to have future either document. We are having future either, not future, because as I said, not everything that has future needs to be in the future provider. And we'll get like tweet over here, and we'll just accept tweet from the model over here. Now we'll create a missing override for this, go down, pass in async, then we need a try, catch, block, all of those stuff. I would recommend you to type it. I'll just copy it and paste it down here. Okay, great. Now after having this, now let's understand how this liking feature works. Well, basically I want to go to my particular document, the particular tweet that has been clicked on and liked. I want to go there. I just want to increase the likes over here. So basically I want to add likes to this array. And this should work. Our like tweet is now complete. This is exactly what's needed. So I want to update this document. So let's find if DB has anything like that, and it does have an option of update document. So we are going to use this. We'll pass in the database ID, the collection ID, the document ID. The document ID is not going to be id.unique anymore, because we want to update a certain document, the document that was clicked on. And we are getting the document ID from this tweet that we are accepting from the parameter. So we can just tab tweet.id. For the data, we can pass in a map, and here just say that we want to update one certain attribute over here, which is the likes field, and here I just want to pass in tweet.likes. Okay. If you're wondering why are we having tweet.likes, won't the likes be the same as before then? Well, no, because when we use this like tweet in our controller, we're going to update this tweet model. So when we are on this tweet, we are going to update the user model to have the user's like, so the user's ID in it, and then only we are going to send it to the API. So basically we'll just go to the tweet controller. We will have a new function created, which is like tweet, and here we are going to get the tweet model. So basically whatever tweet we are going to have over here, this is going to be the old tweet. Before the updating, what does the tweet look like? And the user model of the current user. We can get that from ref.watch as well, but if we use it right now over here, when the user clicks, we will get an error because it will think that the UID is null. You can try it on your own by using ref.read current user provider dot value, but you'll get the error. So we are directly getting it from the tweet card itself. Now we are going to have list of string of likes. So what is the likes? Well, it's just tweet.likes, right? Why are we storing this in the likes variable independently? Well, because there's a lot of logic to put in here. So if the tweet is already liked, suppose it's this way, and the user again clicks on the like button, we want to remove the like. And if the like is not already there and we click on it, we want to add it to the likes array. So here we are going to check if tweet.likes.contains user.uid. So if the tweet like array contains the user's ID, that means that the user has already liked it and he has already clicked on the button. So the case is right now like this. The user has liked the tweet and we want to click on it. So basically we want to remove the tweet. To remove the tweet, what can we do? We can just do likes.remove, and what should the value be? Well, the user.uid. So you want to remove the current user's ID. Else, the tweet.likes does not contain the user ID and we want to add that user ID. So we can have likes.add user.uid. Simple. Now we will set tweet equal to tweet.copywith. Remember the copywith function that we created? Since the likes field is immutable, so basically tweet.likes is immutable, I cannot update its value. Actually, for an array I can do that, but this cannot be done for another field. So example tweet.id. You cannot set it to something else, it will give you an error. ID cannot be used as a setter because it's final. So you cannot do this. But you can do this for an array because we have not returned an unmodifiable array or unmodifiable list. Anyways, we're going to have copywith. So basically what we are doing is setting tweet equal to tweet.copywith. So we want to update a field and the field is likes. Because we have updated the likes field according to our logic here and we are updating the tweet accordingly. So now the tweet has updated like number or the updated like array. Now I can just do final result is equal to await. So let's put async over here and have await underscore tweet API dot like tweet, and then we'll pass in this tweet. And that's why we have directly put in likes is tweet.likes. We did not have to do tweet.likes.add or remove. All of the logic has been put in the controller over here. And then we can just do res.fold in case of a failure. We don't want to show anything. And in case of a success, we don't want to do anything. Why do we want to show nothing in case of failure? Because it's a like button that's clicked on. Have you ever seen a message that when you click on a like button, you get any error? So we don't want to show any error even if it is there. And also you might notice that we have not set state is equal to true and state is equal to false, because whenever we like a tweet, we don't see a loading indicator, right? That's why. Now we just need to bind this to our like button over here. So we'll have an ontap function is liked, and now we're going to have ref.read tweet controller provider dot notifier dot like tweet. We know all of this. Now we have access to tweet as well, which is the user tweet we are getting from the constructor. And we also have access to the user model, which is the user who has created the tweet. But we don't want the user who has created the tweet. We want to have our own current user, right? We don't want to check with this logic that if the tweet.likes contains the person who has created the tweets, their ID. We don't want to check that. We want to check if the tweet.likes contains our own UID. So that's why this user won't work. We have to get final current user, which is equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value. And now we are going to check over here. So if current user is null, so if current user is equal to null, then I want a loader to show up. Otherwise this. Or even if not a loader, we want a sized box to show up. Anything works. Now we can just come over here, have this, and see why are we getting this error. We're getting this error because it requires a future boolean. So to make a future, we'll have add async, and now we want to return a boolean. So on tap, should the like change? So yeah, it should change. So we'll have is like. This is like variable gives us whether the tweet was liked or disliked. Here we are just saying if it was liked, then we want to return opposite of liked, which is not liked. And if it was not liked, now it is liked, right? Now we can restart the application and let's find this particular tweet, the hello tweet. It's this one only. So now I'll click on like button over here. I'll click on restart and we are not getting anything in our likes array. The reason for that is very simple. If we go back to the settings, the current user is only allowed to create or read. It's not allowed to update or delete. So you want to allow the updation as well. Now after updating, let's go back to our documents, restart the app. Now if we click on hello, you can see it was updated, and if we go to our hello document, the likes is present over there. And if I again click over here, the likes was removed. If I refresh, the likes was removed. This works fine, but there is a problem. If you see, we're not getting the circled over here. Why? And also if you see, the view counter increased in real time. No other tweet increased its view, only this particular did. So to make this animation work, let's go to the like button and see. There seems to be some problem with the is liked part. So here we'll just add an is liked option. So when is the like is liked? It requires a boolean field. So when it's liked, it is liked initially only when it is when tweets.likes. So let me have tweet.likes.contains my user ID. So we have current user.uid. So if the tweet.likes contains the user ID, then is liked will be true. Otherwise it will be false. And right now it contains it. So if I remove it, it doesn't contain it. Now if I put it back, it contains. If I remove it, it doesn't. If I put it back, you can see it contains. Otherwise it doesn't. Now to give you the second answer, that is, why does this work? Why does this real time work? Well, this is because of how the tweet like button works. This is not really happening real time because of our real time tweet list call over here. The thing we've put here, it's not happening because of that. This is happening because this is how the like button package works. It automatically updates it listening our task. And since this updates, this will also update because tweet.likes.length increases. Now that we have this, the like button also seems to be working. The next part is now clicking on the retweet. So whenever we click on the retweet, this counter should update and a new tweet should be added with the same user's ID. So this should be there, the same tweet, but above should be written that test retweeted or some other like Revan retweeted, sorry. So you want that tag to be appearing. So first of all, we'll start off by closing all the save files. We'll again come to the tweet API, and here we're going to create a new function in our abstract class. And this is called update reshare count, because we only want to update the reshare count. So this will be the exact same thing, future either document, but this time update reshare count. We'll get a tweet. This is exactly similar to the like feature, but instead of adding a new likes array, we are going to update the reshare count. And this should be asynchronous. And after updating the document, we don't want to update the likes array. We want to update the reshare count. So if we go to the tweet model and see what the name was, it was reshare count. And this should be tweet.reshare count. Easy. Now similar to the like feature, we are going to update this reshare count counter in our tweet controller. So we can go over there. We can copy this void like tweet and have void reshare tweet. So we get the current user. So let's just type in that we want a current user. And we also need a build context, because if there's a problem while resharing, because it is a big process, we basically want to create a new tweet and save it to our database, we will display an error in case of any error. So what do we want to do here? Well, let's just remove everything. We will call reshare update reshare count and pass in the tweet, but now we have to perform the updating logic. And after updating, we also want to share the tweet again, right? So that this retweet appears. Now here, there's also another thing to be done, which is updating the tweet model. Here we want to add two important fields. We want to add a field called final string retweeted by. So whom was this tweet retweeted by? So we'll have required this dot retweeted by. Then we'll have string retweeted by. Let's copy this field so that we don't make any error. Then we'll pass it over here. So to retweeted by is not null. Then we want this dot retweeted by. Then we add it over here as well. Result dot add all retweeted by in a string should be equal to retweeted by. Then we'll have retweeted by map retweeted by, otherwise an empty string. We'll also add it to the toString function. Retweeted by is $retweeted by. We'll add it to our equal to operator. Retweeted other dot retweeted by is equal to retweeted by. And finally over here, retweeted by dot hash code to be added. Now if you click over here and again try to generate the data class, it will work for you, no doubt about that. But again, you will get the ID over here like a normal ID. We want it to be /$ID, so make sure you have that. Okay, now coming back to this, tweet is equal to tweet. Now what we want to do is update the field over here, not the likes part, but the retweeted part. So now initially the tweet wasn't retweeted by anyone. Now it is retweeted by current user dot name. So this is the guy who retweeted. Also here in our share image tweet and a share text tweet, we get this error because we made it a compulsory field to be added. So of course we'll have to add it over here as well. But when there is no retweeted by, so basically it is our own original tweet, it is going to be empty. And later on in our UI, we will check if retweeted by dot is empty. So if it is empty, we don't want to display anything. But if it is not empty, there's some username, then we will show that this was a retweeted tweet. Now we'll again put it here. Now we can go right at the top where our reshare tweet is. And here what we want to do is set likes to an empty field. So since this tweet is getting reshared, we want to set the likes to an empty field. The comment ID should be empty field because we don't want any comments or likes to be present now. And the reshare count should be tweet.reshare count plus 1. So the new reshare count is going to be the old reshare count plus 1. Now we'll update the reshare count and send it across. Then we'll have res.fold. In case of any error, we want to show snack bar saying l.message. And in case of any success, which is R, we have to do one more task. So we'll pass this as async. Right now, we just updated the original tweet's reshare count, correct? So we have updated its reshare count. Now we want to create a new tweet saying that this tweet was created and retweeted by. So earlier when we added retweeted by, likes and comment IDs, they were not required when we were doing this part. I just added them so that I don't have to do it over here. Here what I want to do is just have final res2 equal to await underscore tweet API dot share tweet. So I want to share the tweet with this, but of course I have to make one more change. Your tweet should be equal to tweet.copyWith, and I want to update the ID of the tweet, correct? So the ID is going to be id.unique. We are going to take this from Appwrite only, and the reshare count should be 0. Here we have updated the reshare count. Now we are again putting it back to 0 after this updated reshare count function has been called. And we are setting ID to a unique ID, because earlier what we did was use the ID over here, use the reshare count. So this was original tweet's ID and reshare count. Now since we are creating a new tweet and a new ID on its own, we need to update these fields. So basically all of these three fields weren't even needed here. They can be put here, but I just wanted to show that you can also put it over here. It doesn't matter because the only things that are being called in update reshare count are the reshare count and the tweet.id. So we cannot update the ID over here as id.unique. Okay, you have to do it right below after this function is called. Great. Now after all of this is done, we can just have res2.fold in case of any error, show the snack bar with l.message, and in case of write, we don't have to do anything as of now. Now reshare tweet functionality has been created. I'll go to the post card or the tweet card, and here where I have my retweet button, I'm just going to call ref.read tweet controller provider.notifier.reshare tweet. I'll pass in the tweet, the current user, the build context, and then get done. Don't use user over here, otherwise it won't work for you. It will actually give a very weird thing and you won't understand why. I would recommend you to always use good names over here, not just user and current user. Something more appropriate, but it serves my understanding. Anyways, now that we have this done, let's restart. Now here I'll try to reshare a tweet. Actually, once the reshare has been done, here let's just say show snack bar retweeted. So what we have done over here is updated the reshare count on the original tweet, and we have shared the tweet again so that it appears on our profile. Now if I click on one of this, I'll click on hello. You can see we are getting invalid document structure because we have added a new tweet. I always forget to do this. Thanks to the error messages, they always tell you the right thing. So now I just want to add a new attribute called retweeted by, which is going to be a string with size, let's say 255, required, create. Now I can restart, and since we're getting this error, I can't seem to resolve it, to be honest. So I can just delete all the fields. Let's just delete every single thing. So I can have my database empty now. I'll restart my app. This is all empty. I can just type hey over here. I'll click on tweet. I have this. I can click on like. So like is there. I can click on retweet, and the retweet has taken place. And if I like it and then retweet, you can see there is retweet happening. The original likes are maintained, new tweets are being created, and they show up real time because of our Appwrite real time configuration and logic. But the counter is not updated on the tweets we are retweeting. But if we restart, the counter is being updated. You can see one is over there, one is over here. That means it is updating in Appwrite. We want to update it here real time. And another problem that I have is retweeted by not showing up. So I want these two things to happen. First, we'll work on the tweet card where we will add the retweet part. So you can see there we have added a comment of retweeted. We will replace this with our own retweeted by. And here again we are going to have a row. And in this row we are going to have children. And the first child in this is svg picture.asset, where we show the retweet icon. So we have asset constants.retweet icon. Color will be palette.gray color, and the height will be 20. We'll increase it from the normal height. After this, we will leave some width. So we have constant size box of width, let's say 2. And then we are going to have a text saying that this guy retweeted. So here we'll have $tweet dot retweeted by, and we have to put all of this in a string because we want to type this username guy has retweeted. And now you can see we are getting all of this, but there are some problems. This retweeted shows up even for the people who have not retweeted. So here we'll just add if tweet dot is retweeted, or the retweeted by, sorry, is not empty. So if this is not empty, only then we want to show this, otherwise just remove this. And this doesn't show up for this time. Now the next issue I have is the font size. So let's increase it. So we'll have style, constant, text style, where the color will be colors or palette dot gray color. Font size will be improved to 16, and font weight will be font weight dot w500. A little bit bolded so that it differentiates from the username below. And this looks good. So whenever we retweet, it shows up. Now if I try to retweet something, you can see retweeted, hey shows up, test retweeted is also there. But now we want to update the counter over here in real time. Why is it not being updated? Even though we have something present in the tweet list, right? We have added the create trigger, but that's the problem. We have added the create trigger. It doesn't listen for the update trigger. We have updated the like count. We have updated the retweet count, correct? So here we'll just have an else block. So else or else if the data dot events, so let me just copy this correctly. Else if data dot events dot contains databases dot star, all of this, but this should be update. So if this is updating, then what do we want to do? So to update, what do we want to do? In case of create, we directly insert it, but in case of updating, we basically want to get the ID of the tweet. We want to remove that tweet, and then we want to replace it with the updated tweet. So for that, we need the tweet ID. We need the index of the tweet in this tweets array, and then we want to update it. Okay. So this should be fairly straightforward. First, we want to get ID of tweet. So to get ID of the tweet, we can just have final tweet. Let's call this variable tweet equal to, and we can just have tweet dot from map, and then we'll pass in data dot payload. And now tweet ID will be final tweet ID, which is equal to tweet dot ID. This is final because its value is never going to change after this, but this is variable because later on we're going to replace this. This is the old tweet, correct? This is the new tweet, sorry. This is the new tweet. So we're going to update it. So anyways, now that we have tweet ID with us, what we need to do is find the index of the tweet in this tweets array. So now what we are going to do is find the tweet. So we have tweet equal to, and that's why we have put variable. We are going to change this value. Right now this is the updated value. Again, we are going to set it to update value. But right now we are not creating another variable. You can create another variable to not cause confusion. But here I'm just using this variable. So now tweet is going to be equal to tweets dot where, and where do we want to get, like where do we want to get, which tweet do we want to get? So we just want a tweet where element.id should be equal to tweet ID. Okay. So we want to get a tweet in this tweet list where the element.id, we are looping through it essentially. So we want to get element.id equal to tweet ID, which is this ID. So in the tweets list, we'll get the tweet, and then we'll just call first on it because we know there's only going to be one tweet with this particular tweet ID, correct? Now that we've got this tweet, we just want to remove this tweet. But even before removing, we need the tweet index so that we can insert our updated tweet into that tweet's position. So we have final tweet index is equal to tweets dot index of, and then we pass in the tweet. So this is a tweet. Now that we have stored the tweet index, we have this tweet ID. Now we can just do tweets dot remove where element dot id is equal to tweet ID. So we have removed the old tweet now. So this removes the old tweet. Now we just want to insert the updated tweet. Now to get the updated tweet and insert it, it's going to be very simple for us. We just want to do tweets.insert at tweet index, and that's why we had stored tweet index earlier, because after we remove the tweet and then find tweet index like this. So if we do this much, right? If we do this much, we won't get the tweet index because we have already removed it. If we have removed a tweet and then find the index of that tweet, will we get any index? No. That's why we want this logic to be above this. And we have got the tweet ID over here so that we could get that particular tweet. We are getting the tweet by ID essentially over here. And now we are inserting at tweet index the element which is tweet. But this tweet is the old tweet itself, right? So now we want to update the tweet again by doing this. Tweet is equal to tweet.fromMap. Now I know this is a lot of logic, so I would recommend you to pause it. Go through it on your own. I'll do one dry run after this, after we get to know that it's working. If it's working, then I'll do a dry run. So if you want to follow along, you can follow along. But I would highly recommend you to use your own logic to understand this. Now we'll restart the app, and after restarting it, let's try to retweet. And I just realized the error in our application. Even if you try to retweet, the retweet count won't upgrade. And that's because the tweet.id that we are getting here is the updated tweets ID. And the updated tweets ID and the old tweets ID aren't the same thing, right? We had added that logic on our own and we forgot about it. So now how do I get the ID of the tweet? So now if you try to print latest, let's just call it data.events at 0. So now if you restart your application, click on retweet over here, you'll see over here, this is the event. Now this is the document ID. To get the document ID, what we need to do is get this thing. So to get this thing, we can just find this full stop at the last. So you want to get index of this full stop. So let's just get it. This is not the tweet ID. We had made a mistake. So let's just get rid of it. To remove the error, we can just do final tweet is equal to this. To get the tweet ID, now we are just going to have first of all the starting point or the starting index. And this is going to be latest data dot events at 0 dot last index of, and we want to get last index of this documents dot. So let's have documents dot. So we'll get the starting point. Now to get the ending point, we want to get last index of dot update, right? So now we can just repeat this and have final end point equal to dot update. Okay, now we want to get the tweet ID. So we'll have final tweet ID is equal to latest data dot events at 0 dot substring. So we have the starting point, we have the ending point. So we want to get a string from the starting point to the ending point. Done. But this is not it, because starting point is last index of, this will also consist documents dot. We don't want it to consist of documents dot, right? We want to remove that. So how can we do that? Well, we can just calculate the number of characters in documents dot, which is 10, and we can add it over here. So our starting point doesn't start from documents dot. It will ignore them. It will do starting point plus 10, ignoring documents dot, which is 10 characters long, till the end point. Dot update won't be used in the end point. This is because it doesn't contain dot update. Our index of is still here only. So now we'll get this ID, and now based on this, everything will get updated. And of course we are getting this error, so we want to convert it to a tweet variable, sorry. If we convert it to a variable, we can use it later on to reassign. So now what we have done is get ID over here of the original tweet. So we got the ID of the original tweet. We are finding that element by using element.id is equal to tweet ID. Then we are getting the tweet index before removing the tweet. Then we finally remove the tweet, get the new data, so get the new latest data and insert it at the particular tweet index and at a particular tweet. Now we'll restart the entire thing. I've retweeted many times here just to test. So just to reduce complexity, what I've done is just deleted all the tweets. Now I'm going to come here. I'm just going to type a new tweet, and then click on tweet. Now, another problem that I face right now while retweeting is that whenever I tweet, both the dates are the same thing. We don't want both the dates to be the same thing. Whenever we retweet, we want to update the date as well. So here, we can also update the date by just having tweeted at with the date time as datetime.now. So the tweeted at is now updated. Now we can just go and restart the app. Now if I try to retweet, it's over here. There is an update. If I retweet again, it's now 2 and it shows up right at the top. Now if I restart the application, this configuration doesn't change. So now finally our retweet is also working. The earlier logic did not work because of the new tweet ID that we were getting. We need to get the ID of original tweet. I hope that is clear. If it's not, I would recommend you to go through this. I've already gone through the dry run. We've got the starting point. We've got the ending point by index of. Now we are substringing them so that we can get a particular section of the string. Then we are getting the tweet, the original tweet. We are getting its index before removing it, and then we later on remove it. And then we are just having tweet.from map and inserting it. Easy. So the retweeting part is also done. And it is working real time. If I also try to like or dislike, it also works. The next feature we want to work on is whenever I click over here, I want to go to the new screen, which is the replying screen or the comment screen, whatever you want to call it. And the speciality of this replying feature is that whenever we reply, this is going to be there in the comment section of this tweet, but it's also going to be there on our feed because we are replying to some person. So it is basically our tweet that is present in other person's tweet. So this is a really cool thing to work on. So let's get started. So we'll start off by creating a reply screen. So we are going to go in the tweet folder in the views. We are going to create a Twitter reply screen or view, whatever you want to call it, dot. And here we are going to import material dot. We are going to create a stateless consumer widget. And we are going to call this not stateful. We are going to get stateless consumer. And we are going to call this Twitter reply screen. This is nothing else but just a simple reply screen. And now you might think that, yeah, if this is a reply screen, this is going to have text editing controller. And I said, if we have text editing controller, we need to use stateful consumer. And you're right, but we are not going to have text editing controller over here. We are simply going to use the onSubmitted property in the text field. Anyways, here in the app bar, we want a very simple thing to show up, which is a title saying text that this is a tweet. And this is how the original one looks as well. Now in the body, we are going to have a column widget. And in that column, we are going to have children, and the children, the first child we want is a tweet card. So for the tweet, we are going to have a final tweet over here. And then we are going to require this through the constructor. So we are going to have required this dot tweet. So first we want the original tweet to be displayed, and then in the list view, we want a list of replied tweets to show up. Okay. So now let's see how this is looking. So we are just going to create a static material route function. So let's go over to the create tweet view, grab the route thing over here and paste it over here. Now we need to import not import, we just want Twitter reply screen to show up over here. But this requires a tweet property. So we need to pass in a tweet property, and this tweet property, we'll get it from here. So we'll have tweet, and then we'll pass it over here. Sweet. Now just to see this, I'm just going to go to the create tweet view. I'm going to wrap, not create tweet view, sorry. We're going to go to the tweet card. And what I'm going to do here is just wrap the entire column widget with a gesture detector widget. So whenever we click over here, we want to go to the Twitter reply view screen. So we have navigator.push, and then we are going to the Twitter reply screen.route, and then we pass in the particular tweet, and we get this tweet from here through the constructor. Great. Now we can restart the entire app. Now if I go here, click over this tweet, we are in another screen and I can see the tweet over here. Now the next thing I want is, first of all, I want to be able to write a tweet reply, right? So now to get a tweet reply, I'm just going to use the bottom navigation bar property on this scaffold. And then I'm going to use the text field property, and this text field property just needs to add a decoration of input decoration, and there should only be a hint text, which is tweet your reply. That's easy. And here it is, it shows up pretty cool. That's the only decoration we need. And now we need the on submitted property. So we get a value. This is going to be const obviously. And whenever it is submitted, that means whenever we type something over here and click on enter, what do we want to do? Well, we just want to submit this tweet like a normal tweet, right? So we can just use ref.read tweet controller provider .notifier dot, and let's see what tweet we use, what function we use to share a tweet. And it was called share tweet. So we can just add that. What are the images? No images. What are the text? Well, the text is the value that we are getting from here, from the on submitted. Then we pass in the build context, and that's all. We are not adding images property over here, so you can add a bunch of options down below the text field. But I'm not going to do any of those. The reason for that is I've already covered this, so I don't want to make this video any longer. I've already covered this in the create tweet view part, so you can just copy the logic, and if you've understood it, I would recommend you to retype it and try it on your own. And now what do we want to show? Now I want to show all the replies. But wait, is that all that we need in the share tweet logic? Because we are saying that we want to share a tweet, but nowhere are we specifying that this is in response to this tweet. So how can we list them over here? Correct? It just knows that it is a tweet sent by the current user. That means us, with no images, text is there. And if case of error, it's going to show us a scaffold or a snack bar. But nowhere does it know that it isn't replied to this tweet. So what we need to do is, in the share tweet, we need to add some logic. And we have to go down into every function, the share tweet, all of those functions, and here we have to require one field, which is required string replied to. So whom are we replying to? We'll copy this and put this in the share image tweet as well. So if we are replying to anyone, we need their tweet ID. This is not the user ID. This is a tweet ID, because we are replying to this tweet. Yes, we are replying to this user, but user can have many tweets. We are replying to this tweet ID of the user. So you want to store the replied to will be the tweet ID of the user. Basically whatever tweet the user posts, that ID. So in the tweet model, we'll have to add another one, which is final string replied to ID or replied to. Now I'll get this through the constructor. So we have required this dot replied to, and now I can generate the entire data class. I'll remove the toJSON from JSON functions. I'll remove dot convert. I'll fix all of these issues, like this tweet type shouldn't be a map. It should be to tweet type dot type, and this should be tweet type removed. We'll treat this as a very simple string and convert this to a tweet type enum. Also here the ID should be /$ID. Don't forget that. Okay. So now we are getting a bunch of errors. So let's go there in the tweet controller. We need to add the replied to property. We will add that because we have just now got it from the parameter. We'll do the same in the share text tweet. We're going to add replied to, and I think we've not added that over here. So let's quickly grab it and paste it. We also need to mention replied to over here. So we'll pass that in. And also here. Also here we have to pass in the replied to. So everywhere we need to pass in replied to and take it from the parameter. Now we're getting this error in Twitter reply view. So we need to go there and we need to tell it that this share tweet has a replied to. Correct? We are in the Twitter reply view. So definitely it has a replied to. And what is the replied to? Well, I said it is going to be the tweet ID. So we'll just use tweet.id. Don't use tweet.uid, use tweet.id. This is a tweet's ID. Tweet.uid is the person ID who posted this tweet. In the create tweet view also, we have to go here. We have to add replied to property, but this is going to be empty because you're not replying to anyone. This is a create tweet view and we are going to reply to no one. This is our original tweet. Just like that. So this looks good. Now I can just tweet my reply. I'll just say, how are you doing? And I'll click on enter. You can see invalid document structure, unknown attribute ID. There is one problem. Here in the tweets, we need to add a new attribute called replied to. Don't forget that. String 255 required create. And just so that there is no confusion, I'll just delete every document that's present. Now everything is gone. I'll just type, hey guys, and let me just beautify this further. And I'll click on tweet. Here you can see invalid document structure, unknown attribute ID. So this is a problem with our tweet model. We have sent toMap, but we don't want toMap to be there, the ID of toMap. So remove that. That's a mistake I made. Now let's restart the application and see. So I'll just say, hey guys again, and it should work this time. So we'll go on tweet and here it is. Now I'll go over here. I want to reply. So I can just type doing good and then click on enter. Now just to verify if this is working, I'll do Control R and we are having doing good over here. But let's see if replied to is working. And yep, it does work. Now let's just compare the IDs of these two tweets. So this was the ID and let's see the ID of this one. It's the exact same thing. So we have successfully achieved what we wanted to achieve. Now the next part is displaying all of those tweets that are in reply to this particular tweet. So we'll go back to the tweet API. And here we are going to add a new future and we are going to call this future list of document. And since we have used future, you know what's coming, future provider. And we want to get replies to a certain tweet. So we'll just have get replies to tweet. And here we are also going to ask for the tweet information because we want the tweet's ID. So what tweets replies do we want to get? That's what we are asking here. We can do that by doing final document is equal to await. So we need this to be asynchronous. And then underscore db.list documents. We've already seen if you want to get a bunch of documents, we can just list them. And then we'll mention the database ID. So we have Appwrite constants.database ID. Appwrite constants dot tweet collection because we want to go in the tweet collection now. And now it will just list all the tweets that are present in the database, correct? But we don't want that. We want all the tweets which are in reply to this particular tweet. And if we go to some other tweet, we want all the tweets in reply to that tweet. So if we have to think about it in programming terms, if this is a tweet, we want to get replied to tweets which have their reply to property as this. Because earlier, if you saw, if we go to the tweet controller, you can see the reply to property here was the tweet's ID. So we want to get all the tweets which have the ID the same as the reply to property. So here, how can we do that? Well, let's see if there is anything. There's nothing except queries. So here queries is going to help us. Queries will help us select certain documents from here. Here we used queries because we wanted our data to be behaving differently. We wanted certain data, but we did not have access to them based on this. We had certain limitations through which we had to do this. Or you can think about it like filters. We had certain filters according to which we wanted to have our data presented to us. So here we are going to use queries, and here our query is going to be query.equal. So we want to get all the queries or all the documents where the reply to property is equal to the tweet.id. Simple. So here we are just saying list all the documents where query is equal to the replied to property and the reply to property is equal to tweet.id. I hope that's simple enough to digest. I'll repeat it once more. We want to list all the documents in the tweets collection where the reply to property is equal to the tweet.id property. Okay. Now we can just return this document. So we have return document.documents. So this will give us a list of documents. Now we can go in the tweet controller. We can create a future list of tweet document or return data type of the function. And we are going to say get replies to tweet. And here we just want to get tweet from the parameter. And here the job is very simple. We just want to convert. Let's just put this function up here. So I'll put it right over here. And now the task is very simple. We just want to get something. So we have final documents is equal to await. So this will be asynchronous underscore tweet API dot get replies to tweets. Okay. Now we have gotten replies and the documents. Now we just need to convert it in a format of tweet. And we've covered this logic earlier. We have done this before for get tweets function. Get tweets is basically like get replies to tweets. Only difference is that it gets all the tweets, and get replies to tweet filters something and gets us the tweets. So we can just put it here. I can do documents.map tweet and convert it to a list, all of this. I hope this logic is clear to you. If it's not, let me know in the comment section. I'll make sure to answer you. Now I can just go up right at the top and create another future provider which is very similar to get tweets provider. So I'll just copy it, and we have get replies to tweets provider. Then we have future provider dot family. We need a tweet. So we have tweet. And whenever we use family, we want the data type to be present here as immutable. So let's go right here. This is immutable, pretty good. And here we will watch the tweet controller provider, and we'll get replies to tweets. And then we'll pass on this tweet. If you remember what family is, we are going to accept this from our UI file. So we can go to our Twitter reply view right here, and let's just copy all of the logic that we had in the tweet list. Let's just remove the print calls. Let's copy everything that's mentioned here. It's the exact same thing we are going to need. Let's import the common.dart file, save it. Most of our errors are gone. Import Appwrite constants. Even more errors are gone. Now let's make some modifications. Here we are doing ref.watch get tweets provider. We don't want all the tweets over here, right? We want get replies to tweets provider. And it's giving us an error because this is a future provider family. Whenever it's family, we have to treat this like a function and then pass in what it's requiring, a tweet. So let's pass in the tweet, and the tweet is exactly this thing. Okay. Now we have got reply to tweet .when data, and whenever we get the tweets, we have to show this in a format of tweet card in a list view builder. Perfect, exactly what we want. And all of this is real time. All of the logic to make it real time. If you remove this, it will still work, but it will not be real time. We want everything to be real time. So all of this is now done. Let's restart the application. I'll go over here, not over here, over here. And it's giving us the exception, index not found. Whenever there's no index no found exception, we have to go to the indexes. We have to create a new index. And what is this for? Well, this is for getting replies. So I can just type replies. Then I'll have key. The attribute here is replied to. Let's just say ascending or descending order, whatever you want. I'll just type descending and click on create. Now I can restart the application, go to hey guys, and nothing shows up. But our error now goes away. And now if you open the terminal, you see this is the error. This is UI related error. Basically, we have a list view builder over here, and we are also having a tweet card in a column. List view builder has a tendency of taking the entire screen. It's not getting the entire screen. So to give it the entire screen, we have to wrap it with the expanded widget. It doesn't give you the exactly, the entire screen, but it gives you all the available space. And this should work. So let's restart our application. Go to hey guys. And if you open the terminal, it's still giving us an error because we are at the loading part. If we are at the loading part, we have to wrap here also with expanded widget, because basically this widget is now returning list view builder from here. It's not expanded, so our UI doesn't know. Anyways, let's restart the application. Go to hey guys, and we are having doing good over here. Just to test the logic if it's correct or wrong, let's tweet another thing publicly. So we have hi. I'll just do this much. Click on tweet, and we are having this over here. But if I go to hey guys, hi shows up here as well. Why is that so? So if I refresh the Appwrite console and go to documents, you'll see hi is there. Replied to is still empty, but even then it's showing up over here. That's a weird behavior, right? Now if I go back, go to doing good, I have hi showing up here as well. And if I go over here, it's showing up here as well. That's the thing. This is how Appwrite works. This data now has some value in it. So if you try to print data, it will print you the data every time you go to a new screen. You can see right now it has 2 highs. Now if I refresh this, it has 3 highs. So it's continuously rebuilding and giving you new highs. But if you restart your entire app and then go to hey guys, hi doesn't show up. So we need to do something that we check that if the tweet here is already mentioned in this part, we don't have to add it. And we also have to check if this replied to of this is equal to the ID of this tweet, then we should only put it. Why am I saying these 2 conditions? This is because every time we create a widget, new tweet appears. Whenever we click over here, the tweet keeps on appearing here, even though it's not replied a part of the replied to, right? So you want to check if the replied to of this tweet is equal to the ID of this tweet. So if replied to of this tweet is equal to the ID of this tweet, that means it belongs here. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't belong here, right? So let's add that logic here. Before the if condition over here, we are just going to check. Okay, first we need to convert it to a tweet model. So we'll have latest tweet, final latest tweet. Don't name a tweet, otherwise you'll get confused with what's mentioned in the constructor. Final latest tweet is equal to tweet dot from map, and we have to pass in data dot payload. If we do this, we get the latest tweet in a tweet model format. Then I check if latest tweet dot replied to is equal to tweet dot id. That means the replied to of the latest tweet, that means this id, the replied to of this tweet is equal to the id of this main tweet. Only then do we have to run all of this logic. So we can just put all of this logic inside this. And if it doesn't equal, then don't execute any of this logic. Don't have to insert anything, don't have to do anything. Okay, now if I restart my application and try to see if it's working, I'll go to the hey guys, I'll type this, hello, and click on done. I'm getting hello over here, that's good. I'm getting hello over here as well. Now if I still try to do and then click on tweet, I'm getting over here. And if I go to hello, it doesn't show up. Let's test it one more time. If I do nice over here, I get nice. I'll go back, come back over here, I get nice 2 times. If I go back, come back, I get nice 1 more time. So basically, this logic is working. The replied to is equal to tweet ID. So right now, my data consists of nice. And if it consists of nice tweet, latest tweet dot replied to is equal to tweet dot id. So it's equal, right? So it's again rerunning this entire thing. So it's seeing that, yeah, if all of this is done, then I can just, have my nice tweet again here. Now to avoid this many nice coming over here, what I can do is add one more condition. I want to check if the nice tweet already exists over here or not. If it already exists over here, then I don't want to add it again. But if it does not exist, then I want to add it. So here we are going to be running a very simple for loop. So we are going to have boolean is tweet already present. So if the tweet is already present, then we don't have to execute all of this. Initially it will be false, and then we are going to run a for each loop or a for in loop. We are going to have for final tweet model in tweet model. I've named it because tweet is already there, latest tweet is over here, so this is tweet model. Then I want to check if tweet model dot id is equal to latest tweet model dot id. So I'm comparing both of their IDs. I'm just seeing if the latest tweet has the loops tweet model already present. So if their IDs match, that means it is already present. So is tweet already present is equal to true. And then I want to break it so that it doesn't loop through more and more elements. We've already found our answer. Okay. So we are just checking through every tweet in tweets. So we are checking through every reply if the tweet is already present. And if the tweet is present, we are checking that by their ID. We are just doing is tweet already present is equal to true, and then break off because we have already found our answer that yeah, it is present. So why should we run more for loops or more iterations? And here we are checking if is tweet is already present and latest tweet dot replied to is equal to tweet ID, right? No. If tweet is not already present, then we want to execute all of this. If tweet is already present, why would we execute it? It's the same thing as what we are seeing over here. We don't want this. So if tweet is not present and latest tweet dot replied to is equal to tweet ID, then we want to execute all of this. Now it should get rid of all of the errors. So if I now type your nice, go back and come back, nice is there only one time. This is good. Now if I come over here, this has no comments, this has no comments, even this has no comments. That means the replied to feature is also over. But yeah, there is one thing left. Whenever we are replying to someone, we want it to show in the tweet. So we can go to our tweet card and we'll scroll down. Right below the text is there, the replied to, we have added a comment. And here we are going to check if tweet.replied to is not empty. So if it is not empty, then we want to display that we are replying to this particular user. So we are going to return a rich text, and the text is going to contain a text span because we want to show a white or a gray along with a blue one. Right? The username of the user should be colored in blue. Now in the text span, we are going to have text which is going to say replying to, then a style of constant text style. You can select white or gray. I think gray would be better because we don't want to focus on this text as much as the main text. Then the font size should be 16. Then in the children, we need another text span. So we have text span. And here we are going to add @ and the name of the user. Now, how do we get the name of the user? We don't have access to it. If you try to do it, let's see if we get it. Tweet.replied to. This is the tweet ID that we are replying to. This is not the name of the user. So how do we get the name of the user? For that, we need the UID of the user. That is also not mentioned over here. The replied to user ID is not there. So what else can we do? Well, we have to create a new provider which is basically getting tweet by ID. So we get that particular tweet, then we take its UID and then use the user details provider, and then we can get the name of the user. So let's do that. We're going to go to the tweet API now. Right at the top, we are going to define future document get tweet by ID, and obviously since you're getting by ID, we need a string ID. Now we can create one missing override. We can have async over here, and we want to return _db dot get document. We want a single document because getting a tweet by ID, a tweet is only going to have one document or one ID. So we will get one particular ID, and we are going to use Appwrite constants dot database ID, Appwrite constants dot collection ID or tweets collection, and the document ID. Document ID is the ID that we are getting from the parameter. Okay, now we can go to the tweet controller. Here we are going to define our get tweet by ID function. So let's do that over here. We're going to have future tweet get tweet by ID. Then we are going to get async over here. Then we are going to get ID from the UI file itself. So we are going to have this. Then we are going to have final tweet is equal to _tweet API dot get tweet by ID, then pass in the ID. Then we are going to have return tweet dot from map, and this is going to be tweet dot, and there's nothing like it. So you want to do await. Now we have document. Earlier it was future document, and now we want to get tweet dot data. So we have converted it into a model and returned it. And now finally we just need a simple future provider. So we can just have future provider, and we'll name this get tweet by ID provider. We're not going to have anything else other than family because we want a string ID. We also need the tweet controller. So we're just copy pasting stuff now. We have covered a lot. So just get a hang of this. We are getting tweet controller. We are converting it to a models. We are sending data to Appwrite. We are getting data from Appwrite. All of the same stuff. And now we want to get tweet by ID, and we'll pass in the particular ID. Also here put a semicolon. Now we can go to the tweet card, and here we are going to wrap everything by ref. So we are going to have ref.watch get tweet by ID provider. We'll pass in the ID. The ID is tweet.replied_to. So we want to get the tweet ID or the tweet by ID of tweet.replied_to, which is the ID of the tweet that we are replying to, dot when. And whenever we get the data, we have to do something. So when there's data, we have to do something. When we have to do error or st, we have to do something. And if we have loading, we have to do something. So in case of the loading, we just want to show a sized box. So we can have sized box. In case of error, we want to show the error text. So let's have error text, and we'll have error.toString. Now I'll take the rich text, and here we are going to return that rich text. And here we are getting this error. We just need to add a parenthesis here before the bracket. So yes, now we have the data. But what is this data? This is the replied to data or replied to tweet. This is not our original tweet. This is a replied to tweet. Now based on this, we want to get the name of the user. Right now we get the UID of the user to whom we are replying by this. So how do we get the name of the user? So to get that, what we are going to do is final replying to user, which is equal to ref.watch replied to tweet.uid. Not this, sorry. What is the provider that we want to have? We are going to have user details provider. Then we are going to have replied to tweet.uid. So basically we have ref.watch. We pass in the user details provider, the reusable provider we created. Remember? Right here. We have used that in the current user account provider as well. Not over here, sorry. We have used it in current user details provider. Now that we have replying to user with us, now we can get their name. But before that, we need to have value, because right here, this thing is a user model now. Earlier, if we didn't use value, it would be a future provider thing, an async value. Okay, so let's get replying to user, put it right here, replying to user dot name. Make sure to use question mark over here instead of exclamation mark, because when you use exclamation mark, you're saying that this value cannot be null. But for some time, for even a second, this value can be null when it's trying to get the user details. Okay. So save this, restart your app, come over here, and you see replying to @test. This is good. Now here I want to change the color to blue color, and I want to leave some space so that this ticking doesn't happen. I'll save it, and here we get it, replying to @test. So you can see everything is replying to test over here. This looks good. Now let's just try to retweet a replying to, and we get all of the features in one single tweet. Retweet, replying to, like, and if we try to comment on this, we can also comment. Okay. Great. Now I think all the features related to tweet are now completed. Now the next step is to go over here, implement a search screen. Basically we want a text field over here, and whenever we search over here, we want to get a list of user profiles. So let's get started with it right now. So what I'm going to do here is just close all the save files, close the tweet folder, and create a new folder called explore. And here I'm going to create a new view called explore view.dart. And after I've created it, I'm just going to import material dart, create a stateful consumer widget. I've created stateful consumer because my app bar is going to have a search field and we'll be requiring text field controller for it. So let's have explore view right here. Import Flutter Riverpod. We are going to return a scaffold, and here I'm just going to take explore view, go to UI constants, pass it right here, and I think this should show up. Yep, it does. Now what I want to do is add an app bar over here, but if I add an app bar, it will be right below this. So I want to eliminate this app bar which is present in the home screen. So in the home view, if you see, we are adding an app bar over here. What I want to do is, if underscore page is equal to 0, then I want it to be app bar, otherwise null. So only for the page 0 will this app bar show up, otherwise it will not be there. So if you go over here, there's app bar, but if you go over here, there's no app bar. Easy? Now we can go to the explore page, have app bar, pass in the app bar, which will have a title, and the title is going to be sized box of height 50. Then we need a child for text field. We have passed this sized box of height 50 because text field might exceed this length. So we are restraining or constraining it to just a particular height of 50. Now in the text field, I'm going to pass in my controller. So I have to create my controller. I'll create it right here. Final search controller is equal to text editing controller. Let's have text editing controller. Now I want to dispose this off. So I'll have search controller dot dispose. And I'll take this search controller and put it right here. Now if I see over here, here is my search field. But I want to style this even more. So I'm just going to pass in a decoration of input decoration. And here I'm just going to have first of all a fill color. And my fill color is going to be palette dot search bar color with filled set to true. So I'll just have filled true. After I have this, and if I go here, this is colored, which is pretty good. Now I want to enable borders so that I can remove this border and add my own border. So here I'm going to have enabled border. So in the enabled border, I want outline input border with border radius, and border radius is going to be border radius dot circular 50. After that, we need a border side, and border side will be constant border side. Basically, we want the normal text field to be a bit rounded, should have no outline underline border. So I'll just pass this as color palette dot search bar color, and of course for the border radius we have this. Now we won't be able to see over here because this is focused, so I'll do the same for focused border. And now it's going to be the exact same thing, so I can just extract this out, put it here and call this app bar text field border, which is equal to this thing. Now I can copy it, paste it right over here, paste it for the focus border as well, save it, and here you can see this is curved exactly like the Twitter thing. Now I want hint text to show up, so in the hint text over here, I'm going to pass in search Twitter, save it again, here it is. Now I want content padding to be there because I want to shift my text from here to somewhere a little bit down and to a little bit more right. So in the decoration, I'm going to have content padding constant edge insets dot all 10 dot copy width left 20. Basically from the top I want 10 padding, and from the left hand side I want 20 so that I can go to the right hand side. And here it is, looks great. So this was about designing the search field. Now we want to be able to search for users. So for that, we are going to go to the Explore folder, create a controller, and call this explore controller. Then I'll have a state notifier and a state notifier provider. So the state notifier is going to be explore controller. Let's remove notifier from here. Then we will need a state notifier, a boolean value, and false, because this shows it's loading. So it's loading as initially false. And here we are just going to have a future list of user model to show up for search user. Of course, we are going to create their API, but right now I'm just giving you a clue of what's going to happen. We're going to get the name of the user. Whatever the user types in over here, we get the name. And based on that, we search in Appwrite. And the list we get, we have to display it in a future provider. Okay. So now let's go ahead in the user API. Because this is related to user searching. So we're going to go to the user API and add our new function, which is going to return a list of documents. And we're going to call this search user by name. And here we'll get access to the name of the user. Now I'll create one missing override. I'm going to have async over here. Then I'm going to copy all of this, paste it down, and going to say list document. Actually, I'm not going to return this. I'm just going to save it in documents, just like we have done before for other things. So we are going to list the documents. We are going to go to the user collection, and here we are going to add our queries. You remember the queries? And here we are basically going to search. And there is an inbuilt query search provided to us, which is query.search. So if we use this, we should be able to search for a specific value. And what is it that we are trying to search, which is name, and we'll pass in the name through the parameter. Now we just need to be able to return it. So we'll have return documents.documents. We don't have that option. We are getting this because we have not awaited this. So let's await it. Take this documents and return it. Documents.documents. Now we can go to the explore controller again. And here we have to import the user API. So we have final user API underscore user API. Let's require this. So we have required user API. And then we have underscore user API is equal to user API. Now we can take this and have user API dot search user by name. We'll pass in the name, and this should be equal to final users is equal to await this. So now that we have list of document with us, we need to map through it and convert it into a user model so that we can return a list of user models. So we have return users.map. Now we have E. With the help of this, we are going to return user model dot from map e.data.toList. We have already looked at this logic before in the tweet controller. We have done this for get tweets and get replies to tweets functions, mapping through all the users, returning one particular user model and converting it to a list. And this happens for literally all the users that we find. Now we need to create two things: a state notifier provider for our explore controller. So we have explore controller provider, and now we want to return explore controller. And here we need to pass in the user API, which is ref.watch user API provider. And the next thing we want to create is future provider. And the future provider is going to be called search user provider, because we want to search the user. Dot family. And here we are going to get the query from the UI file. So basically, whatever you don't find over here, you can just take it from family. But in the family, you can just import one thing. You cannot have 2 or 3 things. Okay. Now we can return this, but before that, we need explore controller. So we have explore controller, final explore controller equal to ref.watch explore controller provider dot notifier. Now we can use this explore controller and return it. So we have return explore controller dot search user, pass in the name from the parameter here and return it. Now to display the correct thing, we can go in the scaffold in the outside the app bar in the body. Outside the app bar I said, so body. And here we are going to use the future provider. Now we know the syntax. Search user provider. Then we'll pass in, since it's a family future provider, we have to use this as a function. And then we can do search controller dot text. This is the search controller that we have as a text editing controller and is bound to the text field. So we are getting text from it dot when, and whenever we get the data, we get users. In case of error, we know already what to do. Error st will return something. In case of loading, we have to load a loader. So we have constant loader showing up here. Next thing is error st. So here I want to return an error text and then I'll have error.toString. So here I have users, list of user model, and then I want to return a list view builder. Okay. So I can just return list view builder because this is a list. I want to return it. And then I can have users.link. Now finally, I want final user equal to users at a particular index. I can take this user, return it in a search style, which I'll have to create. Basically, this search style is going to consist of everything about the user, like their avatar, their number of followers, following, all of that. But we only want to return an avatar, their username, their bio, their username. Okay. So we can go here in the explore, create a new folder for it called widgets. And here we're going to have search. I'll import material dart. I'll create a stateless widget and call this search tile. We'll be requiring the user model. So we have final user model, and then we're going to require this through the user model constructor. Now we have to return a list tile. So we can have return list tile. Then we are going to have leading, which is circle avatar. And then we need a background image, which will be network image. And we'll pass in the user model dot profile picture. Okay. Then we need a radius of 30 so that it looks big. Now just to see how it's looking, we can return it over here. So we have search tile. We'll pass in the user model, which is the user we have extracted. All of this pretty similar to what we have done earlier. Now we can restart our entire application. Now we can restart the entire application. Go to the search bar. Here you can see we are getting error because we are not finding an index. So let's create an index here in the tweets. Not in the tweets actually. We have to go to the users collection because we are having a query on users collection, not the tweets collection. So we'll create index. Let's call this search user name. Then this is going to be of the type full text. Since we are searching the user, it's going to be of the type full text. Even if you mess things up, it will give you an Appwrite exception over here that this cannot be of the type this. You have to use full text or whatever, and then you can change it accordingly. Or you can just read the docs to get a clearer idea. So I'll pass in name, I'll pass in descending, I'll click on create. So I've passed in an invalid key. I want to pass in searching. That's it, nothing else. And then I'll have full text. I'll pass in name, ascending or descending, whatever. Then click on create. Index has been created. Restart the application. Go to the search. No error. Now I'll just have hi. Click on enter. Nothing shows up. If I do test, click on enter. Nothing shows up. That's weird because my email is test@gmail.com. So now, to make this work, we need one last thing over here. In the explore screen, there is a possibility of many API calls going over here in the body. So what I want to do is show users should be false. So as long as it is false, we should not be able to show the users list. Only when it show users is true, we should show this. Otherwise, we should only show a constant sized box. Okay? And this issue size box will be true whenever on submitted is set to true. So whenever on submitted is clicked on, we can do set state is show users is equal to true. Great. Now we can restart the app. We can search for a user with test, click on done, and here it is. Here shows up the user with their profile picture. Now let's add more things to this. So we can go to the search tile, and here after the leading we need a title where we want to show the user's name. So we have user model dot name. Then we need a style so that this looks bigger, and we have text style where the font size should be bigger than original. Font weight should be a bit bolder, not exactly bold. So we'll have font weight dot w 600. We'll save it, and here it shows up. In the subtitle we have a column, and in the column we have children. In the children we have a text, so the text is going to be this. We'll paste it right here. It will be user model dot name. We'll put @ before it, and we have to interpolate this. So basically adding $, so that this is a variable name with @ before it. Then the font size can be 16, and we can remove the bolding part. And since it's a subtitle, it's going to be of the gray color. Now we need another text just like this one. So we'll paste it in, and we'll have user model dot bio. And here the color should be palette dot white color. The bio should show up in the white color, because the subtitle color is usually gray. And here you can see we are getting @test right here. We don't want it here. We want it to be here. So in the column we can have cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment dot start. And here it is. Now if there is any bio of the user, it will show up here. And if there is no bio, it will not show up. Or like it is there, but you cannot see it obviously because it's empty. Now the searching feature is also complete. Now the next feature here is going to be whenever we click on this user tile, we should be able to go to the user's profile, and there we get the option to see the user's banner image, their profile picture, their followers following, their recent tweets, all of that cool stuff. So let's close all of the save files, close all of the features, and let's get ready for another feature, which is the user underscore profile. Now we'll start off this user profile by creating a view of it, like how it should look. There are a lot of slivers to use, because in Twitter, if you see, it is not just simple scrolling. It has a weird scrolling effect. So we want to give that effect. So we are going to do exactly that. So here we are going to create a views folder, create user profile view, import material dart, and now create a widget for it. And now we are going to create a stateless widget for it, and we are going to call this user profile view. Actually, we need a consumer widget for it, not stateless widget. So let's rename it. And here we are going to need a widget ref. And we also need to return a scaffold. And in the scaffold, let me retype it. We are going to have a body, no app bar, directly a body. And in this body, we are going to get the user data. So directly we are going to return a user profile. How are we going to return that? Because we are going to ask for that user model right over here. So we're going to get the user model from here and display it accordingly. So I can just have user model. Now to create a route for this, I'm just going to go to some view file, let's say home view. I'll copy this route. I'll go to the user profile view and just post it over here. And then I'm going to return a user profile view. but it's not going to be constant. We have to return a user model. So pass in the user model, and we're going to take this from the parameter. Simple. Now based on this, we are going to return the body as user. It's not going to be user profile view, sorry. It's going to be a new widget that we're going to create in this folder itself, which is user profile, just user profile. It contains the main code for our user profile design. So we are going to have import material dart. Then we are going to have a stateless consumer widget called user profile. Then we are going to import consumer widget. And then we are going to return a nested scroll view. Now we need a header sliver builder. We need a header body, sorry, not a header body, just a header sliver builder and a body. So here we're going to get two things, context and is in a box scrolled. So after we get both of them, we have to return something. And in the case of body, we also need to return something again. So in case of header sliver builder,
that you want.
So in case of header sliver builder, we are going to have sliver, well, we have to return first, and this requires a list of widgets to be returned. So we're going to have a list over here return, and then we are going to have sliver app bar, and here I want to have an expanded height of, let's say, 150. Floating should be true. This means that the app bar is floating, or the app bar should become visible as soon as the user scrolls towards the app bar. Snap should be true. This means that the floating app bar will snap into view, and both of them should be true together or false together. And then we need flexible space. Why a flexible space? Because now this app bar is going to be used to show the banner picture of the user. So we need a flexible space bar. And now we are going to have stack, because I want the user's profile picture to also be shown right above, right on the top of this banner picture. So first of all, let's have banner picture, and we are going to have positioned dot fill. That means it takes the entire space. And then in the child, we are going to check if user dot not user. So we want to get the user picture here as well. So we want to get final user model, require it through the constructor. Here when we return user profile, we'll pass in the user, which is the user model. So here we have child as the user dot banner picture, and we want to check if user dot banner picture is empty. So if it is empty, then I want a container of blue color to show up. That's what Twitter does. If the user hasn't selected any banner picture, it will just give a color of blue. So we have palette dot blue color. But if the container is not empty, then what do I want to do? Well, in that case, I want to use image dot network, and here I'm going to return the banner picture. So it's going to be user dot banner picture. Okay, now we are getting this error because we have not specified children in the stack. So let's pass that in. Take position dot fill and paste it over here. And for the time being, the body is going to be a simple container. Now we want to see this in action. So what can we do? We can go back to our search tile. In the on tap of this search tile, we can just say navigator dot push context and user profile view dot route, and then we'll pass in the user model. Okay, so we're getting this user model based on the search screen, whatever the user searches. We're getting that user model. We're passing it through the list tile on the on tap. Now we are here. From here we pass it to the user profile over here. Okay, so now if I just click over here, you can see this shows up. Very nice. Now what I want here is at the top over here, I want the user avatar to show up, and here the profile picture, not profile picture, sorry. Here is the profile picture going to be. Here is the follow button. This is going to have the name of the user, @name of the user, followers, following, all of that stuff, the bio of the user, and then all the latest tweets done by the user. So to do that, well, first of all, I'll need here in the stack a circle avatar. I'll have a background image, and the background image is going to be network image. And then I'll pass in user.profile picture. I'll save it. Now I also need a radius, and the radius is going to be, let's say, 45. I'll save it, and here it is. Looks very weird, I know. Now I can wrap this circle avatar with a position widget so that it goes right below. So we have bottom 0, and here it is. So it has gone to the bottom of this flexible space right here. That's exactly where we want it to be. Now next thing we need is a follow button, which should show up right here. So to do that, we are going to have an outlined button, because, well, we need an outlined button, and the child is going to be text which says follow. Now this text is going to depend. If it's the user himself, then it's going to be edit profile. But if it's other user, it's going to be follow. And if it's not the same person, and if we are following the user, then it's going to be the unfollow button. But one thing is going to remain constant, the text style, which is going to have a color, and the color is going to be palette.white color. And now when I put this button, you can see again we get the similar design. Now to avoid this, what we can do is wrap the outline button with a widget called container. And here we are going to specify the alignment. So the alignment is going to be alignment.bottom right. So if we do bottom right, it will shift right to the bottom. And I also need some padding, basically margin. So we can have margin or padding, both will work in this case. And then we are going to have edge instance.all 20. Now if we do this, you can see it went away from the edges of the mobile. So it's not going to be constant. Now we need to check if we want to show edit, if the user is themselves, so edit profile, or someone else. So we are going to get current user, which is equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value. Now if current user is null, so return current user is equal to null, then we want a constant loader, otherwise a nested scroll view. And now we are going to take this current user, put it over here, and check if current user dot UID is equal to the user dot UID. Current user is our user dot UID is what we have taken from the constructor. If both of them are equal, then we want edit profile to be there, otherwise the follow button. Okay, so we get the edit profile because it's our own user. It's us. Now to add a different border to this, to our outlined button, we can have style elevated button dot style from, and the shape will be shape rounded rectangle border, where the border radius is going to be border radius dot circular 20, and the padding is going to be constant edge insets dot symmetric, let's say in the horizontal direction 25. Basically we are going to add a little bit of padding from the sides and have a circular border radius, and to change its color we can just do side border side color palette dot white color. Now if I go over here, I have this button showing up, which is pretty cool, and it is rounded as well. Now to increase the width, we can just go ahead and type width, let's say 1.5, 10, but I don't want any width, so I'll remove it. So here is our edit profile button. Now we need to get out of this. This is all that we needed in this app bar. On the banner pic, I needed to show this profile picture and the edit profile button. Now below this, we need to show the username of the user and all of that stuff. So I'll just go to the sliver padding in the custom scroll view. So after the sliver app bar gets over, I'm going to come here and have sliver padding. Basically, I want to add a padding from all sides of 8. And now the sliver is going to be sliver list. And this list is going to have a delegate, and the delegate is sliver child list delegate. And what is it that we need over here? The positional argument, the children. So the children is going to be a list. And the first thing we need is a row. So here in the sliver child list delegate, I want a simple text to show up, which is user.name. And then I need a style of constant text style where the font size should be 25, a little bit bigger than usual, and font weight should be font weight.bold. So here it shows up my name. Now after this is done, the next thing that I need is down below the same thing but with @. So I'm going to have text like this with $ and @. So @user.name, the font size should be smaller, 17, and it shouldn't be bold, but the color should be palette.gray color. Okay, here it is. Now the next thing I need is the user's bio. So we have text user.bio. I'll just remove all the string, and here the gray color should be removed. The font size should match this @ sign. And here it is. This looks good, but bio is not showing up. Of course, when we work on the edit profile feature, you'll get to see it. Now later on, we need a constant size box of height 10, because now I want to show in a row format the number of followers the user has, the number of following the user has. So to do that, what am I going to do? I'm going to create a separate widget here, which is going to be follow underscore count dot dart. I'm going to import material dart. I'm going to create a stateless widget and call it follow count. And here we are going to return a row because we want to show the number of followers the user has, and with the tag that this is followers and this is following. Okay. So now we'll have final string count. So like the counter, and final string text. Then I'll require this through the constructor. In the children, now I'll have a text that basically says the count. So you have 0 followers or 5 followers like that. And we are having $count because this will be in an int format, not a string format. Sorry. Okay. Now in the style, we are going to have not struct style, style, and we'll have constant text style because we want to have a color, and the color should be palette.white color. The font size should be 18, and font weight should be font weight.bold because I want to bold it, right? I mean, this count should be bolded because there is more emphasis on this. Yeah, this guy has 17 followers. So like there should be an emphasis on this. And we're going to copy this text, paste it again with some width here. So let's say a width of 3. You can also add, a padding from the right side or from the left side, depending on where you add the padding. But I'm adding a size box. And this will show the text. So what is like it? Followers following what? And this will have a gray color. Font size should be 18, the same size as this. Okay, so you can create a separate variable for it here called int font size, which is equal to 18, because both of them should maintain the same font size every single time. So let's remove the constant, and obviously this is a double, so we can make this double font size. Okay. Now I can take this follow count and put it here, but I want it again in a row. Over here we had a row because I wanted to show the counter alongside the tag that this is following. But over here we want the followers entire row showing beside the following entire row. So for that I'm going to create another row, have children, and the first child is going to be follow count. And here the count is going to be user.followers.link. Don't use current user here. This is user.followers.link and this will be follow us. Now we are going to have something similar but above it, which should be following. And this should be users.following.link. Okay. Now let's see what we are getting. We're getting one following, one followers. That shouldn't be the case, but that's how Appwrite is functioning right now because we are directly getting the users follower.link. So if you want to change this, you can just have -1 because this happens for literally every user. So you can just have -1 and there's 0 followers, 0 following. Also, to leave some gap between them, we can have constant size box of width 15. Let's have constant, and yep, this looks much better. Now I'll exit out of this row, leave some space, so I have height of let's say 2, and then I want to have a divider. After I have the divider, which doesn't show up, so I'll just have a color with palette.white color. Come over here, we have the divider showing up. Now below all of this divider, I want a list of the tweets made by the user himself. So if we are on this user, we want to see all the tweets the user has made. So I can come to the body and here we need to do that. But even before doing that, we have another step because we have to go to the user API and create an API or a function so that we can use it. But we are not going to do that in user API. We'll go to the tweet API because at the end of the day, this is tweet related. We want to get the tweets made by the user. So you can have future list of document get user tweets, and then we are going to supply to it the user's ID. We'll add the missing override implementation for it. Let's create async over here, and now this is very similar to the get tweets functionality. So we are just going to have that. Let's go up, copy this, paste it over here. We want to list the documents in this database ID, this tweets collection, but the query is going to be different because here we want to check if the query is equal. We want to get all the users' tweets correct. So you want to check if the UID is equal to the UID. Simple. The tweet collection has a UID property. There we are checking if it is equal to the UID supplied by the parameter. And then we are returning this. Now we can go to the user profile view. Here create a controller, and this will be user profile controller. Dot. And I don't want to write all the boilerplate code again and again. So what I'm going to do is copy this controller from here, paste it here, and I'm going to make changes over here only. So I'm going to remove the search user provider. Here I'm going to press option and select everything that has explore in it, except this one. So I'll have explore, remove all of this. Then I'm going to have user profile controller. Also over here we are going to have small user profile controller, and we don't need user API. We need tweet API underscore tweet API. Then underscore tweet API should be equal to tweet API. So let's have tweet API. Okay. And this function is going to be get user tweets. We are going to supply to it the UID of the user. Well, this UID is not to be confused with the UID of the current user. If we do the current user's UID, we'll get the tweets of the current user. We don't want current user. We want the tweets of the user on whose profile we are. And here we'll just do underscore tweet API. This will be tweets dot get user tweets. We'll pass in the correct UID. Then we'll map through the tweets. We'll return tweet dot from map, and also the return data type over here should be tweet. So we have fixed everything. Of course, we need to pass in tweet API provider over here, and I think we are almost done over here. Let's remove the unused imports. Now we just need to create a future provider, and then only displaying part is left. So we have get user tweets provider dot family, and we want to get the UID of the user, which is string UID. Then we want to have final user profile controller, which is equal to ref.watch user profile controller provider.notifier. And then finally, we are going to return user profile controller.get user tweets. And then we are going to return with the UID of the user that we are going to get from the UI. So we can go to the UI. Here we are going to have ref.watch get user tweets provider. Then we need the UID of the user, which is user.UID, not the current user UID, make sure. And then we need when. Now in case of data, we have to do something. Error will give us error and st, which we will return as error text, where we have to convert it to a string and return. And then a loading where I just have to show a normal loader. And here we are getting tweets. So I have tweets, and what I want to do is return a list view builder so that I can show that, yeah, this is all the, things that I have. And actually, instead of writing all of this code, why can I not just go to the tweet list, just copy everything from here, not everything, just this part, and paste it over here. Of course, if you want your user profile to be, real-time working, for example, if someone likes a tweet or something, you want them to see that in real time, of course, you should copy all of this. But first, what I want to do is just display the tweets as it is. And we're getting this error, of course, because of the index. So we'll go to the tweets, indexes, and what is this index? Well, this is the UID equal part. So I'll just do UID equal, and we have said that they should be equal. So this should be a key, UID, descending, create. I'll restart the app, go to the user. So we have test, go over here, and all the tweets from test show up over here. And you can see we have a little bit of weird scrolling effect as well. So if you just go over here and come back, you can see there is not the normal scrolling. You can see it in this part. Sorry, this part. Okay. So if you want to see it again, you can see it. If we come back, yep, here it is. Now, whenever we click over here, it's not going to be real time. Of course, there's no real time logic in our user profile over here. So even if we try to retweet, it happens, it retweets, but it's not real time. It doesn't show the one upgraded counter. So for that, you can of course add all of this logic by adding all of this. So I'll just copy all of this and paste it to the user profile. But I'm not going to do that. You can do it on your own. And if you face the same bug that we had faced earlier, you should copy everything from the reply view screen. So this part, you can copy everything from here. Or let me just do it. So I'll just copy this entire thing. I'll come over here to the user profile. Where is it? Yeah. and I'm going to return this thing. Now I'm going to import the tweet model. I'm going to have Appwrite constants. We're going to have get latest tweet provider, and we don't need to add this logic over here. So we only add this logic. Okay. So now if we try to do retweet, it shows up real time. But just to make this look very simple, what I'm doing here is just returning list view builder. So if you want to check out my GitHub repository, this will not be mentioned. I've just showed it to you. I can type a comment that make it real time or can make it real time by copying code from Twitter reply view. Okay, so you can do that if you want, but I'm not going to do that. So now tweets are showing up over here. Now what will be the next step? So the next step is obviously to edit the user profile. So if the user clicks on edit profile, we go to the edit profile screen, and there we get the option to select a profile picture, select a banner picture, select the name changing, bio changing, all of that. So let's get into that. So for the edit profile screen, we are just going to go in the view and add edit profile view over here. And after adding that, we are going to import material dart. We are going to create a stateful widget, and this will be stateful consumer. And we are just going to have edit profile view. Now I'm just going to import Flutter Riverpod library. I'm going to return a scaffold, and here let's decide what we want. Well, first of all, in the body, I want a column, and in that column I want children, and the first child that's going to be there is going to be exactly what we had put in the user profile. So we are just going to go up and copy this thing, the stack portion, and I'm just going to copy it till here, paste it in, then close the stack. And now we need the current user. So we can get the current user, which is final user is equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value. And while we are getting that, if it is null, then we just want to show loader. Otherwise we'll get null check operator used on a null value. And after getting this, obviously let's just import theming, and this looks good. Now let's see how this is coming about. So when we click on the edit profile, we should see the screen. So here, let's just put in the route. So to get the route, we can just go to one view file, let's say home view, copy it, paste it here, and then we have edit profile view route over here. Okay, so now the next thing that's needed is whenever the edit profile button is clicked, we want to go there. So we'll go to the user profile, and on this outlined button, we'll check if current user.uid is equal to user.uid. So if both of them are equal, we want to edit the profile. So we are just going to use navigator.push, and we are going to go to the edit profile view.route. Save it. Now whenever I click over here, I go to the edit profile view, but I don't see anything, and I'm getting this error over here. So let's try to resolve this error. First of all, we want to give our stack a specific height so that it doesn't exceed the given portion. So here the stack can have a height of size box height, let's say 200. It should not exceed that. And here we have it. Our stack looks good over here. Next thing I want to do over here is not use position.fill. Instead, just wrap it with a container, and in the container, add width as double.infinity, so the maximum amount of space. Height will be 150, so we'll save it. The height is bit reduced, so the profile picture shows up here. But since the stack's height is this much, 200, the profile picture seems to be on top of two screens like this. Then we need a decoration, and the decoration will be box decoration. We'll pass in border radius, which is border radius dot circular, and we'll pass in 10 as a border radius. Cool. So this is a bit rounded, you won't be able to see it right now, but yeah, it is. After this container, let's position this. We don't want it here, we want it to go a little right. And from bottom, we want it to go a little up. So what we are going to do here is from bottom, we want 20, and from the left, because we want to go in right, we want 20. So we'll save it, and here it is. This looks good. Now we'll reduce the radius, so we'll keep it 40, and this looks better. Now the next thing is outside of this stack, after the size box, we need some text editing controllers, because we want the name controller, the bio controller, so that we can change it. So we have text editing controller, final bio controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Then we have dispose functions for it, and then we are going to have name controller dot dispose, bio controller dot dispose. So after this, we can go down, and here we are not going to have any styling for our text field actually, because that's how Twitter looks. There is nothing, that doesn't feel to be any styling. So we can just pass in the controller as name controller. Decoration can be constant, input decoration. The hint text, let's put hint text as name. Save it, and here you can see this looks better already, but let's add a bit of padding. So we have content padding of edge insets dot all 18, and this looks much better. Now we can copy this text field and paste it over here. Now you can see we have two text fields. Let's put some height between these two text fields. So we have constant size box height 20. Save it, and here it is. Looks better. Now we'll put this as bio controller, and save it. Also in the bio can be longer, so we want max lines property to be, let's say, 4. And here it is. The bio is much bigger. This looks good, so we're going to keep it this way. Now the last thing that we need is the app bar. So over here, right at the top, we are going to have an app bar with a title, and the title is going to be text edit profile. Now we can const it and save it. Here you see we have our edit profile showing up. We don't want the center title, so we can remove that. So it shifts to the left hand side, similar to Twitter. And now we finally need an actions button, basically a button over here. So we are going to use actions and have text button over there. Now onPressed is going to be an empty function. The child is going to be constant text of save. Basically save all the details here. We save it, and here we see the save button showing up. This is cool. Now what I want to do is whenever the user clicks on this profile picture, banner picture, or this profile picture, we should be able to open the image picker. We have already created a function for picking multi images. We're going to create a similar function, but to pick just one image. And also this typo is there, so let's edit that, and actually edit that and go to utils.dart, create our function which is similar to this, but this time we are just going to return one file, which is future file, and this can be nullable. We'll remove the list of images. We have image picker, we'll remove all of this. We get the image file over here because we are not going to pick multi-image, we are picking just one image, and the source will be image source.gallery. So from the gallery, we want to pick our image. And now we can return a file saying image file.path. Obviously we need to put a check if image file is not equal to null. So if it is not equal to null, then we want to return a file. But if it is not null, then we want to return null. I think I said it already. I think I said it differently. So this should be pick image So if image file is not null, that means the user actually picked some image. We're going to return the file with the path, similar logic to what we had here. Otherwise, we are just going to return null, that the user has not selected any picture. So now we can go to the user edit profile picture and now create two functions. One for selecting the banner image. Let's work on that first. So this is going to be asynchronous, and then we are going to get the banner. So we have banner equal to await pick image, not pick images. And now we are going to check if banner is not equal to null. So if banner is not null, what do we want to do? Well, we are going to create global variables here which are nullable, and make sure that this is not Appwrite models.dart. I've already told you that file also exists in Appwrite models. What we want is import.io. So we are going to import that, and then we are going to have, let's say, banner file. So this is null. Basically, the point of this variable is that we want to display the banner file if it's selected on the screen. So if we have it globally, we can display it. And we've done similar thing for the edit profile, not edit profile, sorry. We have done it for the create tweet screen as well. The similar thing we are going to do here, we have file question mark. We're just going to have banner file globally created. And if banner here, the image selected is not null, then we want to set state so that the build function rebuilds. And then we have banner file equal to banner. So basically this global variable is equal to the banner that we have selected. Okay, now what we want to do is just bind this function to whenever we click here. So we want to wrap our entire size box which contains a stack. Not the stack, let's just contain this one. So you're going to wrap it with a gesture detector. And we are going to have an on tap, and in the on tap, we are just going to mention select banner image. Here let's also add the property that if banner file is not equal to null. So if banner file is not equal to null, then we want image.file and we'll pass in the banner file. Otherwise, we'll just check that the user banner is empty. If it is empty, then we want palette.bluecolor, otherwise image.network. Now let's try to see if it works. I'll click over here. I'm going to select an image. Keep current selection. Okay, this feels good. I can select this image also, but I want it to take the entire space possible. So I'm going to have fit as box fit dot contain or cover fit width, sorry. So we are going to have box fit dot fit width. We do it for here and also for here. So we have box fit dot fit width so that it fits the entire width. Great. Now we want to do the same thing for the profile picture as well. So we'll copy this, have void select profile image. Then we want profile image. If profile image is not equal to null, then we want this. So we'll have file profile file, and then profile file should be equal to profile image. Great. Now we can copy this, go down in the circle avatar, wrap it with a gesture detector. We're not going to wrap the position widget. We're going to wrap the circle avatar, and we have on tap and pass in the select profile image. Now when we click over here, we can select another image. So we have leaf. It doesn't show up. So to show it, we can do it right here, but when you do it over here, it doesn't fit. For example, if I just show it to you, we have profile file not equal to null. Then I want to show file image, right? Our image is a file. So you want to show file image, profile file. Okay, but this is giving us this error. The argument type file cannot be assigned to the parameter type file. So if I just do this, it shows another. The argument type object cannot be assigned to the parameter type image provider object. Okay. So we cannot do it this way. We'll have to find another way. Another way is to wrap this. So if profile file is not equal to null, then I'm going to have a circle avatar widget. That's right. But here I'm going to have file image and I'm going to use the file as profile file. So since we cannot do it in the background image, we had to do it in the child property of gesture detector. And now if we come over here, you can see leaf is showing up. This is pretty cool. Now, last thing is whenever we do all of these changes and click on save, we want to save all of this data in the user's document. So to do that, we are going to close all the save files for now. We're going to the user API and creating a function for it in the abstract class. So we are going to create a function called future either void. We are not going to return anything from this function. We are just going to update the user data and that's it. And while updating the user data, we obviously need the user model because we don't know what has changed. Now I'm going to create one missing override. And obviously I need all the try catch block. So I'm just going to copy this, paste all the boilerplate code, have async over here and see what I want to change. Well, over here, I want to update the document. That's first change. Database ID is correct. Collection ID is indeed users collection. The document ID is user model.uid. The data is user model.toMap. That means everything else is just fine. So I can use this. Now I just want to go to the user profile controller and create my function. What is my function? Well, void update user model or user profile. And here I'm going to get certain things. So I'll just put required. Since there are many arguments to be taken from this function, I'm putting it in a named constructor. Whenever there are more than 2 or 3, just put it in the name constructor so that it's much easier. First thing I require is the user model. So I have user model. Then I want the build context so that I can display errors because a lot of stuff is going to go into this. I want to upload images, right? Then I need file. And this file should not be Appwrite file. It should be .io. Make sure it's not even .html, okay? And now we can have banner file. And similarly, we are going to have profile file. Why are these variables null? Because these variables can be null. When the user doesn't select anything, these are null. So we don't want to change them, correct? Cool. Now we just want to check if banner file is not equal to null. So if banner file is not null, what do I want to do? Well, I want to upload the data or upload the file to the storage, get the download URL and add it to my user model. Simple enough. We already have a function for it already created. So I'll just import storage API where I've already implemented this so that it can be reused. I'm going to require this through the constructor and have underscore storage API equal to storage API. Now what I'm going to do is final banner URL is equal to await. So we'll put async over here underscore storage API dot upload image. And what is the image that we are trying to upload? Well, it's going to be in a list format and it's the banner file. And now once we get the banner URL, it's going to be in a list format because we are uploading a list, but it's just going to have one element in its list because we have uploaded only one file, right? And according to our logic in upload image, we run through every file and add it to image links. We are going to run only one time, so it will have only one image. And now I can just do user model equal to user model dot copy with, and I'm going to replace the banner URL. So we have banner pic as banner URL. Add 0 because I want to grab the first element. If we do first, 0 at 1, then it will give us an error because it is indexed out of range. The list length is only 1. how can you access 1 when the numbering starts from 0? Similar logic is going to go in the profile file as well. So if profile file is not equal to null, then we are going to upload the profile file, and then we are going to have profile picture as, let's rename this to profile URL, and we have profile URL at 0. And then we are going to have final result is equal to await underscore user. So we don't have access to user API. We also want to get user API because we are going to call the user API so that we can store the data, correct? Now we have user API, and we can do required user API, and underscore user API should be user API. Now I'll take this underscore user API, put it here, and call update user data function on it. Don't use the save user data. If you use save user data, it will again create a document and it will override the existing document. So that means your followers and everything might just go away. So we have this done. Now we just fold it so that we know if it's a success or a failure. In case of failure, we show l.failure, l.message failure. And in case of success, what do we want to do? Well, we just want to pop because I want to get out of the screen. So I can pop it right here. Now I'll go up at the top. I'll add storage API, which is ref.watch storage API provider. I'll add user API, which is ref.watch to user API provider, and save it. Now all of the update user profile work is done. Let's go to our edit profile view. Add everything to this save button. So we have ref.read user profile controller .notifier dot, and what do we want to do? Well, we want to update the user profile. So we can update user profile, pass in the user model, which is user, and this cannot be null because the user will only click on the save button after this user is equal to null. All of these validations have happened. Then we have context, banner file, profile picture already passed in, and everything is now done. Also, one important thing that I want to add is state. So if state is true, I want to add this, and state is false, I want to add here. So basically, is loading. So is loading as started, is loaded as ending. So here now I just want to share, if it's loading, then I want to watch the user profile controller provider. If I hover over this, this is object. So I'll go up at the top in place of state notifier provider, add the type. So it's user profile controller and boolean. After you add this, you'll notice this is now of the type boolean, and that is why for every state notifier provider we created, I mentioned the type, but not for future provider or state stream provider. Now I can take this as loading and put it here. So if it's loading or the user is null, then we are going to show the loader, otherwise our widget tree. Now I'm just going to restart my application. I'm going to go to the user profile. So I'll just have test. I'll click on edit user profile. Let's select an image. This one looks nice. Saitama also looks good. I'm just going to rename myself as Revan, and my bio will be hello there, how are you? And then click on save. We saw loading indicator for some time, but no problem. And if you see, this has not updated. But if I just restart my application, go to the test user again, you can see I'm seeing the banner picture, but this is not quite correct. So I can go to my profile view, the user profile, and here in the image.network I can have fit as boxfit.fitWidth. After I do this, this looks much better. But other thing that did not change is the name of the user and the bio of the user. Why was that? Well, that's because if we go back to the user profile, here we have passed in the edit profile. If we go there, you see we have just passed in the user. We have not updated the user anyway. Basically, this is the same user that was there. We have not updated their bio, so we don't know if we want to update the bio of the user or not. So here what I want to do is user.copyWith, and I'm going to update the bio as biocontroller.text, and the name of the user will be namecontroller.text. But what if I just come over here and click on save after changing these profile pictures? It's just going to take the biocontroller.text. Right now it's an empty string. It will just take that. I don't want that to happen. So what I'm going to do here is provide with a default name in the init state. So what I mean by that is I'm going to have text editing controller. Let's call this late text editing controller. Also this will be late text editing controller biocontroller. Remove that. And in the init state method, I'm going to specify this. So name controller is equal to text editing controller. And here we want to provide the text. What is the initial text that needs to be filled in? So the initial text is ref.read. Since we're using outside of the build function in some init state or dispose like methods, the widget lifecycle methods, we are going to use ref.read, and we are just going to copy all of this. So let's paste it in. I want ref.read, and we want the name of the user to be there. But you can see this value is empty. Null, right? So if it's null, then I just want to do, if it is null, then I want there to be an empty string, otherwise nothing. The same thing will go for the biocontroller as well. We are going to have biocontroller ref.read, but this will be bio, and done. Now if we come from edit profile over here, you can see test is there. Bio, let's write it again. Hello there. How are you? And my name right now is going to be, let's say, Revan. I'll click on save. Nothing gets changed. But if I again try to restart my thing, so if I just restart my application like this, I can just have test. There's no user with the name test. Let's find Revan. Here there is. And here is the bio. Hello there, how are you? This looks great. The edit profile feature is now complete. The next feature is the follow feature so that we can increase the count. But even before that, I want this to happen. Basically, I want everything to happen in real time. You saw when I edited the profile and came here, it was not real time update. I want that to happen. So how can I do that? With the help of real time. So I'm going to do exactly that first and then go to the follow section, because even while following, when the user clicks on follow, we want this numbers to update automatically. So real time will help there as well. So let's get started with real time first, configure it for the profile screen, and then we can go to the follow button. So there are two approaches with real time you can take here. First approach is not what I'm going to show you, is the second approach. Basically, we can go to the user API, and here obviously the normal real time we are going to use. So we are going to have final real time underscore real time, and we are going to have required real time. I'll show you the second approach, but first let me just have underscore real time equal to real time. When we get to the second part, I'll let you know. Here let's just have real time as ref.watch real time provider, and here we are going to have stream of real time message, just like we had for our tweet. We're going to have that, and we are going to have get latest user profile data. We have profile data, and that's it. Now we are going to create one missing override. We are going to have here, and now we are going to return underscore realtime dot subscribe. Now we need to provide a list of channels to subscribe to dot stream. And what is the channel? Well, we are just going to copy from the tweet API. So we have underscore realtime dot subscribe. Let me just find. Here it is. I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here. So you have databases dot Appwrite constant database ID, but the collection here should be users collection dot documents. And what I was talking about, this is the first approach. This is the first channel you can subscribe to. The second channel that you can subscribe to is getting the UID of the user from here, update it accordingly in the abstract class, and just use that UID over here. So we have collections of user collections dot documents dot $UID. But this is not the approach you are going to take. You can take this also, there's no doubt about it. Now we can just go to the profile controller, and we're going to have it created over here, right at the top, stream provider. Remember, we did this for the tweet controller as well. We're not going to create anything in user profile controller. We're going to go in the stream provider directly. So here we're going to have get latest user profile data provider. So let me just copy this. We don't need anything from stream provider. Let's just remove it. And here we are going to have final user API is equal to ref.watch user API provider. Let me have user API provider. And we are going to return user API dot get latest user profile data. Okay. Now I can copy this, go to my profile, user profile view right here. And now I can use my ref. This is why we had used consumer widget, right? So in the body, we are going to have ref.watch get latest user profile data provider dot when, and then we want to handle the error and the loading states first. So we have error text, and then we pass in error.toString. Then we need loading. Loading is just going to be constant loader. Now I can copy this and in the data I can paste it right there. So I have this. So we're going to return the user profile. Now in the user profile, we get the latest user profile data, all of that. Now we are just going to check if latest or if data dot events dot contains, just like we did for tweet. We're just going to check if it contains the update property, because we have updated the user profile, right? So if it contains this channel, then we have to make some changes. So what is it that we want to see? Well, let's just copy everything from the user API first. So we'll copy this thing. And we're going to replace everything with Appwrite constants with star, so that, it can be anything. Also remove this, make sure this is correct. And here you need to make sure that the documents, after documents, there is user ID. So we'll just do $user model dot UID dot update. Okay. Now, even before that, we have some other thing to do. So databases dot star dot collections dot star. So this collections dot star is not going to be star, because we don't want to see if tweets collection has an update. No, we just want to see if the users collection has any update. So we're just going to have Appwrite constants dot users collection. Let's import Appwrite constants. Then we have documents, then we have UID, and then we have update. And now what I want to do is basically, if there is any update, I just want to take the user data, convert it to user model and send it to user profile. So we can send the same user model, but only problem is we have used final over here. If we have used final, we cannot reassign it. So what can we do instead? Well, we can just make another user model. We can call this copy of user, which will be equal to the user model that we get from the constructor. Now we can take this copy of user, pass it over here, pass it to this as well, copy of user.uid, and even here because this is not final. And then we can say copy of user is user model.from map data.payload. Okay, so if any changes happen, so if update is called, copy of user is user model.from map. So we give it an instance of another user model and return the user profile with copy of user. So if this changes, this will return again. Having understood this, let's restart. Also, I think the loader is constantly going to load. But before that, what I want to happen is whenever I click over here, I want to go to the user's profile, right? So to go to the user's profile, I can go to the tweet card and go to the circle avatar, this part right here. I can wrap this with a gesture detector and have on tap navigator dot push context, and the route is, where do we want to go? User profile view dot route, and then we want to pass in the user model. The user model is user, not the current user. Don't pass that in even by mistake. It should be the user that we're getting from here. Okay, good. Now if I click over here, you can see constant loading. This is the real-time problem that I discussed in the tweet section as well. Basically, we are not getting any error. We are not getting any data. So it's thinking that we are in the loading state. So it's continuously loading. So you basically want to return user profile here and it should fix our problem. Now, if I try to change the bio, let's say, how are you? How are you? 2 more times and save it. You can see it is real-time updated. That's pretty cool. Now if I want to change the banner image to say waterfalls, I'll click on save and it shows up real-time. This is pretty cool, right? Now the next feature is the follow button. So whenever the user clicks on follow, we want to be able to show the user's followers to increase, but I cannot do it from here because I'm on this account only. So what I'm going to do is open up Pixel, the Android emulator, and run it over there. I'll see you when it starts working. I'll also log in and do all of the authentication processes and then see you. So for the follow, I'm just going to close all the save files. I'm going to go to the user profile controller, and here I'm going to create a function called void follow user. And here we're going to require some things, the user model. I'll explain all of this. So why do we need all of this? Then we need build context, and then we need the current user. So what is the difference between the user and the current user? Well, the user is the person we are trying to follow. The current user is us. So we need both of them. Why? Because we want to check certain things. So we want to check if the current user contains the user's ID. So suppose there are 2 users. This is Rivan user, the iOS simulator user, and this is Naman, the Android emulator user. Now when the user Rivan tries to follow Naman, what should happen? Well, first of all, there should be a check. So does Rivan already follow Naman? So if Rivan already follows Naman, then there should be an unfollow button here, not a follow button. But if the user Rivan does not have Naman in this following list, then he can click on follow. But when follow is clicked, what should happen? So if follow is clicked, the following of Rivan should increase and the followers of Naman should increase. But if the user clicks on unfollow button, that means that the user already follows Naman, then the following of Revan should decrease and the followers of Naman should increase. This is similar to the like concept. Basically, if the user has already liked the post, should we add it? And if the user has not liked it, then we should add it. Like that only. So here what we are trying to do is getting both the user and the current user, and then we will check if the current user dot following. So if we are the current user, Revan, is my following containing the UID of the user we are trying to follow? So if we are trying to follow, that means you have already followed. This means already following. So if we are already following, what do we want to do? Well, there's an unfollow the button that's showing up. So we want to remove the user from the followers list. So we have user.followers. So you want to remove ourselves from the user's followers list. So we can just have user.followers.remove current user.uid. And one more thing should happen. The current user's following should also remove the user's UID. So it should decrease both the places, the user's followers and the current user's following. Else, we are not already following the user. Then what do we want to do? Well, the exact process, opposite process that's followed here. We want to add the follower and we want to add the UID over here. Okay. Now what we want to do is user equal to user.copy with followers will be user.followers. We have made that changes over here. And then we want to do current user is equal to current user.copy with followers will be current users.followers. Actually, we need to do following because we are updating the current user's following, right? And then we can have following. If you didn't understand this process, don't worry. I'm going to give a dry run after this when we try to follow a user and everything works fine. Now we are going to have final result is equal to await underscore user API dot. What do we want to do? Well, we want to follow a user. So we have to create those functions in the user API. So let's go over there. So let's go to the user API. Here we are going to add certain things. The first thing is follow user and it's going to be future either void follow user. And we just want to get the user model. Okay. This user model is going to be the user model of the user because we're trying to update their follow count, right? That's what we are trying to do over here. Of course, we are going to have that normal try, catch, all of those blocks. Also, put an async over here. Put try, catch block after copying it. And here we are just going to have user.uid. The data here will be a bit different. The data will be followers. And it will be user.followers. So we are just updating the document of user.uid, which is the user we are trying to follow. And we are just updating the user.followers because we have done that over here, right? Now another function that we need is add to following function. Basically similar to follow user, we are going to have add to following, but this time we are going to pass the current user because we want to increase their following, right? So we can create one missing override. We're going to copy this exact same thing, paste it over here, put async. But this time when we update the document, it should be following and user.following. That's it. This is pretty much it. This is the two functions that we need. After creating these two functions, we can just call follow user. We'll pass in the user. Make sure to pass in user because we are incrementing the user. We are changing the user's followers over here. And now we do res.fold. In case of error, show snag bar. L.message. In case of success, we'll have to do one more thing. What is another thing that we want to do? Well, the same thing, the same function that we created. Obviously, this is going to be async, but add to following. But this time, it's not going to be user. It's going to be current user, because we have updated the following of the current user. You can see that over here. Now we are just going to have rest2.fold. In case of error, again show snack bar, l.message, and in case of success, as of now, nothing. We're not going to have state is equal to true and all of that is loading part, because whenever we click on the follow user button, all of that doesn't show up, right? Now I can go to the user profile view. Actually, the user profile, and here we can just call the method in the else of onPressed. Basically, if current user.uid is user ID, then this is the edit profile, right? But if that's not the case, else we're going to have ref.read user profile controller provider.notifier.follow user. So we're getting just one API exposed, but inside of this one function, there's a lot of stuff happening. You can see that. That's the main point of this architecture, abstraction. Now after having and passing all of these three things inside of it, so I'll just restart both the applications. Also, I just got to know that here I've just added a follow thing. So what I want to show here is if current user dot, not current user, sorry, we can just have current user dot following dot contains the user.uid. So that means the same logic that we have applied to the user profile controller. Then we want follow, unfollow button to show, otherwise the follow button. Now we'll just restart everything. I'll just go to the Naman's profile. So let's go Naman. And here if I click on follow button, I get unfollow immediately. I get 1 followers. Now if I go to my profile, now there's 2 following and 1 follower over here, because I've changed this back to users.following.length and user.followers.length. Because if we go to the Naman's profile, so if we just go over there, Naman, you'll see there's 0 following and 1 follower because I just followed. So this works fine on Naman's following count, but it doesn't work fine on Rivan's following count. That's why I've changed it back to normal. Okay. So the follow also works now. Here there are 0 followers because I unfollowed. Now you see, I'll just go through the dry run. So now we are checking if current user.following. So this is the current user. Does my following contain Naman's UID? No, it doesn't. So we get the following button. Now if I click on follow, what should happen? According to my logic, user.followers.add current user.uid. That means this guy should get 1 follower and my following should increase. So if I click over here, 1 follower, I'll go over here, I'll go to Rivan, 1 follower and 2 following. My following increased. Now if I unfollow, you can see according to the logic, if it contains, then we should remove the user follower. So this should become 0 and my following should decrease by 1. So if I unfollow and go back to my user profile, 1 following and 1 follower. That means this works well. So the following logic now works well. Now the next thing that we need to work on is the notifications feature. Basically this tab over here. Whenever the user likes a photo, retweets a photo, replies to a photo, or follows you, we want all of them to show up in the notification screen. So let's get into the notification part. We are very close to closing on our app, a complete Twitter clone. So let's get to the next section. So for notifications, I'm just going to close all the save files. I'm going to the API and here I'm going to add notification underscore API dot. And now I'm just going to create the abstract class just like we had before. iNotification API. Then I'm going to have future either void create notification, and this create notification is going to be based on notification model. So we'll have to go down, create a notification model. So we have notification underscore model dot, and then we have notification, and let's think of the properties we need to have. First is the text. So what is a text? Final string post ID, final string ID. The post ID is like, suppose if the user likes a post or retweets a post, you need the post ID so that when you click on it, you can go to that certain post. Then you need the ID of that post, ID of the notification. Then the ID of the user who we need to send to. So basically, if I follow another person should get the notification. And then we need the type of the notification. So what was the type of the notification? Was it retweet user, or the following user part, or the liking user? What was it? So for that, we'll have to create an enum. So we'll go to the enums folder, and here we're going to create notification type enum dot. Now this is going to be simple, very straightforward. We'll copy it, paste it here, and add our own fields. First one is notification type. I'll replace this over here and over here. Then what are the notification enums that we are going to have? Well, whenever the user likes, so we have like. Whenever the user replies, so we have reply. Whenever the user decides to follow, so we have follow. And whenever the user decides to retweet, so we have retweet. And now we want the same thing over here. So we can copy this retweet, have notification type dot retweet. If the user decides to follow, notification type dot follow. If the user decides to reply, then we have case reply, and this will return notification type dot reply. And if it's none of them, then it's going to be like. So we can just have notification type dot like. Okay. Now we can come to the notification model and have notification type, and generate a data class based on this. Now obviously we'll remove dot convert. We'll have to make some changes in the to map, from map. But first let's remove these two. Now in the from map, what do we need? Well, here basically we have added a extension on string. So let's rename the extension also here. This should be to tweet type. So it should be to notification type enum. Then I can copy it and paste it here. So we'll treat this as string dot to notification type enum. This is very similar to what we did in the tweet model. So make sure you understand this by going through that section again if you want to. Now we can have notification type dot type. Let's remove this. The ID here should be removed because we don't want that ID, and here it should be map / $ID. Okay. Now having all of this done, we need to create a notification based on this notification model. Now I can have my class notification API implementing iNotification API. Now I can create one missing override. Also, here we might require some things. First is databases. So we have underscore DB. Then we have notification API. Then we'll require it. So we have databases DB with underscore DB equal to DB. And now to create a notification, we are going to have async, and we are going to go to the user API to copy everything. You know, the try and catch block, everything. Let's just copy it and paste it in the notification API. Now what do we have to do here? We have to create a document, correct? So we'll just go here and call create document. Now we'll import Appwrite constants, then we will have database ID. Now we need collection ID also, but it can't be users collection. It has to be notifications collection, right? Because we stored all the users in users collection. We stored all the tweets in tweets collection. So all the notifications should go in the notifications collection. So let's open our Appwrite database. Let's create a new collection here. Call it notifications. Copy the collection ID. Go to Appwrite constants. Add that here. So we have one more, which is notifications collection. Copy the collection ID of notifications and paste it over here. Now we can have notifications collection as a collection ID. Now what should be the document ID over here? So the document ID should be id.unique, right? Because every notification should have its own ID. And data here should be notification.toMap. Now we will return right, null, and if there's any exception, we'll just throw it across. Sweet. Now this notification, the create notification, is going to be used in several other controllers. For example, in the tweet controller, when we like a tweet, we'll have to create a notification saying that this user has liked your tweet. So this should happen. So for now, we will just make sure that whenever the user clicks on like button, they get the notification over here. And then we will work on the displaying part and making it real time. And then we can work on the retweet, replying and follow part. Okay. So now I'll just close all the save files. I'll just go to the tweet controller where I have my like tweet. Here, after the like tweet has been completed and it's a success, in the right, what do we have to do? We have to create a notification. So we'll have final notification API underscore notification API. We are going to require this through the constructor. So we have notification API and then underscore notification API is equal to notification API. What we are doing is basically just storing data on the Appwrite database and getting it. That's all. So right here, after we like a tweet, what happens is whenever the user likes a tweet, the counter and all of that increases, but we also send a notification to Appwrite that yeah, the user has liked your tweet right now, so it should show up in this tab as well. Okay, so here I'm just going to have notification API dot create notification, and here I'll have to pass in my notification API related notification model. But instead of doing all of this, can we simplify it even further? What we can do is just create a new feature here called notifications. Then we are going to have a controller and it's going to be called notification controller. So this controller will basically modify everything. It will create a notification model so that we don't have to create it again and again, and it will handle the error processes that we have to face. So here we are just going to create a state notifier called notification controller. We'll remove the notifier from here. Then we have state notifier, boolean, false, and then a state notifier provider. And then we are going to have notification controller provider. Then we are going to have notification controller boolean. And then we should have final notification controller is equal to ref.watch. Okay, not this, sorry. We'll have to return notification controller only, my bad. So here we are going to have final notification API underscore notification API. We're going to require this through the constructor notification API underscore notification API is equal to notification API. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now we'll pass in notification API as ref.watch notification API provider, but we haven't created a provider for that API. So let's just go right at the top and create a provider for it. So we'll have notification API provider. I'm running through this because we have already covered it many times. And we'll pass in notification API. And for the DB, it's ref.watch Appwrite database provider. Easy enough. Now let's go to the controller and we have notification API provider. Now we are going to create a very simple function of void create notification, where we are going to require the text. We are going to require the post ID. So what post was liked or what post was, commented on. Then the notification type and then the UID. So we have required string UID. So what is the user ID? Okay. Now we will just create a notification based on the notification model. So we have notification. We pass in the text, post ID. The ID is an empty string. No UID, notification type, and that's it. We're not passing anything in the ID because we don't have to save an ID. Appwrite will automatically generate it. Now we just need to call it. So we have await underscore notification. Let's put async over here. Await notification API dot create notification, passing the notification model, and we are done. Now we'll go to the tweet controller, and here instead of having notification API, we will have notification controller, notification controller. So here it will be notification controller. Just change it in all the places. And after the change has been made over here, let's just go down, take this, create a notification. So we pass in dot create notification, pass in the text, which is tweet dot text. The post ID should be tweet dot ID. The notification type should be notification type dot like, and UID should be tweet dot UID. Basically, the UID is going to be the user to whom we are sending the notification. So if it's tweet.id, then it's going to be the ID of the tweet. If it's tweet.uid, to the UID of the person to whom the tweet is being sent. And if we use user.uid, then it will be sent to us only, and that makes no sense. Okay. So after this notification has been made, I think we should only display it. So before going there, we just need to pass in notification controller. To get notification controller, we need to create a state notify provider, which we've already created. So just copy it, come over here and have ref.watch notification controller provider dot notifier. Now I think we can restart the app on both the devices. Also, let's add some attributes here. So we'll go to our notification model, see what all fields are there. Text is there, so we'll add text, which is going to be a string, and the size is going to be 255 required. Now the next attribute is going to be post ID, which is also going to be a string, required 255. Then we need UID, the UID of the user to whom this should be sent. Create the notification type, string, and create. So now we have created the notification model. Now let's try to like some post. After liking one post, let's restart. We're not seeing anything. So let's try to print it out here why we are not seeing that. So we'll go to like tweet, and here we'll just try to print l.message. Now if we try to like some post, no error shows up, but if we refresh, nothing shows up over here as well. So there's no error over here, but we forgot to handle the error in this case. So let's have a handle over here. So basically, whenever we have this done, so we have final result is equal to await this done, and then we fold it. And in case of failure, we just want to do l.message. Okay. Now let's try to like something. Here you can see the current user is not authorized, obviously. So we need to go to the settings. We need to get to the role. All the users can create or read the notifications, but they cannot update and delete. Okay. Now let me try to like another post. I'll refresh it, and here we can see the document. The text is showing up as hello, but this is not the text we want. The notification type, UID and post ID seem correct. So now let's give another message. Here the tweet text should not be tweet.text. It should actually be that the user.name liked your tweet. So basically $user.name liked your tweet. This should be the text. Now if I like some other post, you see it should get added over here. Rivan liked your tweet. Now if I try to go over here and like some post, you can see the liking feature is not really working. It's not working because of some logic error that we have made. So let's take a gap from notifications part and see why we are getting this error as of now. And after a bit of debugging, I found out that this problem occurred because here we have passed in the user. It should not be user, but the current user. Now we made this error. I should have rectified it earlier, and that's my fault. I'm sorry. But why do we have to pass in the current user? Because if you go to the like tweet, if tweet.likes contains user ID, so it should contain the current user's ID, right? So if it contains the user ID, then we don't have to like it and all of that stuff. So you need to pass in the current user, not the user. Okay. Now if you try to like any post, you can see we get to like it and it works properly. So this was the problem. Now after fixing this problem, now the next thing we need to do is go to the tweet controller. We are also getting the notifications correctly. Now we just want to display them. So to display them in the notifications folder, we are going to have views, and it's just going to be notification views. So we have notification underscore view dot. Now we can import material dot. We can create a stateless, and it can be stateless consumer. So we have notification view. Then we can have consumer widget. And here we are going to return a scaffold with an app bar saying this is the notifications and section. So we have title, constant, text, notifications. Save it, and to see it, we can go over here. We cannot see it, so we'll copy this, go to the UI constants, paste it over here, and we should be able to see notifications tab. Pretty cool. Now what we want to do is get all the notifications. Now this is similar to the tweet functionality. So in the tweet API we're going to go here and have get tweets. So we're just going to copy this exact thing and paste it in the notification API. So we can paste it over here. But here the name is going to be a bit different. So let's copy it, paste it over here, but it's not going to be called get tweets. First of all, let's also get document from Appwrite models. It's not going to be called get tweets. It's going to be called get notifications. And we'll be needing the UID of the user. So what users notifications do we have to get? And exactly this is going to be the function name, and this is going to be string UID. Final documents, list documents, database ID. Tweets collection is not going to be there. Notifications collector. But what is the filter that we need to apply? We don't need to get all the documents that are available in the notifications collection, right? We only want to get the notifications which match the UID. So it's going to be query.equal UID. So we want to get all the notifications from a particular user ID. And then we return it. And since I'm feeling confident about this, what I'm going to do is also copy get latest tweet so that we can make it real time and work it without, jumping through each and everything. And here it's going to be called get latest notification. If you don't feel comfortable with it, I would recommend you to try it on your own. First implement the future provider with this get notifications and then add stream provider. But for me, it's a lot of copy paste code, so I can just have real time passed in directly. So we have required real time, and this should be underscore real time is equal to real time. Also, this needs to be get latest notification. So I can just go right at the top and have stream real time message and get latest notification. And here the collection should be notifications collection dot documents. Okay. Now at the top we are having real time, which will be ref.watch real Appwrite real time provider, and we are done. Now we just need to go to the notifications controller right here, and we'll be having stream provider over here. And in the stream provider, what are we going to have? Well, get latest notification provider. We want to get the latest notification. So we'll remove the async star. Then we have final notification controller or notification API in this case, which is equal to ref.watch notification API provider. And then we are going to return notification API dot get latest notification. After having this, we are going to have future provider, and this is going to be get notifications provider. Then we are going to have future provider dot family, and then we are going to have the UID of the user that we'll be asking from the parameter. Now here, let's remove the print call. We are going to create a model conversion thing. So as we have done it before multiple times, we're going to have future notification model or just notification get notifications. We'll take in a string UID async. I know I'm rushing through this, but if you don't understand, let me know in the comment section and I'll help you out with it. We're just going to have await notification API dot get notifications. We'll pass in the particular UID and then map through all the notifications, get one particular notification, and then just have notification dot from map e dot data and convert it to a list. Let's also import the notification model. So let's import it. We don't have to import it from .html or anything. It's from the notification model. And now you can see we are getting this error because it's defined, this notification is defined in two places. So what we can do is prefix this or just rename notification model. I'm just going to prefix this as model and have model.notification, model.notification.from map, and this will be future list of model.notification. Okay. Now finally, I'm just going to create final notification controller, which is equal to ref.watch notification controller provider, and then going to return notification controller dot and I don't have access to anything. So I can just use .notifier to get access to my method of getNotification. Easy enough. Now I'll go to my notification view. In the body, I'm going to have ref.watch and all of that stuff. But before I get into that part, what I want to do is just get the current user so that I can get the UID. So we have final current user equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value. This cannot be null. Here we need to check if current user is equal to null, then we want to show a loader. Otherwise, no loader is required, and we want to show the latest notifications. Now this is going to be very similar to what we have done earlier. What earlier? Well, just the user profile view. So we can go over there. Not user profile view, sorry. Tweet view. The Twitter reply view. I can just copy all of this code from here, including all the error, loading, all of those stuff, and paste it over here. Now we have to resolve all of these errors. So let's resolve. First, let's import the common.dart so that we have error text and loader. Now in the loading, we don't have to show anything like a tweet card. In fact, we need to show notification tile. So for now, let's just put a text of, let's say, tweet. And this is not even a tweet, this is notification. And we're going to get notifications index. So to resolve this, let's go directly at the top. And here, it's not going to be get replies to tweet. It's going to be get notifications provider. And then we'll pass in the user's ID. So we have user, the current user dot UID. Then we keep track of get latest notification provider. We get some data. Then we just check over here, so we don't have to put the if condition. So we'll go down, remove this if condition. And here we are going to check for Appwrite constants. So we'll have that, but not tweets collection, the notifications collection. And we are looking for a create command, right? We're not looking for any update command because it's never going to update. So let's remove all of those update logic. And it's not going to be notification tweets, it's going to be notifications. So I can insert that. This can be notification dot from map. Obviously we'll again have to import notification as model, just like we did in our notification controller. So if we go there, just like this, we'll have to copy it and paste it. So we can go in the notification view, paste it, and now we'll have model dot notification dot from map. Okay, now this should be notifications dot length, notifications at index, and this is one notification. And now we'll just return a text which just says notification dot toString. Even here it's going to be notifications dot length. We'll get one particular notification and toString. Simple and good. I'll remove the loading page from here. I'll come back over here and you see Appwrite exception index not found. We basically want to create a new index here saying UID equal. So it's going to be a key and UID should be in descending order. Create it, rerun the application, go to the notification section, and we get this error. So we are getting this error here basically because we had not removed expanded. There's no need of expanded because we are going to get the entire body. There's no column or anything. Even in the loading part, we'll just remove it and we'll restart the app, go over here, and you can see the notifications showing up. But do we want to show all the notifications that are present over here? Not really. We only want to show the notification which matches the current user's UID. So here, what we want to do is get the latest notification, right? So you have latest notification in a model format. So we'll cut and paste it over here. And here I'll check if latest notification.uid is equal to current user.uid. Then what do I want to do? Only then do I want to insert it right at the top. So we have latest notification. If it does not match, then I don't want to add it. Why would I add other person's notification to my notifications tab? You can see over here, we are listening to all the documents being created, right? This was the second approach I was talking about. You remember when we were doing tweets part, a user profile part, there were two. Here we could add the document ID, or we could just do this if condition over here. Anyways, now that it's done, we can restart the app, and over here, let's see, this guy has some things, and for our pixel, let's rebuild, and over here if we see, there are some notifications here as well. Now we just need to display them in a good format. So to display them, we are going to create a new widget here called notification tile. Import material dart, create a stateless widget called notification tile, and then we are going to have final notification and require it through the constructor, but not the notification from material.dart. No, not that one. We want it from this one, right? You can just name your notification as notification model, so that you have to avoid this prefix every single time. So now we'll have required this dot notification. Now here we are going to return a list tile, and if you've seen Twitter, you'll know that in the leading icon, it really depends on the notification type. So if notification type is follow, it will give you some other icon. If it's like, it will give you a like icon, like that. So here in the leading part, we're going to check that. So if notification type is equal to notification type, which is the enum, is equal to follow. If it's follow, then I want constant icon as icons.person, and I want color to be palette.blue color. Otherwise, we are going to have another logic. Basically, if notification.notification type is equal to notification type.like. So if the user has liked it, what do we want to show? Well, in that case, I want to show svg picture.asset. Why a svg picture.asset? Because I have an svg file for it. Why not use it? So it will be like filled icon. The color will be palette.red color, and height will be 20. Just so that it remains at the same size as that of a follow button or the person icon that's being showed when the user tries to follow someone. Otherwise, the notification type is equal to notification type.retweet, and if it's retweet, then what do we want to show? Well, it's going to be an svg picture.asset again. So we'll have that, but it's not going to be like filled icon. It's going to be the normal retweet icon with white color in it. And if it's none of these, we just don't want to return anything. So this is the big logic that we had. Let's go through it again. If notification type is follow, so if the user has followed, we want a person icon like this to show up. If it's like, then we want a like filled icon. And if the user has decided to retweet, then we want a retweet icon. And if it's none of them, we don't want any icon to show up. Next is the title, and the title is going to be the text which is notification.text. Simple enough. Now I can take this notification tile and use it in the notification view and return it. So we return notification tile and return notification. Now we'll copy this notification tile and paste it over here. Now we'll restart both of them and see what we get. So here, if I just see, everything is related to like. What I'm going to do now is, just restart everything because I want to delete everything. I'll delete everything and then I'll get back to you because I want to test it out fresh. So I'm finally done deleting everything. I'll just restart my applications. And here when I try to like a post that's given by, let's say, Rivan. Let's find a post given by Rivan. Let's say, hi, hey guys one. I'll click over here and you see Naman liked your tweet. This is good. Now if I try to like a post given by Naman, so I'll just give hey and then click on tweet. You can see hey showing up. I'll just go at the top. Here it is. I'll stay here to show you that it's real time. I'll click on heart icon and you can see Rivan liked your tweet. This is awesome. That means the entire notification process is now working. Now let's just get it done working for literally all the features. Retweet, comment icon, when the user replies to someone. So all we need to do is basically close all the save files, go to tweet controller, copy this and paste it everywhere. So when you reshare a tweet and it's a success, before you say retweeted, what you need to push is this thing. Notification.create notification. It's going to be current user.name. Liked your tweet. So that means we have liked your tweet and the UID should be tweet.uid. Tweet.id, tweet.retweeted by is the user who retweeted. Tweet.uid is the user whom we'll send the notification to. Okay. Now let's try it for something. So if I try to retweet Naman's retweeted, I'll just come over here and see. And this should not be liked your tweet. Sorry, this should be reshared your tweet. That's why we couldn't see the like part. It should be retweeted. Now if I retweet Naman's retweet, you can see reshared your tweet. This shows up pretty cool. Now the next part is whenever the user decides to comment on other user. So I can copy the same thing. I'll go down where there's reply. So I'll just go reply. And there's no reply over here. It's in the Twitter reply view. And here down below we have the on submitted property. We have passed in the reply to. So here we also need to pass in another thing, reply to user ID. So basically we don't, in the share tweet, we don't have access to a field called reply to user ID. So whom are we trying to reply to? What is the user ID of the user to whom we are replying to? Right? So we need that. So we have replied to user ID and this should be tweet.uid. Okay. So if we come back over here, replied to user ID is exactly what we need to send out notification. Because it's at the end of the day, tweet.uid, and everywhere we have used tweet.uid to send to the notification to a person. Because we have replied to their tweet, right? We're going to get it through tweet.uid and we have accepted that over here. So now what we need to do is just take reply to user ID, share it literally everywhere, share text tweet and share image tweet, both of them, accept them in both of these functions. So we'll just have required replied to user ID string and required string replied to user ID. And here after the success, we're just going to check, also put a bracket here, if replied to user ID dot is not empty. So if it is not empty, that means the replied to user's ID is not empty. That means there is some ID, and if there's some ID, we want to send a notification. So let's just copy this, go down below and paste it over here. And here we just want to say replied to your tweet. So the user.name, the current user replied to your tweet, and this is reply. The post ID will not be tweet.id. Don't make this mistake. Basically, tweet.id is this tweet's ID, right? And here the ID is empty string. So if you try to put post ID, it will give you an empty string over here and your notification won't get sent. What you need instead is this r's ID, because this r is basically the tweet that you get after uploading it to Appwrite. When you upload it to Appwrite, you get a particular ID because we have used id.unique while sharing the tweet. So here we get r, and we are going to use this r to get the ID, and we get that using r.$id. So the post ID should be r.$id. And the UID should not be tweet.uid, because tweet.uid is user.uid. We do not want that. The UID should be replied to user ID. Okay? The same thing is going to be there in the share image tweet as well. Right here. We're just going to have R, and we're just going to have this. Simple and easy. The state is equal to false will also come over here after all of this. Even for the share text tweet, let's go over there. The state is equal to false will be done only after the notification is sent. Now in the create tweet view, let's see what's the error. We need to provide the replied to user ID. It's going to be empty over here. And since it's empty, we are not replying to anyone. If you're not replying to anyone, the notification does not get sent to anyone. That makes sense? Now let's rerun it. Let's reply to someone. So let's say I want to reply to Naman. So I just say, hey, what's up? And then click on done. Now if you come to the notification section, you see Rivan replied to your tweet. And for the reply, we did not have any icon. So I did not have any icon put in over here, even according to our logic. So if you have an icon, do share it in the comment section, or you can just have it in the leading icon widget. Okay. Now the last part is the following part. So whenever we try to follow a user, it should show up in the notification section there as well. So I'm just going to copy this, go to the user profile controller, and if it's a success at the end, this always gets sent in the end. Basically after all the logic process has done, we want notification to be sent. And here we are going to require notification controller. So we have notification controller underscore notification controller required notification controller underscore notification controller is equal to notification controller. That was a lot of stuff. But at the top, we can resolve the error by passing in notification controller as ref.watch notification controller provider dot notifier. And over here, what are things that we need? Well, we are going to create a notification saying user.name followed you. But is it going to be user.name? No, it's going to be current user.name, right? Because it's us who has followed the other person. What is the post ID going to be? Well, we can find that, but there's no finding it out, because a follow cannot have a post ID because we are not doing anything related to tweet, right? So it's going to be empty. What is the notification type going to be? Well, it's just going to be follow. And the UID is going to be user.uid. Not the current user.uid, the user.uid. So we have added this. Now let's try to follow one user. So let's say I try to follow from here, Rivan. So I can just see, I'll click on follow. It doesn't really get sent. You can see Naman followed you shows up. So that means the entire notification section now works. You can retweet, you can do anything and it will work. Now the next section is basically listing out everything that one hashtag has. Basically, if I have one tweet that has hashtag Rivan, this is nice, and then I tweet it, and then I have another tweet that has hashtag Rivan, not @ hashtag Rivan, hashtag nice, hashtag wow, and you then click on tweet, and even this person has hashtag Rivan in some of their comments. So they have hashtag Rivan, hashtag haha, hashtag oof, and then click on tweet. You see, there are 3 hashtags with Rivan, and when one of this hashtag is clicked, this hashtag should open up in a different screen, the hashtag screen, and it should show you all the posts from that particular hashtag. Okay, so this is what we are trying to achieve. So this is what we'll do. We want to get all the posts from one particular hashtag. And if you see our database structure, it's well suited for that. We had made this for this purpose only. If you go to the tweets, not notifications, and see over here, the hashtags have Rivan, haha, and oof in it. Right? So we just want to check if the array contains hashtag Rivan or not. If it contains hashtag Rivan, or whatever you click on, hashtag nice, hashtag wow, hashtag oof, any of this is clicked, you just want to check in the array that it's there. If it's there, then we just display everything. So this is what we are trying to achieve, and this should be very simple. This can actually be a challenge for you. You can try to do it on your own. If you are able to do so, then you've properly understood Appwrite till now. So try it on your own. It should give you confidence. But if you can't, then we can do it together right now. So let's start. We'll go to the VS Code. So what we are going to do is close all the save files, and we are directly going to go in the tweet API and create a recent tweet. So what is the last function of this tweet API? It's going to be future list of document, this exact same thing, because we are going to get all the user tweets, not the user tweets, but get the tweets by hashtag. And here we are going to get a hashtag, right? So the implementation is very similar to get user tweets. We're just going to copy this, paste it over here. It's going to be asynchronous. We are going to list all the documents in the tweets collection where the hashtags should be equal to, not really, because hashtags is a list, we cannot equate it. Here we want to search. So in the hashtags array, we want to search that the hashtag is present. And if the hashtag is found, then we want to return all of those documents, right? So we will use query.search hashtags and then find a particular hashtag. And then we'll return the document. Now all we need to do is go to the tweet controller, create a function very similar to get user tweets or get replies to tweets, something like that. We're going to get the documents, but here the name will be get tweets by hashtag. We'll mention the hashtag from the UI. So the future provider is also going to be family. And here we're going to have tweet API dot get tweets by hashtag. We'll pass in the particular hashtag and all of those conversions will take place. Now we just need to go to the future provider. We'll have to create one, and this will be very similar to rest of the things that we have. Get tweets by hashtag provider, future provider, and this time we are going to get a string of hashtag, and then we are just going to pass that to the get tweets by hashtag function. Simple enough. Now we can just go to the view, create one view which is hashtag view.dart, and here we need to import material dart. We want to create a stateless consumer widget called hashtag view. We are going to import Flutter Riverpod library. We are going to return a scaffold. Here we are also going to accept a string hashtag. So basically this hashtag is whatever the user clicked on. So if the user clicks on this hashtag, we will navigate to a new screen where hashtag will be written in the title and all the posts from this particular hashtag will be seen. So let's require it through the constructor. So we have required this dot hashtag. Let's put this inside of the name constructor. Now in the app bar, we are going to have app bar, and the title is going to be text hashtag. Okay. And now we are also going to go to the home view, copy this route, put it in hashtag view, and return hashtag view from here, just like we've done multiple times before. But this time we're going to take it from the parameter. So we have a hashtag and we pass that in to the particular hashtag. Now what do we want to do? Well, whenever the user clicks on this hashtag, which is identified. So how do we identify and where do we identify the hashtag? We do that in the widget here, hashtag text. So what we can do is whenever we identify a hashtag over here, we can just have something known as recognizer here, and we can pass in tab gesture recognizer. This is the syntax for it. We create an object of tab gesture recognizer and we give it a property of onTap, and the onTap property is equal to an anonymous function, and here we can write whatever we want. So we basically want to have navigator.push, and we want to push to the hashtag view. So we have hashtag view dot route, and we pass in the particular hashtag. What is the particular hashtag? Element. This is what we had, right? Element dot starts with hashtag. We just push it to hashtag view dot route. After we've completed this, we can go to the hashtag view, restart our application on iPhone and Android, click on Revan, let's say, and we get hashtag Revan. Now the thing that's left is just to display everything. Now to display everything, we are scholars in it now. We can just go to the body and, again, instead of typing so much, we can just go to the tweet list, copy everything from there and see what all stuff we need. So I'm just going to copy it, paste it here, import the loader. So I have common, import tweet card. So I have tweet card, and I don't think we need any of this. I'm not making it real time. Of course, if you want to make it real time, go ahead, but I'm not making it. So again, I'll have to remove all of this part. I also have to remove this returning part. All I need is get hashtag tweets by hashtag provider and pass in the particular hashtag. And when there's data, we'll get tweets and we can display that. And now we can remove this bracket. This is an extra bracket, it seems. Even this one. And now we don't have any error. We're basically returning a list view builder with all the tweets. If you want to make it real time, you can go ahead and make it. There's no problem with it. I just removed it so that there's no complexity. You already know how to make it real time. We just remove the real time code. And now you can see we are getting this error, index not found hashtags. When we get this error, we go to Appwrite. Then we go to our tweets, indexes, create index. And here let's just say search by hashtag. And this is going to be let's say full text because it's search, and then we are going to have the attribute. So what is the attribute we are searching by? Hashtags, order descending, create, refresh the app, and then click on Rivan. You see all the tweets which has Rivan in it. That means this is working. Our app is now working even to show the latest hashtags. This was very simple, right? You just need to understand the logic for one thing and you'll get everything else. Now the next thing is to close all the save files. We have completed all the features except one, which is Twitter Blue. So let's get into it. To get into Twitter Blue, what we need to do is go to the home view, and here basically whenever we click over here, we want a drawer to appear, and in that drawer we should get my profile, so that when I click on it I can go to my profile, and the option to convert to Twitter Blue, and the logout option. So these three things are the things we need to work on, and you're done with the application. So here in the home folder we are going to get widgets, and the widget is going to be side drawer dot. So let's import material dot. Let's create a stateless widget, call this side drawer, and actually this will be a consumer widget. So let's import that, add in a widget ref, and now let's have a safe area so that our drawer doesn't merge with the top notches over here. And then we have drawer, then we have a child, a column, and in that column we have children. And what are the children that we need? Well, first of all is a list style, and in the list style we have a leading icon, which is const icon icons.person, then a title which is constant text my profile, and an on tab to it. Now what I'm going to do is just attach this drawer to the home view. So over here I'm just going to add a drawer property and pass side drawer to it. Let's have constant over here, save it, and whenever I click over here my profile shows up. But this is not good because this is not black in color. I just wanted pure black, so I'll just pass in the background color property as palette.background color. If I save this much and go back, you can see this is black. But I want the font size to be increased now. So I can just go ahead and have style as text style with font size as, let's say, 22. Much bigger and looks much better. You can also increase the size of this icon. So let's say size of the icon is now 25. This looks good, but maybe 30 might look better. And yep, it does. Now you can copy these list styles 2 more times. Another one is for Twitter Blue. And for Twitter Blue, the icon is going to be payment because, well, you're going to take money from them. Twitter Blue. And if you don't want this to happen, what you can do is just use svg picture.asset, and then you can use the Twitter Blue verified icon that I've added in the SVGs. But since I just want to troll, I'm just going to use the payment one. And the last one is the logout option. So you can just scroll down and have logout over here. And this is going to be icons.logout. Save it, and here we have it. Now I just want to leave some space from the top. So I can just have, let's say, a constant sized box of height 50. If I do this much and come, this looks better. Alright. Now the next thing is whenever I click over here, I want to navigate to my profile page. So to do that, what I'm going to do is navigator.push, and I want to go to the profile page. So I'll just say user profile view, and then I have to pass in the user model. To get the user model now, I'll just do final current user is equal to ref.watch current user details provider dot value, and then I'll check if current user is equal to null, then I want to return a constant loader. Otherwise, everything else is going to work. Now I can just pass in the current user, not over here, dot route, and I'll pass in the current user over here. Great. Now if I just click over here, I should be able to go to my profile, and this works pretty good. Next thing is when I click on Twitter Blue, I should get a verified badge next to my name. So to do this, you'll have to go to the user API, scroll up, create, and actually if you see over here in the user API, we have something known as update user data. So I don't think we have to create a separate function for isTwitterBlue to update the isTwitterBlue, of course. So what I'm going to do is close all of them, go to my site drawer, and here I'm directly going to say ref.read user profile controller provider.notifier.update user profile. Then I have to pass in the user model. The user model is going to be current user dot copy with, and now I want to copy with what? isTwitterBlue should now be true. This is the updated user data that should be there. The banner file is not there, null, and the profile file is not there, so it should be null. So obviously if we go to the update user profile, this is the updated user model. Since both of them are null, these two functions won't run, or the if blocks won't run. And then we call update user data. It passes in the user model, which is isTwitterBlue is now true. Okay. And now the last thing that I need to do is just go to my tweet card, and here I just want to display my verified icon. So what we are going to do is scroll up right here. You can see we have container. In the container where we have margin, here we are going to check if if the user dot is TwitterBlue. So if the user is TwitterBlue, then we want a margin of 1, otherwise a margin of 5 from the right hand side. Now we'll remove the constant as well. Why is this logic there? Because if the user is TwitterBlue, then we will have a Twitter badge beside it, right? So we want a very less margin to be present. But if the user is not TwitterBlue, it's fine if the margin is little bit more to the right. And now we are just going to have, after the container, if condition. So if user is TwitterBlue, then we want to have an svg picture dot asset of asset constants dot verified icon. Now we'll save it. Nothing shows up because no user is TwitterBlue as of now. So now let's try to convert one user. So I'll click on TwitterBlue here. Nothing happens. But if I refresh my application on both the devices, I see the TwitterBlue icon. Great. But this Twitter icon, if you zoom it in, it's very close to this username. So I want there to be a margin from the right hand side. So for that, I can either wrap it with container or a padding, and here have dot only. And from the right hand side, I want 5. So from the right hand side, I have a padding of 5. And this looks much better and less congested, you know. So if the user is TwitterBlue, it shows up. Now we also want to show it on the user's profile right beside their name over here. So now we can just have this user.isTwitterBlue. We'll go to user profile view. In the user profile, just below where they mention their name, right here, we're going to wrap it with a row widget and have something like if user is TwitterBlue, then we want this thing. Where is it? This padding to be present with the icon. So I can import Flutter SVG, I can import asset constants and save it. After I do that, you can see I get my TwitterBlue icon over here. But I don't I don't want the padding to be from the right hand side. I want it to be left hand side. So I have it. And this looks so good. Maybe we can do 2. Whatever way you prefer. 3, whatever. So I'll just keep it 3. And we get the verified symbol over here. And if the user is not Twitter Blue, we can see that over here, that they are not Twitter Blue. And of course, Twitter Blue is $8. So if you want to implement payment integration, I'll create a separate tutorial for it. You can check it out. I'll mention it in the cards above when I create it. But if you already have an idea, or if you want to use Google or Apple Wave, which I've used in my other tutorials, what you can do is you can implement it here. Before the side drawer, when you click on tap, over here you can create a method and create a separate controller so that you can add your own, Twitter Blue thing, your payment integration. So you can add it in the on tap over here and then only update the user profile. So if the payment is success, you can update the user profile, else you will not. So now the last feature we are left with is the logout feature. So for that, we are going to go to the Auth API. We're just going to have future either void logout. I'm just going to have create one missing override. We're going to have async. We're going to have our simple try and catch blocks. And here we don't want anything. We'll just have await account dot delete session. Or if you want to delete multiple sessions, so you want to delete sessions from all the phones, so you can do delete sessions and just do this. So it will log you out from all the devices, but I only want to delete session from this part, and I have to mention the session ID. So what is the session ID? Well, the session ID is basically the login session that it gives us, that ID. But since I don't have it, what I can do is current. When I use current over here, it will delete the current session ID. Appwrite identifies it and does it for me. Now I'll just do return write null, meaning that is a success. And in case of failures, yes, all of this is done. Now we can go to the auth controller. We can create a void function for logout. So we have void logout, and then we can have underscore auth API dot logout. Logout. And we can await this. Final result is equal to this. Also async. Now result.fold, if you want to handle it some way, you can do it. But in my case, if it's a success, what I want to do is just do navigator.push and remove until, then pass in the build context. The new route will be the sign up view.route false. So basically this will pop off, push and remove the screen until we get to the sign up view.route, and then we'll pass in the build context. Now to use this, what we want to do is just go to my side drawer, just use your ref.read auth controller provider.notifier.logout, pass in the required build context, and done. So we'll restart the entire app. And now if I try to log the user out, let's log out. We've logged out. Now if I try to restart and see if I'm on the login screen now, yes, I am on the login screen now because account is now null. We have deleted the session. So we have developed an entire application, an entire Twitter clone where you're able to like, retweet, comment on a profile, put hashtags, identify links, click on links to go on a new link, in a browser, search for users, follow a particular user, unfollow a particular user, see the notifications here, even if it's reply, reshare, like, anything. And also able to add carousel images to your application. and obviously the most important feature, that is Twitter Blue. So I hope you learned enough from this application. If you did, make sure to leave a subscribe to this channel. This was it for this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.